With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday.
Scale Rush gonna be able to come through, surprise Zay, and Spider is gonna try to see if he can juggle it away. No!
Who is the better Tarka player here? We've heard Spider talk about it before, that Tarka is typically not one of their better heroes, but in this particular moment, he absolutely dumpsters Kai Bao.
Of the J Cup, which is from Team WBG, Spider.
Viper still hasn't popped the ultimate. J-Team says we don't need it. PP, no place to run and hide.
Guaranteed.
There's the stun. ZK takes it. J-Team picks up 3 eliminations and a roll of yang. Clean up all the members essentially here of Team GD. We're going to see the Dragons rush into the Nezas. Kakaishi going very low. They need to kill Kakaishi.
Did you miss me?
Are you ready? Let's go!
Patience, darling.
我们已经证明 OUG 是最强战队之一。
本次的3排周决冠军就属于 OUG。
我们绝不会止步于一个周冠。
现在的 DRG 早已进化。
封印解除，马上就要开启，看一下这几波推，一波接上后续的一个凤凰羽，直接拿下了晚风的分数。
这个双周，我们会再次向周冠发起冲击。
全新的 KRA 到周决还是暴露了许多问题，但新的一周，我们 KRA 会越战越强。
第一双周的失败，并不代表其已经陨落。接下来你们会重新看到神。
虽然遗憾错失周冠，但作为一个新队伍，我们已经找到了自身的问题所在。
小虎这波又是一波双抓，拍下去直接带走对面酷酷。
小虎这边的话，按照5羊的 Rosemary 很难受，飞人卡在于外面，这临近变小之前的一掌是直接葬送了 Rosemary。
新的一周 ，FunPass 朱雀一定能登上顶峰。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBPL. My name is Hipren, and I am joined by Servario. Is that how I say it? Did I completely butcher it? Perfect.
No, man. First try is the first time the charm. You got it through.
Awesome. Well, first of all, welcome to the show. It's nice to have you here. Kicking back off into trios for our third week of action and our first day of trios on week 3. I took last week off and watched solo, so I was in part involved in that. So I'm excited to come back and see how these trio teams are going to be faring. Severia, I know you've been doing a little bit of kind of research and watching and getting your kind of head around everything. I'm curious for your takeaways right now on the state of trios and any teams that maybe you've got your eyes on.
You know, one team that I've actually looked over to is seeing how, OUG kind of dominated last week with the finals for BIWEEKLYs. Going through, been playing NARAKA for a while now, getting some tourneys to go ahead and host throughout, my time here playing the game and getting knowledge about it. I'm really excited to see if they're going to be able to outbeat, the legendary status that J-Team has harbored, right, over the course of these type 2, tourneys and getting themselves championship by championship. It's kind of, I'm hoping to see that, cross my fingers.
I mean, it's always a funny story because it's one of those things where everyone always talks about J-Team and, rightfully so. But at the same time, I feel like the reasons we spend a lot of time talking about J-Team is actually how much of a disappointment they are. Because they're a team who have won both of the World Championships. And oh yes, actually, before we go any further, I will go on to J-Team in a second. We're at Gamescom, by the way, guys. 23rd and 25th of August over in Hall 6A 050. Make sure you come over. It's free to play. I mean, it's free to play at home anyway. But you can come over and say hello to everyone at Gamescom. Unfortunately, I won't be there. It's a little close to my 30th, so I'm not going to be around. But make sure you do stop by and see us over at the NARAKA. There's some goodies apparently up for grabs. I believe there's a sculpture we have as well going to be there, so you can strike yourself a victory pose with that one. But yeah, do make sure you come over and grab yourself some goodies. Oh, they're really cute.
Yeah, they are.
And also so cute. I want those.
And everyone loves the Wolf's Kingsbane. That greatsword is legendary in status, and putting it through, it's always going to be something good to see in life-size form. Maybe a little bit extra, but hey, I always like to see those guys, everyone posting out on social media to see about getting those photos in front of the statue, maybe even wielding it. We'll have to see how that one goes, especially with cosplayers being at Gamescom.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'd love to see it. Anyway, these are the groups right now. I actually can't remember what groups we had. You did tell me earlier, but I've completely forgotten.
Yeah.
Group A, B, C are the 3 groups we're dividing up. 2 groups we go in toe-to-toe today, and then another 2 groups we go in toe-to-toe on Sunday when we have our final game of final day of games for the week. Today is Group A and B, so we got the likes of KLA, FPX. Actually, a really stacked day. There's a few things I want to go into and talk about. I'm going to quickly go back to the J-Team point that we were talking about. J-Team have just been very disappointing domestically. They've never taken a domestic title. They've always kind of just limped their way through and then found their footing actually at the grand finals itself for the World Championship. But J-Cup is the only place we see J-Team actually show up. So domestically, it's all about, you know, the likes of the FPXs, the TEs. I feel KLA, while they had a very disappointing end to last split due to them not being able to play in the finals, due to various different rules and things that had happened behind the scenes, I won't go too in depth in that, but they looked like the rookie of the split team, didn't have the great showing, have had to change their entire roster out, came back in basically as another rookie team again, and actually have shown us some real signs of life that they're still here to play. This is still a very serious organization. So I will constantly sing the praises of KLA. They are the team that I've put my eye on as like your kind of underdogs of the split. But there's so many good teams playing today, so many good storylines to kind of follow. It's going to be a really, really good day. I'm excited to see, you know, how the likes of FPX are going to show up, because they were pretty good. They were pretty good at the beginning.
Yeah, dude. I would say, you know, and just the rubber band back on top, you know, KLA, you know, last week their standings overall out of all 18 teams was second, right? And they had that 99.6 game into their final bi-weekly trios round. And I was like, wait a second. Is this what we're going to expect this? Is this what we're going to see for the finals? And although they didn't get into, you know, into the position of out beating OUG there, it's going to be a good stand around and seeing what they have up in hand. I mean, we're going to be starting off in Dusk and Morris Isle, so getting a better understanding of how aggressive they want to try to push this out, try to put themselves, you know, stagger out all enemies across the board, and, you know, making sure they can take out, you know, the competitors in one shot to another.
Yeah, I feel it was weird because for the last week of the rotation of the map, we actually saw a lot of players, a lot of teams opting into like traditional monk comps for the first map on Holoroth, which kind of made no sense to me due to it was a nighttime map, so there were fireflies, which is typically on a firefly map you see your Takeda comps, you see your ACOS comps and stuff like that show up, you know, your Yoto comps as well, the ones that are very, very very aggressive and want to pick up those fireflies and go for early kills. Same thing on Dusk. So I hope not to see them pick up loads of monks. Tavaria, you're gonna learn. I absolutely despise monk comps. I think they're very boring to watch. I think they're very stall heavy. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan at all of them. I much prefer these Yoto comps, these Takeda comps, these ACOS comps, and ACOS definitely showing up way less in the meta in trios than we maybe would have liked and expected initially. But XCG are playing today, and they're a team who are very, very creative actually with their comps. They had a Zycomp up their sleeve on the first week, and nobody else pulled that Zycomp out until they played it and won with it, and they looked really scary. It was very similar to a Takeda or an ACOS comp, if I remember correctly. You had your kind of actually no, it was Zai Matari, and I can't for the life of me remember who the third was. It might have just been Tammy,
yeah, if
I remember right, but it was a really, really interesting comp that they were pulling out. So that's something to keep your eye on, is XCG might have some tricks up their sleeve. I feel Zai is criminally underused right now in trios. I think you can build really interesting comps around her that aren't too expensive on your hero points, which is a major thing that these players need to be careful about, is overspending on their hero points and then not having comps they can play later on in the day.
Yeah, and one thing is like pulling the card out of their sleeve, you know, using the ultimates, using skills that no one would really want to, you know, realize until it's too late. I think one aspect I realized more recently is seeing how much V3 Zai is never going to be used, but its potential could be immense, especially when the coming weeks come into play, when we get tested with the F2 ability to be able to group enemies together, and also with the amount of CC control that she can bring in part with her. The splash damage that V3 can do combines a multiplier that can be unprecedented if the team comp is built right around her, and killing out a game with a high kill count, high kill points, and ranking points if they really set themselves against them, you know, on the odds that, you know, they use something that's never been seen before.
I mean, this is this kind of goes back to a discussion that me and Rune were having about Tessa and when she comes out, because she feels like the first supportive hero we've had in a while. Like, yeah. Zeeping was kind of greedy as like a carry support, but like we obviously got like the likes of Karumi and Tammy and Matari, who I think of more supportive heroes, but we haven't had like a new supportive hero for a while, and Tessa really seems to fill that role out. I think she's going to do wonderful things to trios. I think we're going to start to see her enable way more comps. We talked about the likes of like a Justina comp mixed with Tessa, and you kind of share the load of crowd control and damage between those two, and then you have like a third as your kind of another supportive hero potentially, like a Wu Shen for safety. So I feel Tessa's going to enable a lot of new and interesting comps, and I'm excited to see what she's going to bring. I don't know what week she's coming into NBPL though, off the top of my head.
I think they
need
said
to get that information.
I think they said the week after the next. So after we
That'll
get
be
past
the third bi-weekly. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And
So keep your eyes out for that one. This might be the final bi-weekly where we don't have Tessa changing things up. I'm curious what it's going to look like, because I feel like she's going to be very good into the likes of the Monk comps. But as you can see, XTG actually coming up as one of their team comps was that one I talked about, the Matari, the Tammy, and the Zai. It's a really interesting comp. They pulled it out. People realized that comp had legs and tried to play it afterwards, but they're the only team that have really had success on Zai so far. So very interesting to see. XTG is a comp that they're capable of playing, but we are getting ready to go into game number 1 of the day. Let's see what the hero select's going to look like. It's going to be Morrisile Dust, so plenty of Fireflies. I'm expecting to see plenty of aggression. Please don't give me a bunch of monks. That is what I really don't want to be seeing at this point. Sure, for midday, that can be your monk game, but I want to see some aggressive stuff coming in this game 1, and so we are going to look at the hero select and see what is going to be getting picked. God damn it.
I knew it. I knew it. Pacific Rim time, boys. We're in there.
It's not the Pacific Rim. That's the Kurumi version. Not the Kurumi version. That's the Farah version.
Oh, Farah, yeah.
Old school traditional Yue Shen, Kurumi, and the monk thrown in there. Do you have KLA and OUG pulling out the Yoto comp? Actually, this is a very traditional classic counter to the Transformer comp. Is getting that Yoto out there and just being able to kind of wail on them. But I feel those two Yotos, the moment they ult in a final circle, if they make it to a final circle, are going to have every hand in the lobby flying at them.
They're going to dominate the forces there. I mean, look at all that pressure that her splashes come out. Most likely going to see the V3 usage there, right? Just because of those extra, the little sprinkle on top, cherry on top type damage, and the pushback that allows for it. But going to the map, we're going to have to take a look into seeing how well these spawns are going in. Looks like Servants Grounds are going to have 2 teams there. And while we're going to see some action in the south side of the map, it looks like Aventai is only going to have 1 team, and an Ephemeros having, for the Firefly, have 2 teams actually right east of Aventai. So I think we're going to see a startup immediately into fighting between 3 teams total, considering how much they are close gapping between one another.
Yeah, very spread out though. Very, very spread out start. Not clustered at all, really. A couple of teams will be in somewhat close proximity to one another, but I think we're going to be in for a pretty tight final circle where there's going to be a lot of teams. I mean, that's very typical of a monk game. They kind of all want to make it to end game and just look to farm kills there. So maybe we're just getting out the way now. Maybe that's the game plan, but so we are getting ready to go into the game. I'm also very happy that we finally changed my headshot and I don't have long hair anymore in that little banner. For people at home, you don't know how much that's been winding me up. I've just needed to get those new headshots on. It's been on me. I just haven't sent them over. Anyway, OUG have found themselves wolves nice and early here. We're going to see K actually transform into that Terracotta Warrior just to try and put some pressure on to OUG. Catching down to SS. He's now pinned pretty heavily here, getting slammed down. That's going to force the Viper ultimate out to try and buy a bit of space. Is SS actually keeping the chase up? ZWEEK got himself somewhat caught, and they are going to be going low, but SS actually does get himself bought back, as again, we are seeing OUG actually getting turned onto heavily here by Wolves. The King's going down, and this is just easy pickings here for Wolves. Not a single person fell, and they just turned that fight absolutely flawlessly onto OUG. Xinyu, not going to be long for this world. Does get a nice little bot back on to one of the Wolves players, but down they go. A 3-0 start for Wolves.
Wow, that was action. I mean, look at that, right? Like, it was a flip around. Once they realized they can get the Viper, the Viper to get the ultimate charge, right? It didn't matter. Once they saw the Wei Shan ultimate active, they were trying to shut down the team as fast as possible. The V3 with the General's Call and getting Almighty Command to get that ability out. Not fast enough. And especially whenever the timing was for the silence, it still wasn't enough to try to control that team, not even with the Viper silence to come out afterwards to try to stop healing that Kurumi may have been instilling. But boating over the shipwreck, we're going to have to see what's going on in the Forgotten Village with EWG going to have themselves over to fight against KLA. It looks like KLA is going to be overhead with the Spirit Shields and using those swords to try to get themselves some sort of grapple-free initiation, but it doesn't even matter. EWG is going to go right through with Yaron, playing Tianhai this time around, trying to see about using the V1 ultimate, as you can see. So no healing, no restore, just straight damage. That's how it usually goes. There comes the F3 from the auto. Now there comes out the Viper ult with a massive, and I say massive push against splitting out the teammates. Don Yu goes down for EWG. Looks like Zhao Liu is going to want to go ahead and try to get himself away from it. Yeah, Ron's going to go ahead and activate ultimate just because of safekeeping with it. And with the new jump mechanic, can't even get across. Can't even do it. Can't even activate any abilities. No ways he's going to be able to slam down just because of the silence that went through and the Wu Chen ult to get them out with the Tai Chi teleport. Yeah, Ron goes down with the musket shots.
Oh.
Doesn't seem to be a good chance because KLA is going to go with the pulse or go for the R&B swing. Has still his F ability up available, going 35% for the ultimate. Not even going to need anything else except for the Soul Bloom in case any other times that they want to go back into this fight. But Yao Yu is going to go ahead and try to use the movement, get as many scare rushes off this end, gets a caught out, and with KLA going to go ahead and get R&B with a stagger, but it doesn't seem that nothing's going to stop the F3 Yodo. And with it, another 3 kills for KLA to go ahead and have a 3-kill lead.
You had to remind me that they gave Monk a new ability. Why did they give him this jump? That was like his key weakness was his immobility, and they're like, "Oh, we'll just give him some mobility, just so he's a little bit faster." I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing any excuses. We are seeing J-Team here, though, getting run down by JL. That counter was absolutely beautiful. The parry onto KKX is going to have to force him to go for that transform himself, and he's only got a grey weapon, so his damage is going to be low, and already they've lost their Monk. The Kurumi off from the distance, just trying to get away, and KKX doing his best just to escape here from the likes of JL, but I feel like this may all be in vain as that transformation's not going to last him too long. He's doing a good job putting some distance between him and AS, but AS, with that pole sword, just using the movement really, really effectively to keep up to his, all the pursuit here. As here comes the detransformation, and now it's on KKX to really get those ankle breakings going. As looks like he actually may have moved away as DRG have shown up, and KKX has run from one problem into the jaws of another. 1 versus 3, not really going to be able to hold on to this. You do see J-Team have had to buy himself a rebirth charm. Odds are they're going to need to use another one here because this is not the start they needed, and unfortunately for J-Team, a really, really rough start to this first game of the day. Losing all of their revives early, having to get a rebirth charm early as well, and one of their players heavily separated, being run down by DRG. As we cut over to TE right now, got themselves in a fight with their old team, their old organization here, FPX. Can look and see who can kind of take the win, who can take the upper hand here for the moment, as Yahoo being knocked back here by LYD. He's going to lose that transformation on the Yueshan here. It's FPX now looking to see if they can find this opening onto the TE boys. LYD lost a lot of HP, needs to buy some space with that staff, gets a beautiful parry off, instantly bot back himself though, is running a little bit low on HP as Yahoo gets himself caught up in the air, and LYD finally does go down. Zhongting with the vertical strikes here on the or horizontal slice, sorry, on the longsword, getting a whole bunch of damage off. There's VVV taking that strike there, that charge click on the longsword as Zhongqing is just going to be getting the healing coming in from onto water. And FPX been able to find themselves their opening in here versus TE. TXJ is going to go for the transformation, and this fight probably donezo at this point as they're looking to get away. I say that as Water gets himself grabbed. They are going to be looking for the slam onto him. We'll be able to connect it. They haven't got the pickup though, unfortunately, so FPX are going to still have that man advantage. I say that. And the grab comes in from TXJ. Absolutely beautiful. As now the repeating crossbow shots coming into TXJ. Zhaohu finds himself grabbed as well. TXJ doing some serious work here for the side of TE. It looks like they are going to look to try and break away, but FPX, they're not done right now. Zhaohu gets a whole bunch of damage down onto TXJ. He's low HP. The counter coming in on the backside, and TE have just turned this fight onto FPX on its head so fast as TXJ does go down. Water finds himself some return fire. VVV now going to get chased onto by Water, being able to strip away half of that armor, and this fight has been so extended so long. And neither team has got a firm grip hold on it yet, as looks like now TE being turned onto by VVV. He does actually take one person down with him. Really nice little turnaround, but does go down, and FPX, they win that fight ultimately.
Yeah, no pun intended. You know, Water really was, was holding it down by the creek, and having that time to go ahead and get right back into the fight right there was huge. But going over to the creek over near northeast of, or northwest of Sunvale's dwelling, we're gonna have to see how XCG is gonna go up against a Viper ultimate from KLA's Kelch squad. It looks like that is not even going to be nothing for conversation, because it looks like Rosemary is going to be the one to try to kill it and finish off XCG's LXH. Going down for the first life. Not going to be going through because now with 6 kills, it looks like these guys are going to be putting themselves at the head of the curve right before the Yang is about to spawn through. And with it, Morris, with his Moonbane trying to be used out, can spawn any teams nearby. It looks like no one's going to be actually nearby except over to the west side of Servants Grounds with FPX after cleaning up with TE. But looking at TE, looking over into the northwest, they're going to try to see about getting some last-minute loot over here. And while looking at the north side with the DRG and BIWEEK2 going to be wanting to go ahead and set themselves for an engagement, whether or not they want to wait for the Realm of Yang, running around 30 seconds. This might be a chance for to see this engagement coming off right here. And while Nova Slash is, or while one of the stashes is available on the west side, or I should say caves after the recent name change, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a skirmish between all teams in the northwest. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to see KLA dominate this Realm of Yang going into Servants Grounds, and then seeing if they can go up against the reciprocating ends of BIWEEK2, or even to see Wolves, who we can see down in the south end, while OEG is passing by the Tri-Fit Junction and getting themselves positions that's needed. Looking at how these scores are, 4 kills so far for FPX, they're going to be wanting to see just going straight to the northwest. I mean, look, TE is going to be the northwest region as well, so they can close out to it. We'll have to see how that one goes down. But looking over the Realm of Yang, it looks like EWG versus JL, with Fang going to be playing out with the Tian Hai ultimate on preemptive. Who got it first? Because Yaron's going to be activating the old Kurumi Parasol is in active duty. One grab off of this end. It doesn't look like it's going to be a much time for AS to get out of that. And with it, he's spamming E as fast as he can. He's going to go ahead and get out of there. And with Fang going to be jumping right in, leaving the action, got the propellers on his back, you know, and putting himself away further beyond his teammates. It looks like Fang is going to go ahead, see the Sacred Circle. It's going to try to damage out Yaron before the health is going to heal out. But it looks like Xiao Liu is down off the count. It looks like Fang's going to go for another grab. He's going to go slam down immediately. Gets another kill out of Dong Yu. Fang going to deform right timing as Yaron, and it looks like this is going to be a 3v1 over here. Yaron's not going to be doing anything else except trying to push himself out. Maybe he can save for time, but looking at the control here, WG may not even have a chance of doing anything less than going to finding a new space to spawn with the Realm of Yang depletion.
That Realm of Yang was an abattoir. They absolutely butchered them there. It was brutal. Did get their hands onto the BIWEEK2, also got their hands onto a Vermilion's Bird's Might. J-Team actually got Amora's Blessing for free, by the way, so they kind of got away with murder on that one. And I've been able to kind of regroup and re-gear after losing 2 players at the beginning and having to use a lot of their Dark Tide coins to get those recoveries off. Finding themselves a kill onto SS, just using the power, they were able to get themselves off the back of the Mystic Might, and just the kind of gear and that obviously the damage reduction you do get in turn. So BIWEEK2 and JL won their Realm of Yang. I didn't see who BIWEEK2 went toe-to-toe with, though. So I know KLA were gatekeeping one of the entrances. So I'm curious to see whether or not that was KLA who went in or not. That'd be very costly to them, though, if they did end up losing that. And then have to now be running around with that depletion on to see if they can find that revive off. Cutting over to TE. Just grabbing themselves a little bit of loot. They had a very extended fight with FPX at the beginning of this game, so a little bit undergeared. And right now, JL are the people who are nearest to them. I think JL have actually seen them. LYD is going to play bait as TXJ comes in with the uppercut. JL now going to charge in. Scary thing here for TE is they're going into a team that have that Vermilion Bird's Might and the gear that they just got themselves off the back of that Realm of Yang. One Feng with a golden weapon gives him those empowered grabs as LYD pretty much guaranteed to go down here. A couple more shots from the team should just be able to finish him up. LYD able to just about survive and actually get that transformation off in time, so they weren't able to find the slam. Just to TXJ being such a nuisance as another grab coming in here from One Fang, looking for the second. Will get the slam down though onto VVV, able to strip a lot of health and armor off there. Looking for the regrab, unable to connect it. Does come in with one last slam before de-transforming, and BIWEEK2 coming in as a third party. It's getting heated here. So many teams in the area. You got OUG, BIWEEK2, and JL and TE all in one tight spot. And it looks like BIWEEK2 are just going to keep the pressure up here, but they're also a little bit low themselves. So both of these teams of action, the poison splashes, hit like 8 people. And in comes SS with a lockdown onto absolutely everybody, able to finish up one. OUG going to be playing mop up now at this point. Only 20 seconds left on BIWEEK's Vermilion Bird's Might, so they need to find these kills and they need to get out before they find themselves in danger. Malman immediately getting himself caught out. The Bird's Might's on, and it procs in the last second for him. An absolute cluster of a fight. And I don't know who won it. A lot of people went down.
I'm looking at OUG's Jinyu using the last second slashes to get that kill, and with no chance of being able to get the solo was unfortunate. You know, Han looking over here as this fight is still going on. And look at this meteor coming out for Han to get the kill off of Don Yu from EWG. It looks like Han's gonna be wanting to get himself away from this fight, even with the healing he's getting through. The Viper ult comes out again. 5S getting it previously from the aerial. Viper ult is getting another one off the rip, and with it, we see 1 5-second stun. It doesn't look like he's gonna be able to go ahead and do much. I mean, the King is gonna have the port out immediately for them to safeguard them, getting the Spirit Shield, getting themselves armored up. Might be going right back into the fight. I don't know. They want to be aggressive as possible. That's what we're looking for. KLA is going to still be in first, though, with 6 kills so far. FPX is still tied with DRG and JL, as well as with TE for 4 kills. And if everything comes into play, I mean, Bauda was in that whole fight the whole time, and, you know, and getting themselves, you know, in the middle of all that shenanigans. We're still seconds into the clock until before the next Roma Yang spawns in. So they're probably just going to go ahead, have a tassel, come right back out. And then looking at how they still need to get EWG's teammate Dong Yu back up, it's going to be a bit of a second or a bit of a wild card moment. Whether or not they want to go for Morris Blessing and try to risk the biscuit out of that end, try to go ahead and set themselves up. Maybe there's no more Reaper Charms to be available for purchase. Maybe that's why that's 12K is sitting pretty in their pocket. J Team's going to be going ahead, though. Looking at the gear, 2 purple armors for the teammates. But looking into the zone, little poke from Yaron going to go ahead and try to walk away from TE's team. J Team's going to be engaging over there and might be able to get vision on those little sound cues from the distance, but Yaron's going to go right into the zone, picking up as much gear as possible. TXJ with the purple katana in gear and playing Tianhai with great armor. It doesn't seem that anything happened except for possibly an armor swap from earlier, and there you go, get a blue armor right there, bro. And all this end, you know, going to go ahead and seeing that Roma Yang in 30 seconds. FPX is waiting it out while JL is reaching out from the cave over near Isla Crater, and looking at Wolves over into the west side of Celestra, waiting out that realm. OUG and DRG over near this Mystic Might Morris Blessing, or not Mystic Might, Draco Storm Morris Blessing, might be contesting it with KLA and maybe even possibly TE, and could be an initiating 4th party with J Team coming right in there in the last seconds. But let's take a look at the Roma Yang coming up in the next couple of seconds here.
Yeah, it's going to spawn up. FPX have got their eyes on it. One thing I've noticed about FPX as an organization, because they've done this across both their teams, they're very good at securing gear. I mean, everybody in the team has purple armor right now. Their weapon state's really good as well. And if they can win this Roma Yang, they're going to get themselves another golden weapon as well. So they're just a team who are very consistently good at securing themselves those bonuses and those that kind of gear. Is KLA are trying to secure themselves the Mora's Blessing. There's not really too much DRG can do about this. The wind walls have come up, so we'll be able to grab themselves the goodies inside. It's a Draco Storm, so not the most ideal one for them to get, but it's better than nothing. It's some gear, it's a buff, so they will take that. And it does look like nobody has contested FPX in the realm of Yang, so they got a freebie. Gonna get themselves that Mystic Might, get themselves whatever golden weapons inside, and yeah, nobody decided they wanted to go toe-to-toe with FPX. And this is something we do see, especially at the beginning of the day. A lot of our trio teams will just forego the second realm of Yang, so they don't throw that game. They don't throw out the lead they've got. FPX feeling very confident to go into it, so they are able to pick themselves up a freebie. But a lot of teams will avoid jumping into that realm of Yang and then potentially throwing a placement in the game off the back of it for some gear.
Yeah, you know, just trying to go ahead like how we saw, you know, Tianhai going through in common armor, right? Getting themselves trying to find the gear. Most necessary is getting the control of the Morris Blessing when you do need it. And, you know, as we see earlier, you know, FPX isn't going to be doing much except utilizing this Mystic Might, whereas you can see KLA's Draco Storm minutes on the clock. Only 2 minutes for Draco Storm to be able to utilize, and that's if you want to go into a fight. But looking over here, it looks like HLJ's Han had to forcefully use ult, maybe wanting to get a kill off of KLA's team, looking for the Tianhai hop, playing them with the Goomba Stomp over this end, is looking for KLA's teammates to try to go for a grab. I mean, this Viper, we've seen this going through. Viper's stun is, you know, potent, but it looks like it's going to be a V2 ultimate. It gets grabbed, though. Not going to be a good chance. It looks like this is going to be the end of CXZ, and over this end, this grabs and this Draco Storm is estimating Han's HP bar. He's gonna have to dip out of here. Those little seconds on the clock is gonna do a lot of damage here. Han's gonna be caught out here with RMBs, and the Dragon-like Might is gonna come out here from Han to want to escape, and Cuckoo activating the Weishan ultimate in the background to give Han a chance to try to back off here. Use the Sacred Circle for the heal from the V1 ultimate as Kurumi Yu is looking to try to go ahead and reposition for a heal, but no, looking at the Merciless, the Sanchez Sky Pillar, I should say, is being used here. You can see how this is gonna be wanting to have HLG back and wanting to try to get that Wu Chen out of the game, and the V1 teleport could be up for them to utilize, but we are not too sure whether or not Cuckoo is going to want to free to negotiate this point of going through. So considering that Han doesn't even have ultimate yet, it's going to be a couple of seconds, but Han's under 500 HP, under 250 HP. Viper Stun's going to be coming out here, completely putting the 5-second stun under place if Cuckoo's not careful, and there goes Han going through. CXZ getting that point on his end for the kill. KLA is going to have a +1 opportunity, but HLG is going to go into the northern side over southwest of the Noble Cave. And although Artisan's Grove is still going to be most likely nowhere to be seen for any other team or teams to show up, KLA is going to get these looting off the body. With only 4 grapples, though, looking at supplies, 2 vitality, 7 armor powders. I'm not too sure if TXZ wants to do anything except buy supplies at this point, considering that you and Rosemary are full throttling towards the Noble Cave. Cuckoo still being a threshold of hiding it out in the building. Over in the wall, you can see a little bit from there. But it looks like GG Bong's going to be on ahead. Fighting this out. Gonna have the Dragon like Mike gonna be coming into work here. GG Bong has a more of the final proc is going to go down as well as we're looking at how DRG is gonna be dominating this point. It doesn't look like there's gonna be any other chance for Sansi to get out of this with that Merciless Havoc to give the full focus. Looks like Sansi is gonna look over ahead. I should say KLA is dipping out of the ravine over the Noble Cave. DRG, Wusheng.
Oh my word.
Putting it out.
Tell me you're in a monk game without telling me you're in a monk game. We have 1 player out. That's it. Only a single player has been eliminated from this game, and we've got 11 minutes left. This is very typical monk, where it's incredibly chill, it's incredibly slow paced, because everybody wants to play for endgame. I'm going to be interested to see how KLA and OUG handle themselves on the Yoto in these final circles. If they can play safe right up until the last possible moment and then get the big Yoto ults off, this game is just a guaranteed win at that point. You're going to absolutely destroy everyone's health bar who comes into contact with you. The problem is there's so many monks, and depending on the circle and where the circle fully closes, or that kind of the area of the last couple of circles, you might find yourself in such an open position, but it's just going to be impossible to dodge every monk grab coming your way. And the last thing you want to be doing is getting forced to ult early as the Yoto and then not having it for that key moment right at the end. You don't want to be losing your Viper because you want the Viper to lock everyone down so you can get those free slashes on. It's going to be very interesting to see how those two are going to be able to run it. Now, KLA, they've got 7 kills. They are ruling this game right now. They've had a really good showing on it so far, doing a bit of shopping and getting them Soul Jades set up for themselves. We've seen so many people put so much priority on their Cannon Soul Jades. I can't remember the name. Is it Dragon's Roar, the one which gives the debuff, the healing debuff?
For the Cannon Soul Jade, Flame Breath. For the
Flame Breath, that's the one. Yeah. Flame Breath, yeah. We see a lot of people put a lot of priority on Flame Breath in trios, just for that anti-heal, basically. Especially in a comp like in a game like this, where there's just Kurumis on the majority of the teams. Flame Breath is going to be super high value. TE, though, they have found themselves a victim. And there's not really too much for HLG's Cuckoo is going to be able to do as they go down. 9 minutes left, and I expect this game to really slow down for the next kind of 4 to 5 minutes, just while the players get themselves situated and set up. Expect the Buccaneer phase to kick off soon, where the cannons and muskets come out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, looking at the score, right, we can see only 1 team has been eliminated. There's going to be a huge skirmish over here by the north of Council Courtyard, especially with that Ballista in sight. I'm not too sure who's going to go ahead and try to make the decision of going on top of that. But looking at how, scoreboard right now, KLA in first place with 7 kills, as well as DRG is tied with 3rd with TE with 5 kills each. It looks like there's going to be a chance to see of whether or not any of the instigators, who's going to pop ult first to activate ult second type situation. There it is, right? Cannon going to come out here with the Spirit Shield wall coming through for the Wu Chen from KLA. Rosemary going to have that legendary armor grab. Perfect timing for that shield wall to go into place, and now is gone for them to go ahead and get all the free loot that they can get from there. Wolves going to pick up the purple armor. Looks like 14's going to go ahead and backing off there and try to use as much movement as possible. Rosemary, though, KLA's team, these guys have the God tier gear. We're talking about gold weapons from the Rumble Yang. They have CXZ playing that B2 game and looking at the armor swap, trying to get themselves, Rosemary, that extra armor just in case if the grab does indeed come out from a Temio. But like you said, right, if we can see Rosemary use that, Yoto Hime ultimate to just delete everybody off this end, it will be a modicum of respect and a battle situation. But looking at OUG going to go down, SS is going to go down here, while Genie is still going to have one ultimate left to try to save and grace the moment. King getting the res is going to go ahead and get the save off of SS, activating ult immediately. SS is going to have this 5-second stun if they can go ahead and get it through, but no, Dash is way too far from that point. SS only have the common armor swap, and we can see the King trying to get away from the situation over by the cleansing pool. King putting himself in the Spirit Shield wall mode to get himself restaggered to go for free grapple. He's not going to go anywhere else but for that vertical spear staff, I should say. And the F3 Yoda to come for the save. It looks like Xinyu's going to come right through, but with the burst arrow, ZU gets the kill. And it looks like DRG is going to want to try to get out of here as soon as possible. JL's backline is too oppressive as it is, but this Merciless Havoc is going to say otherwise. With Yushing seeing that miss with the Dragon-like might that DRG does have in play with the Merciless Havoc, we're going to have to be careful of how that one gets caught out with the CC chain as well as with everything in store for this fight.
I feel really bad for the King there. He just didn't get to move. He was just grapple locked for the moment he hit the ground, and he stood under that tree and he died under that tree. It was real rough. JL coming in with a third party, though. We're able to pick that kill up and deny it as just going to see what goodies they can grab. And now we actually have HLG fully out. So we've lost one team and a total of 4 players. In 25 minutes, roughly, we've lost 4 players, which is... I've never seen a game this slow in tempo in that sense. And it's not like nobody's done anything. I mean, XCG are the only team that haven't got a kill. So there's a chance this is a 100% scorer for everybody in the lobby. Everyone could get points here. So it's not been an overly slow game. It's just been a very controlled game. Like, someone will go down and then their team will get them up later. No one fully commits for like a squad wipe or a whole bunch of kills. I think the only teams that have really done that are DRG and KLA. And I think DRG have been mostly just grabbing third-party, like, wanderers who've been picked up and kind of wandered into them, like when J-Team did at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, like J-Team did in the beginning, you know, it's kind of rough to see how this is going to end up with those reses. Like you saw that, how you mentioned earlier, how the King and looking at Zhao Yu getting a kill of the OUG's SS. It's like, you know, you see the moments of being able to try to go ahead and have the time, you know, using all their movement, using their skills to your utmost usage, especially when it comes to the CC immunity. But then once that one vertical comes out, once that one stagger comes into play, we're not going to have anything else except pain, especially you can see here. But, you know, one good addition that I love to see in this game is that Valiant Bounty quest to come into play. You can see it right there. A lot of players in the NA region like to call it, you know, they like to call it the Ghetto Mystic Might, you know, 15 pence Mystic Might, anything of that nature, you know, try to go for a low value, but with a huge value of that every 15 seconds being able to see your enemies in the vicinity, which is good vision, right? You need to have to know where your position is for your enemy, and especially when there's walls and, you know, rocks, hills, everything in the nature for the environment, for the terrain, to get that position of knowing what to do, even in this final circle. But as you can say, 11 teams, or I should say 10 teams left on the board with OUG going down as the second team overall. We're going to have to see how this might end up over the last couple of minutes. 5 minutes is going to go by in a blink of an eye. DRG's team is looking healthy as is. Looking at the Zoo type fight with the Dragon War coming out from JL's Fang, going to go ahead and have that ultimate. They activate the F2 parry bell just in case of any sort of projectiles might be causing cause for harm. YSJ though from J team's going to go ahead and try to push through straight through the needle in the haystack. And with TXJ activating ult as Weishan and looking at how TLYD and TE's BVV might be looking for the backline and try to stagger some person. Wolves had an TN high ultimate in the background as well as with the EWG's Iran. And it looks like Wolves 14 is going to be wanting to go ahead and get in the high ground here for the quick grabs. But it looks like all these bodies, all these transformers are going to be putting themselves in a spot. The Vajra is way too big of a hitbox to try to grab any other enemies in the vicinity, but these trees are not helping whatsoever. And, you know, hopefully once we see these hero plays get used for all of these TN high plays in the beginning, you know, we'll see more grounded combat forms, you know, instead of having this big bubble of putting themselves out there and having a sponge shield for them to go through. But deforming from Wu Sheng, it looks like the RJ is now going to be in full throttle for being focused here. You can see it immediately with those cannon shots. Once they saw the light flash, they knew this time to go ahead and put that pressure on and reveal themselves. Fang, though, on top of this tent over this end, you can see how many grabs might be coming out from the Scarecrow for the tree for the Shmoo. You can see TE's, what LYD's Weishan is low enough health to go ahead and get tapped out, but looks like it's going to be at the end of VVV. No, unless he can survive with 1 HP. It looks like that little bit of quick heal and the quick idea of using that parasol to get the quick points for LYDs to survive for TE's teammates. And all these grabs are going through. Yu just gets a kill off of Shang's DRG's Shang and all this, and Fang's going to go ahead and deform and heal up as fast as he can into this final circle, man. Oh my goodness.
One thing to note as well is KLA have just stayed hidden. They did just grab himself a couple of kills because people are running into them, but they are waiting until the last possible moment to spring their trap. They are playing this as relaxed and as chill as possible. All of these Monk comps, very trigger happy with their transformations. They've got the cannon to build up the rage, so it's not an overly hard thing for them to get back. And they're just grabbing whatever kills they can get. That's going to be Baldur's Malman grabbing onto TXJ there from the side of TE. So TE now being down 2 players. They've only got their Karumi who's up right now. Everyone else is down, so both their Transformers are down. Going to make this real hard for them. We do see DRG getting themselves knocked out of the lobby. In comes KLA, though, with a whole wipe, a whole lockdown to everyone as XCG lose 9HQ. That's going to be the grab onto the Viper, though, here coming in as they do get the blink at the safety. Not going to let their Viper go down there. Build that rage back up. They got 2 more minutes to do so as Wolves also find themselves in the grab here of Yiran. Zui able to get away, able to buy themselves some space, but this circle is an absolute just mess of action. 22 people inside such a tight zone, just waiting for that one opportunity. Rosemary throws down the Yoto ultimate. It's going to try and reposition in and try and take some kills, but Bowder are the ones grabbing the kills. Yu secures 1 hit for the side of KLA, but it is just a complete scroll wheel of people getting taken out. KLA now need to build that rage up, get that Yoto ultimate back as quick as possible. 1 minute 40 till the zone has fully closed in. J-Team looking for the grabs in the distance. You can also see what Rosemary has been grabbed here by FBX, is able to break out of the grab though, so not be getting slammed down. We see TE getting knocked out of the lobby as well. Down to 14 players, 8 teams, all grabbed out here. That's going to be a player taken down here from the side of YSJ. J-Team able to get himself on the board. Rosemary secures himself another kill for KLA though. They got 13 kills already and they're getting more. I think that's just put them up into the 14 mark as Rosemary, he's thrown the ultimate down on the Yoto once again and just absolutely butchers everyone. 16 kills over to the side of KLA and they're not done. They haven't got the rage to go for more Yoto ultimates, but they are just going to mop up even more kills. 16 kills, make that 17. They are absolutely destroying this lobby. Rosemary's keeping the pressure up onto everybody who steps out in front of him, using that pulse sword so effectively. Switches after the gold pulse sword as well. Unfortunately, hasn't got a weapon repair kit available or the opportunity to use it. It's going to have to rely on cannon fire if he wants, as he's just dodging Yuran for the moment. They're going to get the Wushan ultimate just to reposition up to the top of the tree as KLA now coming in with a flamer. Going to burn away at Yuran's health bar. Rosemary has been grabbed, has been slammed, but Yuran's being cooked. And this is even more kills. Rosemary secures that one. The poison splash does a fair amount as Rosemary throws the ultimate down here. And that was an absolute masterclass coming in from the side of KLA as KKX. He's going to buy some space, but I don't think we're done yet. The flame is coming in. The dot is going to burn him out, and he is the last man standing. But that's KLA's game 1.
Oh, man. That last couple of minutes into the zone just put everything into the placement for KLA's Rosemary to get those slashes back to back, getting the ultimate back up again. When they least realized it was already too late. And looking at how that ticker was going up for each kill going on, racking up and getting KLA that, all those kills in this point, it's going to be a high kill game for them. But nonetheless, KLA winning out for the first round for trios today for the BIWEEK2. We're gonna have to see how this is an itching fight. We're gonna have to see how these guys go into place for the next round, because looking at how they want to try to put themselves in there, who went through last BIWEEK in the trios. We saw how OUG was dominating in the finals and getting themselves first place overall. But looking at how KLA is scoring up, I mean, like I said, the last BIWEEK match that we had for the third round, KLA had that 99-point game, 99.6 in fact for that match. So they got themselves second overall for the placing standings for the finals. So this is good. This is going to show if KLA is going to want to make themselves known for the matches that they just put forth for this point. It is now going to be in the mindset of every other team that is going to be placing from groups A to B to C. Who is going to be the top player, whether it's the underdog or the surprise Yoto Ultimates. Love to see it.
And what did I say at the beginning of the day, man? I said KLA are the team to watch. These guys, they've changed out their roster, they changed out their team, but they look so good. They look absolutely amazing. And they've proven to us, even though it's an entirely different team and an entirely different layout for them, they're still just an incredibly capable team. And they've gone one rookie split, one rookie team to another rookie team, and looking really good. I think the most impressive thing is, yeah, they picked the Yoto into the Monk, which is an old school counter, but people stopped picking it because a lot of Monks started to get the timing on when to grab the Yoto, because you're invulnerable to getting grabbed for that first slash, but once you've thrown that first slash out, it's very easy to kind of pluck the Yoto out of the sky. And people used to have the mindset was you could use the F to reposition mid-sky so you wouldn't get grabbed by the Monks, but the Monks were just very good at holding their grabs until that dash came out, or playing that baiting game, and eventually Yoto kind of fell out of favor, partly because she got just an absolute, truckload of nerfs over that season, but also people did get the timing on it. But Rosemary just put an absolute masterclass on. He just stayed out of the grabs of all of those Monks and was absolutely slashing through that lobby, farming up rage and getting ult twice in a very short period of time as well. Really, really clear, killer stuff. And that koala bear hype train is still very much pulling away for me. I am really all aboard now.
I am ready to see, because like one thing I was looking forward, right, is like those type of ground units that are glass cannons, transformers, like you said, right? Transformers comp is usually just to make sure you can sturdy, be a tank, bulk up going to play. But Yoto's biggest thing is that once she goes into ult and once that first slash comes out, it's all up for grabs, no pun intended. But putting into place, allowing for Yoto to have that type of control and having that exact final circle to get them that opportunity for those slashes to come out with no threat of being controlled and playing and out to their replacement. Look at this, 29.1 for KLA, 19 kills for the first round with 26.6 kill counter overall with a ranking of 2.5. EWG in second place with 8.8 kills. So it's gonna be it's gonna be happy.
They were one short, right? They were one short of the 20 bomber that's just open the day. That would have been such a nice one for them to open on. But look at this, everybody scored in this game. XCG didn't get a kill, but they didn't survive long enough to get a ranking point. It was a really, really solid game across the board. I mean, Ninth scored 6 points, which isn't terrible, to be completely fair. So there was a lot of points being shared out in this first day of this second bi-weekly. I think everybody had that first week where they had to shake the rust off, but they've all kind of woken up and come to now. And it just feels like these teams, these players have found their stride, and KLA kicking it off in style in game number one. This was an exciting game, and it was the most boring comps, which are the Transformer comps. Think what it's going to be like when we get later on in the day, and we don't have as many Transformer comps playing. And you've joined at the right time, Savario. This is going to be an absolute banger day. I promise you.
I feel like once we run out of the hero, or once the hero points get reached out, we're definitely going to have to see Takedo the Pulse Sword with V3, right? Because, that's going to be probably like the last option, on the table when it comes to no usage. But most importantly, looking at the kills over here, I mean, we can see Rosemary with 9 kills. It's almost 27k damage and staying alive throughout the majority of that match. With everything going in place, Rosemary is going to be the one going through. And look at this replay over the Roman Yang. Looks like JL1. And this is the first Roman Yang, by the way, guys. JL1, bang, getting that scan high grab and going ahead and pressuring out Yaron. We saw how heavy this was going to be, pushing for the double kill quickly off the rib. Look at that double grab from there. Xiao Liu going down with no pressure. I mean, Fang's going to go ahead and grab again, get Dong Yu out of the game, and now Yaron's like, hey, where's my team, bro? So now that is going to switch over to this big cluster that we had going on. Dowda with Wolves, with EWG, everyone was showing up to the party, everyone got the invite. It wasn't an exclusive event, it was an open-ended event. Look at the double grab from Meow Mound to go ahead and get the kill out here. CXZ gonna go ahead and grabbing out this from this point into the pressure junction and getting himself with the ultimate just in a couple of seconds. The Heartstopper pick is all he needs, right? Getting all that silence, utilizing that Jade, especially against a Rosemary who is in the middle of the front and for the final seconds, as we can see here, is still gonna be the one to the name of atop of the King of the Hill with the amount of pressure that they put on. Rosemary is definitely going to be something I'm expecting to see if they have something up their sleeve for the next couple rounds once the Yoto game's coming up.
I know. Hats off to KKX here on the Eurasian. They did a really good job of just buying time. They had that transformation, and yeah, obviously they weren't going to win off this play, but just getting that extra little bit of placement points, taking that first, definitely will help them somewhat down the line. So really nice stuff coming in, but with no surprises on who MVP is here after that game. An absolutely killer performance from Rosemary. Thunderstorm, Earthshaker, Dragon Roar, Dagger Sap, Warrior Pace, and Focus Slide as their Soul Jason. 26k damage coming in. Their second MVP of the NBPL as well. really nice stuff coming in from these guys. The F3 and the V3 as well, not overly surprising on that front. And did a lot of work with that pole sword. 17k damage with the pole sword. Huge.
And it was crazy. No pole sword Jades here. You know, you might have thought you saw Warrior pacing. Oh, Overlord. No. The way that Rosemary was using it was the 1.0 shunt that the RMB vertical focus brought out, and those headshots that pole sword did is the reason that 17k damage was being put in place. I mean, we could see the pole sword being like an insane amount of a weapon that can just be shown. Case with these MVPs using that weapon, and Rosemary just went ahead and showed it. I mean, and added benefit of that little bit of a getting staggered a little bit for that stone form to activate and shifting out to get all that movement, all that pressure that puts it onto the enemy is no longer in play. They are now at a loss because of that close gap distance that they had to put through.
Well, for you guys at home, if you want to answer a question, you can do so. This is going to be your answer for treasures. Which team is leading the scoreboard after game one? This shouldn't be a hard one. We're opening on a nice and easy one for you. Is it A, OUG, B, KLA, C, TE, or D, FPX? Make sure that you do put your answer in the Twitch chat and check your whisper box, because that's where you'll be notified if you do win yourself some treasures. For you guys who are maybe watching and haven't got NARAKA, it is now free to play. It was originally a paid game, but they made the very good decision to go free to play. So even if you haven't played before, you can have a go, download the game and get your treasures, and you never know, you might get yourself a nice skin. You might find yourself someone you want to play. It's a banger game. It is a real banger game. But yeah, that shouldn't be a hard question to answer. We literally have just come out of that game. It's only one game, so you should know whoever won that game is currently leading the scoreboard on this bi-weekly. I would like to see more of them, though. I felt like XCG were a little underwhelming, though. Like, I kind of picked them up as this team who have these really creative picks and had this amazing performance. They had one win on the first week, day 4, where that was where they pulled out the Zai for the first time. That was their only win. So maybe these more creative and interesting comps suit them. I feel like there's so many teams who all try to force the same comp as everyone else. And it's really bizarre, in my opinion, because the way I look at it is, are you going to out-monk the best monk in the lobby? Probably not. So then why are you playing the same comp as them? You should probably find something that answers, probably play something that can counter it. And I think that's exactly what KLA did. I think they realized that they're not actually the best monk team in the lobby. And they know game 1 is going to be the most monk-heavy lobby. So they had an answer for it. And that creativity bought them a 19-kill game where they took the win. So I think this is something that a mindset that I'd like to see more and more players adopt and start picking up like new and interesting picks into lobbies where they're not going to win because they're not going to be the best at that particular comp. Also, interesting note, the players don't know what the other players are playing. It's all blind. They all find out once they get into the game. Nobody knows what each other's playing. It's all done blind. So nobody probably saw KLA pulling the Yoto out until it was too late. Yeah, those type of changes that happened, I believe the start of the bi-weekly, even like right at the start of the bi-weekly 1, that change is a big mindset change where you can't switch out your character last second, right? You got to make sure you lock in who you are going to play. And if you see someone in the lobby, in the pregame lobby, you're like, no, because you can't go ahead and fight that, right? That's a counter pick that they read behind every single wall that was placed up in front of them. So they made that decision knowing that there might be an opportunity for them to know whether or not they're going to succeed into that point. But looking at this chance, we're going to have to see how these guys want to succumb themselves into reading out their opponents from the first picks for the first round into seeing where the decision lies for the second, third, and so on and so forth. But looking to the second round, we're going to go into Hollow Rock, into Starry Night. Having those matchups is going to be a change up. Considering that we just went off of Dust in Morris Isle, Starry Night is going to have that terrain. You know, if everyone is familiar with how Hollow Rock stands to point, you know, the wind effects that the gusty wind allows, which is increased grapple distance, as well as with the ice storms in the northwest region, it's going to be, or in the north region in general, I should say, it's going to be a good point to see whether or not our players might be wanting to put them through, you know, for the most part. But JL is going to be wanting to get themselves apart. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to see how JL puts right now. You know, it's going to be a perfect situation if they can read out their plays and getting above all else the raid bosses, which was our KLA from the first round. And obviously LUG got in 6, I believe, from the first round, is going to be one to switch up how they're going through. We saw how Meowmon was able to utilize that Tianhai grabs for the transport for the first round, so we'll see if we can go through in the second round and getting themselves out there. But Team Bauda is going to want to probably switch it through for the most part
we could see some action coming out from XCG. If we see the Zai come out, it's gonna be
it's gonna be hype. I love the Zai. It's crazy because over in solo, Zai and oh god, I've forgotten ACOS. They definitely found their place in the solos meta. Trios, it still feels like it's fairly open-ending, and we really predicted ACOS more than Zai, but we predicted ACOS was actually gonna have a really good spot in the Trios meta, and I feel like they're like a B, maybe like a low A tier pick at the moment. Like there's something that people will rely on to. Like you're way more likely to see an ACOS than you are a Taka, for example, in Trios anyway. But he didn't really find the space we expected, and we thought it'd be good into the Monk because he's got like the staggers, he's got the ways to kind of deal and control the Monk and waste time with the Monk's rage. Ultimately, that hasn't been the case, and we'll have to see what the players are going to be, when the players are going to be pulling him out, if they will at all. And I feel like on Story Map, this is the one where you get the Meteor Shower as well, which is free rage. So again, expect to see. I feel there's gonna be a very Takeda heavy lobby coming into this one. Expect the Z-Pink Takeda comps and the variations on what Takeda runs, because we do see the Vatari versions. We see, as we saw on screen there, a Tami version. There is a Yueishen version. There's also a Takeda comp where you run double Transformer as well, which I'm really not a big fan of because you're burning a lot of hero points basically on one comp, which could be two different comps.
Yeah, if Takeda is utilized in a double transformer comp, it's more about the use of Furin coming out from V3. I can most likely understand why, just because that stagger and that potential for resaggering your opponents not be able to do anything, getting animation locked if they don't have an F ability to save them under a combo breaker, is definitely a sort of, most likely an underutilization, right? Just because there is a better synergy that comes out of play from, by just adding Takeda. You can always swap it out for Viper. You can try to go ahead and have someone that go through for support, with, Rumi as is, right? But going into game 3, we're gonna have to see, or game 2, I should say, we're gonna have to see how this game starts in Hollow Rock. I'm really excited to see if we're gonna see a V3 Akos. So if V3 Akos comes out with the Viper team comp, I would be, honestly like, okay, these guys are really wanting to burn it out. But going into place, let's take a look at seeing how these teams are gonna want to form out their comps. Just a moment.
Well, let's see what they're going to be looking to pick up here, and I predicted it. Takeda comps around the board, various different versions of them. Everyone running Z-Ping, not unexpected on that front. Z-Ping very, very good in alongside the Takeda. Also, just taking a quick look at the Takeda skill order as well. Most people taking the F1, but I can see an F3 coming in from Sansi. But most people do favor the F1. Yeah, I think Sansi is the only one taking F3. Interesting. Okay. I'd like to get your thoughts on this because you're a little bit more intelligent when it comes to those kind of stuff on that.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, F3's usage is only good for theoretically one thing into a trios mindset, and that's just having that gold focus. Obviously, when it comes down to using Takeda, if you're going to use F3 in like an example for solos, that's where V1 shines, because then you can activate Furin to get Furin's Desolation off once they reach airborne status in the hits to put you in a position. If you're going to play it in the trio setting, you're kind of losing the grab opportunity of holding down a position of not using the F1 for the whole time duration that you are pressuring somebody down, and if the case come out from them to throw a blue focus. But looking at the spawns here, we're gonna see some puzzle action. If they can get a gold weapon, perfect. If they can get extreme armor, GG's, right? But for the most part, we're gonna have to see how Wolves is gonna fight out XGG out here. And looking in the northwest, you can see how over north of east of the city of Tang, J-Team's going to be spawning out by them points. And also looking into seeing about how we might be able to see some BIWEEK fights coming out here. Ladies and gentlemen, we could see a Ballista dominating, getting a double hit for 1200 damage with all the scorching burns. I'm excited. I'm a little bit wary to see if it actually comes out though.
I'm going back to the puzzle. I hate to break it to you, but I am turbo cursed. We have never had the red armor show up at all in any of our games, and on top of that, I've only ever seen it once in one of my home games. I genuinely never see it, and the one time we saw it, Rune immediately got it and then died. So I've actually never really got to properly experience the the fun of red armor. Maybe this will be the one, but I'm pretty sure I am just Giga Curse, so don't expect that one. We are watching KLA starting up their loot as they did win that previous game. Just quick cut over to DRG, who found themselves HLG. A couple of bow shots are being exchanged between either side here. Coming in with the dual swords onto Sansi. Sansi, remember, the only Takeda running that F3 is just going to absolutely butcher through the health bar of Cuckoo. He's trying to get himself up the stairs towards the chase onto DRG. The armor swap comes in. Beautiful parry, though, and an easy dunk here from Cuckoo. Able to secure that kill. Gets himself with that purple armor. A bit of a refresh, and Sansi's health bar is obliterated here by HLG. Lovely little pickup by these guys, and they made that look really easy. 3 kills immediately.
Yeah, DRG's Furin coming up from Sansi there was not enough to try to stop the pressure of the HLJ. You saw that mid-air F1 being used to get all that CC immunity and keeping the position hold. But over to the Yushan Ruins, Dongqing's going to go ahead and get an LMB focus from the longsword, and Fang is going to go ahead and get caught out with the Wisp there. And it looks like there's going to be a chance for Dongqing to go and back up, try to get this rage up for just a couple more seconds before he can come back in. FPX, though, is going to go in the high ground with Bauda in the left alleyway over into the Yushan Ruins. Is going to see a chance of getting a shot off of a JL. JLAS is going to be wanting to put himself in a position of going north of this point and regrouping. Look at all those people playing that spot out, man. It's the 3-band. JLAS, though, putting the Furin through the mid alleyway of the Yushan Ruins second floor. AS is going to try to loot up as fast as he can while regrouping into the southeast region. I'm not too sure what FPX has in mind with Bauda, especially with the secret room going into place. But over in the med top region, we're going to see a parry coming out here, completely decimating Dongyu. Looks like CEVVV is going to go ahead and get the LMB to the RMB into the right-click kill off of the Iran EWG, losing those teammates with only one surefire way of getting back to the game, which is either A, go into the southeast region, or southwest region, I should say, to the fortress, or B, to just find a new place and a new home to call itself. No. JLAS is going to be in the corner region off of Ice Shard Lake. It looks like Bauda Mao is going to be going ahead with common armor. No health, in fact, with AS going down here with only one little bit HP. But the B2 is a ping ultimate coming out here with the LMB focus. Mao goes down. Fang is going to get that kill. But Lee is still going to have just enough time to get themselves the healing that's necessary. Lions can't even do anything against it. The FPX is putting the pressure with Dongqing going to go ahead and using that dagger here. We can see it with the F1 canceled out with the V3 coming through. Dongqing's going to go ahead and put that pressure. AS goes down for JL. And it looks like there's not going to be any other issues here to clean up shot. Fang also goes down to Ice Shard Lake with FPX picking up those 2 kills. Might be getting their 3rd, might be getting their 5th. We could see this coming out to a complete destination. Looks like this Moonbane Charm is going to say otherwise. Bauda having the investment brought out here for the stagger for the Soul Break might be coming out. Lion goes down. Bauda goes into a position of, okay, should we stay out here? Should we go for the range? It needs to be known because HLJ is in the backline trying to get those range shots, and DRG is looking to stop them from being able to do anything further. And there's that Nejas might coming out here. It looks like there might be a chance for OUG to come through, and to the point of using the F1 to stop any sort of push with the Temi ult coming through. Dongqing's going to put himself into position and activating ult, and Dongqing is going to have all that pressure to stop any sort of pushes for his teammates in case Water or if Xiao Hua goes down to the point. But look at that Soul Break coming out here. Not going to be enough. Not fast enough. You know, Jing with a parry coming out against Jing Yu. And now it looks like the King is going to be caught out here if one of the members of FPX getting the ice frozen status on OUG's 5S is impeccable with a no sense of the word. Pulse Ward Horizontal comes out for OUG's 5SS is going to come out forward, but F1 comes out here behind the back line. That focus line is a detriment to society. FPX goes down for 2 teammates, and looks like Xiaofia is going to be the only one left, and that is it for the cleanup from OUG, getting back Xin Yu for the next engagement.
Well, yeah, just going to see OUG grab himself the pick up here. It's actually Bauda are sniffing around as well to see. This is not going to go overly well for Malman, unfortunately. He loses his armor absolutely instantly. Lovely little bot back there with the clan coming in. Bauda actually do bring Lion forward as well. He gets the knockback onto the 2. Now, all of a sudden, with HLG coming in as that 3rd party, this fight is getting real heated, real messy, real fast. Bauda Malman goes down. Lion TT as well, also losing his life. Lovely little uppercut coming in from Cuckoo. Sandstorm comes down just to buy a bit of space and put that arena up for the moment. Slowing and chasing a little bit more. Cuckoo getting through Xinyu's health bar, catches him with the uppercut, does get bot back though, as a bit of space has been bought. The King, low HP, but they're still trapped in the arena, and there's nowhere you can go, especially when the Takeda ultimate has pinned you and you're inside that Sandstorm. Absolutely beautiful jump in there, and a lovely little tidy up on that fight. So you do see KLA are kill leaders from the previous game. Not the kill leaders this time. It's actually over to FPX, who have 5 kills. KLA a much quieter game number 2. They've done a lot of work already, and with 31.1 points put together, they just need to play good for the rest of the day. They don't need to play amazing, just good. And getting a 3rd kill for free, I think they'll take that.
Yeah, they will. And looking at this though, like, you know, it's crazy. HLG is gonna have the 7-kill lead over this point. We have Romy Yang in around 2 minutes time frame, so we're gonna see who and what is gonna want to go into place. But looking at J Team, gonna be synergizing over to the, I believe this is gonna be the south region of the southeast region of the puzzle, so way down southwest of Tang for point of reference for you guys in terms of interlocking that position on the map. But J Teams is looking pretty nifty with their gear. I mean, looking at how they have the purple, they had themselves level 2 V3 Takeda ultimate, so that's 4 slashes, that's 4 chances to be able to control teammates, whether it's the pings or not. It's a ping and Takeda, it's like oil and water. Once the ping is once the ping is in the movement set, if the Takeda can lock her down with the ultimate, as like we saw in the Ice Shard Lake fights, is no telling of how fast they can get that kill. But Wolves is going to be ranging it out against EWG over here. You can try to get some poke damage over here. While Wolves only has around, you know, nil kills, they still have a chance with that purple pulse sword to do the damage necessary, with Temi having the opportunity of close gapping. But it's going to be a cost for cost ratio, right? We're going to have to see ultimates be used for ultimates to try to stop any sort of point for, you know, the pressure that is met upon, you know, even if Zwil needs to put himself in a position of being in the backline to get those heals to the F1, and even with the V2, it's seemingly so that these frontline gamers are going to want to make sure they can keep themselves alive. And OUG has level 2 ultimate as well for V3. But there it is. Morris Blessing going to be, or Romy going to be spawning in 90 seconds in a bit, or that was Morris Blessing. Could have to double check the colors on the map. But KLA is going to be putting the position over by DRG. They see them by the Forbidden Seal. They can't fight. They don't want to fight that. They can't. At the moment they activate ult, Forbidden Seal, 60 seconds, no ult zone. So they have to pull them out from that point and making sure they can get themselves a better position for a fight, whether that's for the Wu Chen port to get them out or for the Viper ult to engage themselves in.
We're waiting for these Romy Yangs to spawn up. Will be fairly soon. You can see that TE are in position to go get one. JT moving in that westward direction, like you said. They do normally drop at the city at Tang. They're normally the only team that actually drop there as well. So the expectation is that was their game plans. Just loot up city of Tang and then just move through the map in a westward direction, seeing where the circle takes them. FPX, they have their choice. They can go for that Mora's Blessing, or they can go for that Romy Yang. HLG, also in the area. There's a world where they both decide to go for the same one, or they could just go separately and find each other getting the busts for free without having to go for any contest of any sort for it, other than, you know, the Romy Yang fight that will inevitably break out. Looks like J-Team are in the area, though, for this Romy Yang, and TE also, we'll see if either team actually is desperate to get into it, or if they're going to try and do that bait style. But here comes the Romy Yang. Portal opens up. It looks like J-Team not overly interested in jumping in immediately. I think they've seen TE, and they're a little bit scared to go for it. That circle is still there. I thought it closed up immediately. And it looks like TE also being a little bit hesitant to jump in. KLA waiting for somebody to come and someone come and fight them. I mean, if they get a free Romy Yang on the first one, that's real Troubleville for everyone else. J-Team are going to come in, geared to the teeth like you mentioned earlier. Purple weapons, purple armor, ready to throw down, ready to go. And Takeda Romy Yangs, they get explosive real quick. So 2 seconds until that flow closes up. Into the skies they go. J-Team are going to go for the transformation here. See if they can find those grabs, and looking to get that opening onto them. It's on to J-Team to buy the space out. CXZ has already found themselves grabbed, lost a lot of HP. You as well, also going a little bit low. They need to buy some space, but another grab comes in, looking for that double grab. The Wu Shen ult out to make sure that they can get away. They are going to see the end of the transformation now, and now KLA, they need to find that opportunity to strike forwards. They are going to jump in, but another slam comes down. The Z-ping, it's not the healing. That re-grab, that double grab was disgusting. J-Team making it look so easy, and down goes you. That was filthy.
That was a blink of an eye moment, man. J-Team just got the grabs back-to-back on CX, and there was nothing they could do about it. V3 hit a re-stagger after that grab to get another grab, but that double grab ended it all. Other Romy Yang, we're going to have to see XCG going ahead and have that legendary longsword from the puzzle. Going ahead and getting the longsword, getting a kill off of VVV. Might be getting another kill, but looks like that V2 Zaping ultimate is going to save them for just a couple of seconds for TE, but Leo getting RB staggered into the RB focus, into the LMB. That's it. Looks like a parry coming out from LXH, and going to get the kill to jump LMB off of LXJ, and that's going to be it for TE's Romy Yang fight for the first round here. So for this to be known, they still have 4.5 minutes to go back into the round and getting soul blooms from a fight. They have to engage, but look at these dual halberds, man. If they can go ahead and get the dual halberds, get that purple staff, and on top of that, Vermilion Bird's might, XCG, pulling the weight, pulling it through. They can carry the tank damage and still put out the escape route if they need to, or just go full throttle. In the words of Dunkin' Donuts, oogly boogly is his way. But YSJ is going to go ahead and put himself into near the Thorny Roller. We're not going to see this going into a spot here. We're going to see these kill changes going to come through. If KLA wants to see about for going through and getting the kills needed. I mean, they're good. They're sitting pretty so far, but overall standings is going to mix up once the final rounds go into place. JL only has one teammate left, though. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary for them, unfortunately. So just having a quick look at the overall standings right now. FPX, 5 kills in, definitely starting to reel it in. OUG also with those 5 kills, and needed one for them as KLA. Right now, they've got that Roma Yang depletion on them. They need to find a team to take out. They need to get those points. If they have a bad game here, all of that hard work they did in that first game has kind of somewhat been squashed, and you basically choke that down to like basically being worth 2 games. Is the best way to look at it. Is like they've played 2 games in 1 and then had a bad game, so that it kind of evens itself out. And when you got FPX, 14 points behind, 5 kills in, if KLA get knocked out early, they're going to get overtaken fairly quickly in the standings. FPX are being chased here by another team, are just not actually even remotely interested in playing with them. Don't want to take that fight. They are just going to step away and buy some space for themselves. Get some items under their belt. Is T. They're going to get a revive off 2.5 minutes before they're out of this game. They're stopping to do some shopping to make sure they can get as good a gear and as good a setup as they can. But they do not have long. They do not have long to find themselves a kill and a team to fight. And it's the same thing for KLA. They're also in a struggleville right now. Haven't seen them being able to find any engages, and we might just be losing 2 teams to Roma Yang depletion in a snap of our fingers. It could just so quick here. As I can't see anybody near TE right now.
J-Team just got knocked through.
Oh, there we go. Lost their bird's mate. I mean, they used the zone to get the reset. KLA actually do now see XEG. They finally found a team that they can fight, a team that they can jump onto. There is a bird's mite onto XEG, but immediately you slicing into that action goes for the over the shoulder. They have got the Viper to lock down, and you trying to find the damage. That stagger is going to bop them back. Actually knock them out of the Viper there. Still has 3 slashes left on his ultimate before he runs out of that one, but he has been isolated and left alone, trying to get the groups up. Absolute phenomenal burst coming out from you. Immediately getting into a bit of danger. Does throw some damage. LXH goes down. The ping out from the side of KLA. Rosemary might have just been trolled. He was thrown into the corruption. They need to get the Soul Bloom essence off. I don't know if they stripped it off. They got it off you. So using the clear, they are actually able to get a reposition and move away from this one. NiHQ is now pinned against the wall. His health bar is just being absolutely evaporated. That's 2 people cleansed. KLA are back in the driver's seat. Rosemary absolutely yeeting forward to try and find themselves some kills. We cut over to TE as well, who've been able to take out OUG, who were having a good game. They had 5 kills, but now they only have 1 player, and TE are getting rid of that depletion. They do not want to be going down to that one. Able to dodge away on the Wisp, but was chasing them down. But SS jumping into the zone, trying to be a nuisance for TE, but TE are being a bigger nuisance for him. He has 3 people absolutely smacking him about inside the zone. The tick damage, just the raw damage coming in from TE, and they are cleansed, they are clear, and they are out of the woods for now.
Yeah, for now, we're going to have to see how this goes into place near the puzzle. I think I saw another team coming out there, but to go off a previous into the Snow Forest fight before this Roman goes into play, it's underestimating at KLA's push out there. Rosemary literally almost got griefed out there by spawning back into the zone with the V1 teleport for the Wu Chen. And although that 1 vitality came through, they pick up their final kill. They got themselves back into the game, and getting that Yang depletion, getting rid of it was key point there. With a minute into that fight, you saw how much pressure that put in 3 to 1 ratio essentially when you have to go up against the odds. But Wolves, seeing how they are into the west side, are going to be trying to run into this Romy Yang, but this Temi ult is going to stop any sort of push over here. It looks like this is going to be caught out here for the Morris Blessing to make sure that if it is a Mystic Might, which it most likely is, they can get their ultimate right back up. It looks like Say's going to see all this damage being done to, Ron's backing up. He doesn't want to do anything about this. And there it is. Draco might Instead, so they burn the Temi ult to try to get the Draco Mine to get as much pressure on any teams that are trying to show up here as fast as they can. 2 minutes though is a blink of an eye. If they, they really want to, go through it, they would have chased one of those enemies. But instead, it looks like they're going to go straight into the zone to see if any enemies are in the roaming yangs or come out of there and be in full throttle mode. Now, I am curious to see, considering that we are going to have to wonder about how the roaming yangs might go through DRG, getting the bounty on the Wolves teammate. So Wolves is now in hunt mode status. Whether or not they're going to play Predator or they're going to be the hunted, it's either or situation. J-Team though, we saw it before. J-Team had themselves in the position of, down to the zone to get that refresh. And you see this level 3 V3 Takeda ultimate. It looks like ZK is going to be the threat upon all else. And actually having himself using his chances of, having activated ult beforehand is one thing, but like, there's no one to fight next to them. In the meantime, though, HLG's Han is going to have his Wisp with only 1 grapple. So supplies, not so great. Han needs to put himself in a better position and maybe even distributing the supplies that his teammates might even have. But it doesn't. I'm not too sure if Cuckoo's going to be wanting or being able to go ahead and get that out, considering if Temi needs to do anything, just ult, bro. Can't be chased through your ultimate unless they really want to get that kill by activating their own ultimate to cast it through, so that way that no energy zone can create you a better chance of getting the kill. But looking at the deletion action, looks like J-Team's over by the puzzle, and looking at the semi ult coming out here, it looks like this is going to be a chance for YSJ to use the ultimate if he can, but looks like this Bell is not going to stop anything for the Vajra ult to come out here. It looks like YSJ is going to have that gold weapon in hand and picking up the grab. Might be getting for a double grab if he's not careful enough. There it is, double grab.
Oh, lovely.
HLJ. I don't know, man. Transformers, just go ahead and become a tank, because that 50mm round that is the double slam is enough to cause a dent through the whole 2-story building. And it looks like J-Team's YSJ is going to pick that up for free. 4 kills so far for J-Team here, but they can't grab. GG Bond now gets grabbed. Finally, KKX is going to go for the shots as fast as they can. Ultimate's going to be deforming, but look at that. Must
lovely.
Buccaneers, man. Buccaneers.
That was absolutely beautiful as well. Really clutch, because that fight was getting a little heated over in the corner, as we are going to see J-Team look to finish up KLG's Cuckoo. There's nowhere for them to go. HLG, first team out of the lobby, unfortunately. No, second team, because OUG went out before. J-Team able to get that. Quickly to note as well, KLA actually didn't get a full squad wipe earlier, so they had to buy a rebirth charm and get a pickup onto their Wushen. The sad thing about that is they would have lost a fair amount of loot off that. They would have been able to grab some of the gear, but not all of the soul jades, not all of the armor. You can't take the armor with you. So they now have to kind of re-suit up their Wushen. Maybe it's not the worst case scenario. You'd rather keep armor, keep weapons, keep all the stats onto your Viper and your Takeda. They're the two that really need it. But even so, they are desperately going to need looking to try and grab some better armor over to the side of their Wushen, who right now is a blueberry. It's just that term I've learned recently. Makes them easy to pick due to that low health. Versus the likes of KXZ and Yu's actually rocking golden. Is that halberds? Didn't get a good look. Yes, that's the golden halberds they've got. So they are very, very scary with that setup. Takeda with golden halberds.
It's over.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty Jova for them.
Once they get that horizontal coming in through the halberds and then into the vertical, it's just free damage at that point. Especially if they, I mean, if the ultimate comes out beforehand, there's no way of stopping that unless you have a combo breaker like a Bell that Tian Hai brings in the 4th. Obviously, we haven't seen any sort of Fairy Shen come through here, so that F1 is going to be the only other way of breaking him out. But even then, the V3 Takeda pushes are way too concurrent. You have to time it out and exactly put. But like I say, these are Worlds players. These guys know how to go through and play in tournaments. Some new teams to come into place. I believe we have, 2 new teams to come into place for these bi-weeklies so far. So, coming into these tourneys and wanting to put themselves in the position of, getting like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to follow that comp because they see how much pressure that Takeda can bring into that point. But ZU dying to the zone, most likely because there was no way of bringing him back into the forefront. We saw him playing Temi in the back line into the zone, but he was almost getting pushed out by you and that whole team in vicinity. But going ahead, FPX is having blue armor, glass cannon pretty much for Takeda. He has no way of getting the 750 armor or 750 health for the armor is one thing to another, but it can go in the blink of an eye, especially with this pole sword in hand and under the hands of Rosemary. You might see that, if that comes out. But more importantly, looking at these scores, you can see themselves going through. J-Team and TE have 6 kills each, so these guys are tied for first. But looking at this ultimate coming out here, it looks like it's going to be a chance for LXH. Gonna go for the V1 stun, but can't reach any targets, and this armor being at an all-time low is going to give whoever kills them, whether it's Wolf or if any of the team comes into play. Look at that parry coming out here. It looks like this LXJ cannon down, though. Cannon gonna come through, but not gonna need the kill steal. Wolves is gonna pick up that gold longsword for free. It looks like KLA is looking for it, and they do grab it. In fact, Wolves is gonna be having at a loss of damage deficit, and it looks like this battle rounds is gonna stop 14 from being able to do anything but just get over back and forth. It looks like AK gold in hand. You know, Wolves 14, he's pushing himself away from this point. It looks like the seal is gonna come out here with 12 grapples in mind. They had the high ground here, King of the Hill situation. We could see 14 putting himself into a Temi-ult preemptive, but CXZ having the V2 ultimate here, right? Getting that 2-second stun, silencing any enemies in the area is just a surefire way for any of your teammates to go ahead and secure, you know, free damage from that point. No Wu Chen ports, no transformation iframes, anything of that nature, right? Just putting themselves in the position of securing somebody to go down. And there it is. BIWEEK2 gonna have to activate his ultimate for the Forbidden Seal. And if you guys don't know, Temi can activate his Mulch can activate his ultimate for it right before the Forbidden Seal comes out and keep it up. And there it is. Trying to pick up the chance. No one's going to want them to get this. That prize fall from the backline was a little bit scary for BIWEEK2, but it looks like they're going to be wanting to back off here because they are cornered off by cannons, muskets, crossbows, anything that you can name for the ranged weapons. Lion's going to be putting himself back down, trying to go for armor swap. He's going to pick it right back up. He's like, oh, wait a second. We got to put ourselves back further. With everything.
They committed so much there. They didn't even get the Mora's blessing. That is really rough for them on that front. Not the end of the world because there was a Blood Ripper in there, so not the most ideal weapon. There was golden armor. Obviously, that's what you're really after. The Blood Ripper is a little bit sad, to be completely honest. Very smart use of the Temi-ult, though. I've never really had that, been able to see that actually get used in a game. So it's cool to see, you know, you put the Sandstorm down, turn off the ults, and then your Sandstorm stays up. Nobody's going to be able to jump in and mess with that. TE just being a pain in the bum off in the distance with the ballista in case anybody comes into line of sight. See if they can line those shots up. There's an FPX member there. Oh my word! That was not okay. He has a family at home. You can't do that.
Man, literally said, "Is that an ant?" No, man. TXJ just shot that shot, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on."
I say you buff your damage.
Huge, man. Like I mentioned earlier, remember I said in the beginning of the match, 1200 damage, just like that. Once that comes out in the reciprocal end of that explosion on top of the implosion, it's just like, ouch.
So I always have like a timer and like a way to kind of judge the pacing of a game. So the way I look at it is when you get to 7 minutes left on the lobby and there's 26 to 28 players, I think that's a normal moving lobby. A lot like on tempo. We look to be on tempo with this lobby because we have 26 players, 7 minutes on the dot now. Blood Ripper in hands for FPX. I don't know if anybody picked that up. We will find out. I know they dropped it. They don't even want it. No, they do get it. But it's one of those things where actually this has been a way more chill lobby than maybe I expected, but a lot more fast-paced than our previous lobby.
Yeah. And, you know, what's crazy, and the little spice to that is that we're in a ravine area. And ravines in the final minutes is such a, you know, if you're at the bottom of the ravine and the enemies are at top, it's either you're going to be the one holding down the fort to get right back on top of the grapple strike, or we're going to have to see something going through for it of, you know, of importance to, you know, utilize ultimates to get out of there scot-free. But Blood Rippers are not...
There's two things, right? There's two things that are going to be good down in this ravine. One is Overcomer. The other one is a Blood Ripper. I promise you, they're going to be able to control the bottom floor. It's going to be mowing the lawn down there. It's going to be a real problem. The biggest problem right now is the ravine is in shooting range of the ballista, dude, which TE own.
They have 6 kills. I'm going to put my cards on the table. If once that Temi ult runs down, we're going to see a +4 from that ballista just to go off. But KLA, Gold Halberds, has himself TXZ to activate the V2 ultimate, causing a storm. It looks like Dongxi can't do anything about it. He's gonna get stunned out here. Can he look back? No, he's gonna go ahead and get out of this zone. It looks like there's a little bit of a rock crevice wall is not gonna give him a chance to set for short pop for damage to be dealt out. I hear the bliss in the backline. There it is. Dongxi gets smacked by 1. He needs one more other shot, but it looks like that is going to stop any sort of push. FPX is going to have to reset here as fast as they can because it looks like that he's going to range out.
He's tracking.
TXJ. Rosemary doesn't get shot. It looks like there's going to be a chance for all other enemies to realize this ballista is a problem. Shake hands, shoot it down. CXJ gets off of it immediately, having his whiffs to utilize himself for range damage to keep himself safe. But it looks like BBV is losing his health from armor pierce in the backline. You can see that. Dongqing's trying to get out. FPX is also trying to just get out of the zone immediately. You see the Shadow Corruption damage, especially after that one pass where the Shadow Corruption just puts into place. Whether or not we see an Overcomer into a Kabloom, into a Blood Ripper, I'm hoping to see some damage coming here because it looks like FPX has only 2 armor powders and 2 vitalities left in his pocket. He needs to find stuff off of these bodies or, in fact, from his teammates, because otherwise he's not going to be able to survive for long. And with this Morris Blessing giving out the YSJ for that gold armor, all that health for the Vajra ultimate is a point. And switching over to a staff, we're using the crafting hammer. YSJ is going to get the high ground, finishing off what was once starting off as a ravine fight into their domain.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite happy with that one, as we do now see FPX getting jumped onto. Zhao, who just doesn't get to play the game. He's just absolutely annihilated. And that's FPX actually now down 2 players. Only 1 remains, and the opportunity to pick him up very, very low. Complete cluster here, right on the bottom of the ravine, right on the edge of the zone. Health bars blinking across the board here. You do see VVV get himself up onto that high ground. We're going to take down whoever he can. Does find himself caught out by the Wisp, but is able to break away from the moment as Wolves being shot down on that low ground from cannon fire. It's VVV. He doesn't want to reveal himself, doesn't really want anything to do with that. And J-Team quite happily holding this high ground. 3 minutes left on this lobby. 17 players, 7 teams left in the lobby as well. It's about to get real tight, and it's one of those games where J-Team, they want to be on this high ground, but playing Monk in this position is going to be rough because there's so much verticality. There's so many places for people to avoid the Monk. And this is why Monk isn't particularly favored on Holoroth. There's so many final circles like this where the Monks just really can't excel. And having high ground is going to be good for them, but people are just going to be able to jump into spots like this where BBV is and avoid ever getting grabbed by the Monk.
Yeah, Monk play here from J-Team is going to be a little bit a safety net if they need to, because looking at how it is, right, all the range damage can come towards the Monk, nothing protect him, not even the no Wu-Chen on the team. The only thing they have to heal him is King F1, B2, and it looks like J-Team YSJ is going to get that Merciless Havoc kill off of Bang over here from Team JL. KLA is going to be in the middle of the section between the tree and the rock and the hard place, right? Everything in between that makes it tough. Rosemary, though, I believe is going to go down here. It looks like TE Leo is going to be the one getting the kill here. We could see that prize fall coming out from the west side here from Wolves. It looks like Sanji's going to have to activate his Cicada V3 with full charges enabled. Again, that cannon shots for free and try to take that control with the flame breath if it's in hand. We're going to have to see how this goes for Sanji. Sanji has to switch over to this point, getting control, regrouping teammates, and there it is. Temio coming out here. Wishing is going to go ahead and have that activated for DRG, and there it is. The Wolves is going to be pushed back and using their ultimates in reciprocating, and 14 is stuck in the zone. He needs to put himself further back.
So much damage.
Sanji's taking, way too much damage. And having the heals up is a cluster point. But look at that Nedjav's might. Sanji's out here with the Dragon Slayer. Doesn't seem that anything's going to help him. But this V2 now in place. Sanji's going to get Merciless Havoc. That's a 3-piece right there for YSJ to get himself those kills. And YSJ is going to do it again if he can't get Sanji out of the ring and putting him in the zone. Has still ultimate in his pocket for the worst case scenario to reset his HP. We could see this point. It looks like 10 kills for J-Team while TE has 12 kills on end. So these guys are going to be cutting it out. K goes down over to the Wolves end of the zone, and it looks like there's going to be another Merciless Havoc back to back. You can see the zone control that YSJ is instilling, but the Tumult ultimate is going to cause YSJ to force to get out of there. JKX, ZK are going to get their teammate into a full positioning setup right here.
That was a really bad position there for YSJ to go for the transform because he just gets chunked out by the zone. Is able to grab himself one. Is going to get the slam down. No, it's going to get cancelled. We do see FPX getting knocked out, but TE looking to try and hold on for the moment. YSJ is about to lose that transformation. He's about to lose his life as J-Team. Their opportunities have just...
Looking at this chance. I'm not even sure if KLU is going to be able to survive this. The whole sector one thing, but Leo might not be able to see this going through.
He's going to get the bot back. Oh, come on. 1 versus 3. Can he do it? Still got a couple more charges on his ultimate. 2 more to go. Health bars are a little bit too healthy for him, though. He's going to jump onto Leo. Still has that rip through. He's going to try and get back into the zone, but he's being pinged. He has no charges left on the R. I don't think he's going to live this one. Down he goes.
Crazy. That's insanity. I'm still wondering what's going to go through on this end because I'm not even sure what the score is going to be met up into this point with extra kills. But looking at the winners, they're like, I'm just gonna clean my hands. You know, that's a little bit dirty. We're gonna go ahead and clean up right there with the points going through. TE comes out on top. Looks like they might be able to go ahead and get these points on the play. I'm curious. This is a shakeup. But going overhead, we can see how J Team's YSJ was using the old, like Hip had mentioned, bad positioning. Once that opportunity came for all enemies to come into point, the range damage just came in to delete the 10 high ultimate. The Vajra couldn't sustain anything past that point. We saw the iframes with the cannon shots being done, and Takeda wasn't able to do anything less but just melt the Vajra from that point on. I'm not too sure what's going to go down for that point for a moment, but looking at these teams for these points, it's going to be a big change for what's coming down.
Well, an absolutely huge win there for TE. A needed win as well. Obviously, coming in after a huge game for KLA to play catch up on the second game is going to do them some real wonders. But J Team as well. I mean, you praised them at the beginning of the day, so it was really, really nice to, you know, see. I've been very critical of J Team, and the thing is, when it comes to that, when it comes to those guys, it really comes down to, I'll see it when I believe it, because this was a good game, but I need more than one good game from J Team, because I've seen some amazing one-off games from J Team across like the entire time NBPL's been a thing, but I've never seen like a good season or a good week by them. So I want to see some more from J Team before I'm going to say, yeah, they're back, baby, because that was a great game, but they're a team that just are criminal of not being consistent almost. But I will say one thing that is consistent in this particular grouping with groups A and B is the fact that we actually have everyone scoring every game. There hasn't been a single team who's earned a donut yet, because everyone's getting kills or placement points. At least 1 point has been getting picked up by everybody. So it's interesting to see, but we've had very, very back and forth games, but really, really high scoring across the board. Like, at least people are getting points, and that's what I like to see. I like to see a lot of aggression, and it was an interesting game because weirdly there was a lot of kills, but like a lot of people still left in that game. I expected that game to be really way faster than it was, and it ended up not being that at all.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how the whole ravine fight kind of came down to the final minutes there. Obviously, that lockdown into that little small hole in the wall that FPX had stuck themselves into was not a great chance for even them to be coming out. I mean, we saw how much opportunity was met. Gold armor, you know, the weapons, the blood rippers, the Kabloom, those necessary weapons in Jace to come out, but it didn't matter. At the end, all other teams realized that the point of being is to knock them out, especially once they see the armor check and wanting to get them out of the game. And low supplies is something that not any team can realize unless they're the ones dealing out the damage. But scorekeeping board, we can see TE coming out here on top for this second round, going to have themselves 25 points with 15 kills, while J Team's in second for this round with 10 kills and 14.5 total points with ranking and kill points initiated, while KLA in third with 7 kills at this point with 12.3 points, keeping themselves healthy, considering that we saw them at a low point with the Roma Yang depletion. Coming back into the final seconds into this, or final minutes into this round, was good to see them hold their position and not have a waste of a game.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, keep disconnecting. Let's have a look at the scores. Really for the overall standings. Yeah, everybody scored points. EWG getting 0.5 off the back of that one. MVP off that one. A 15 kill game coming in from T is so big from them. So honestly, a great day across the board so far, and we're only 2 games in. We've still got 4 games left to go, going into another back-to-back session as well. So we can see our MVPs right now.
Yeah, look at this, man. I'm telling you, when the F1 is used, just being able to use, like, just being able to have the control in all points for Takeda here, and 7 kills as kill leader for the team. Even though Leo was the one keeping sustained, you can see being the lowest damage. That's all you need. Keep him alive, bro. V2 having that knockback ability, 500 health gain upon losing HP until most damaging ability, which is like a pulse word vertical. On top of the 27% mitigation, this is why Ziping is such a big pick, right? Because putting herself into that point is like, okay, I can keep my teams alive, keep them alive for a long time. Like that sick carry in the beginning that we can see here. TE getting over the end for BBB and getting the double kill right here. Yaron going down into the Rumble Yang for the first Rumble Yang. YSJ getting those grabs and getting CXE 5 times, it felt like, when the grabs came into play. And then there it is, the triple grab coming through here for the double grab, killing out ALA from the first Rumble Yang, which is a huge push for J-Team to come out in the beginning. And even over here with those grabs and getting rid of HLJ with a single stroke of double pounce and killing out GG Bond afterwards. We see how Zanzi, though, using that meteor and getting that cannon in full force throttle mode, getting the kill off of Bauda's Lion TT and getting a kill off of Donkey King as well, considering the third party shenanigans are here. But the most highlight in the final seconds in the point was that Merciless Havoc getting all 3 enemies into the sky and keeping the gold focus active as fast and as often as possible. BBB putting themselves against you getting F1 right in the face, losing that gold longsword and trying to get the secondary weapon in the slot was not enough and not fast enough for how far TE went ahead and got themselves the final kill and winning the second game for BIWEEK2 TRIOS.
Well, here we go, MVP. Let's have a look at who it is going to be off the back of that one. It's our Tammy coming in from that game. Absolutely huge stuff coming in from the side of TXJ. Second MVP, 28k damage as well. Universe Flash, Desperation, Tuna, Overlord, Focus Slide, and Jabbing coming in. Funnily enough, no surprises on the damage on the Ballista there.
I called it. I cast his Chris, right? Beginning, I'm like, man, I hope I see Ballista for 1200 damage. And he probably did that like 7 to 8 times, just making sure I'm going ahead and keeping everyone controlled on both the Ballista, you know, on the final circle. I'm flabbergasted, but you know, more importantly, playing the Temi and keeping himself controlled and keeping himself safe is most important, especially when it comes down to it. I'm more concerned to seeing when we go back into Morris Isle at nighttime, whether or not he's gonna be able to go ahead and control that through. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep this known. We have to see how the hero points enable. When we saw the Transformers in the first round of Morris Isle, we're not going to see the Transformers into the second round just because, you know, just because of the control. But I'm going to have to see about what's going to happen through here. More importantly, whether or not we're going to see, you know, Transformers back up again, right? If they want to try to run a new comp, and surprisingly, like how XCG brought that Zaya and won that one game and putting it through, I'm curious to see if they're going to want to go ahead and keep it controlled for that point. But more importantly, guys, just keep in mind, this is still now going into the third round. We're going to have to see how these guys are wanting to set themselves, you know, for those hero points to be enabled. More importantly, though, I'm curious to see of, you know, whether or not we're going to see V3's eye. You know, that's just, you know, my pick, my judgment. I'm hoping to see if that comes into play. But I don't know. Maybe here Frank can probably give me some insight in seeing if that.
Well, hopefully my internet's better, but we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to restart my router on that quick break, and we'll be back in a moment. So see you in a second.
Did you miss me?
Are you ready? Let's go!
Patience, darling.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. Hopefully internet issues are sorted and we'll be getting ready to go into game number 3. We're going back to Morosile for this one. We've got 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more. We got 2 games going down from this point. We saw TE dominate the last round and coming into the last second, especially after that fateful F1 mythic takedown coming through. I'm understanding that if F1 Takeda came through in the end there, we're going to have to see how KLA wraps it up. I mean, we saw first round KLA Rosemary coming out as MVP from that round for first round, using that, Yoda-Hime getting himself using the ultimate slashes and putting himself in a position where he's able to dominate all those transformers in the vicinity in that shadow realm. And first round was such a, it was a doppelganger of a match, right? We saw only 2 teams down, but in like the last 7 minutes, and at that point, everybody was utilizing their ultimates, getting it right back up and just solidly split time with the builds that they have in place for talent glyphs. Of course, if it comes down to it, right, we got to understand one thing. When it comes to the rage damage and pick up a soul bloom, if you guys may or may not know, right, the Mortal War tree, or Mortal War in general, right, it's double the regen for both the health that you come back with as well as the ultimate rage that comes over the ticks of time. 10% is always gonna be the initial, but then over the course of time, instead of like 5%, it's like it goes up to 30% for each soul bloom.
Yeah.
If you're really fast enough to pick up the soul bloom from an enemy, whether it's for your own, even if you're full health, even if you're full rage, you take it from them, they have no way of coming back into the fight and putting themselves in an aggressive position that they once had in one place, in one position, in which case you have now the domineering force. And that is one thing that comes out of play once you use those ranged weapons like the cannons. As you can see, look at that fist pump right there. You can see all the chances are going to be met up for these guys who want to go ahead and put themselves at a point of beating out all the odds.
This is like the cameraman's favorite game. They just like, they love fist bumping the players. There's TE right now, obviously, once upon a time, This was the FPX lobby. This is the change. They moved to TE last at the beginning of the season, the beginning of the year. Yeah, there we go. That was hard. I was way more roundabout than what it was. FPX have rejoined the league, and there were talks about a bit of there was obviously talks about, you know, is it going to be the FPX going to be as good now that they've lost that original kind? Answer looks like FPX are looking really good. TE are also looking really good. I mean, no surprises, to be fair. TE did win. Struggling for the last two NBPLs, actually found themselves that win in their third season. Finally got themselves a win under their belt. They're going to be very happy off the back of that one. But FPX now looking to try and take the running. I really got my eyes on KLA. I said I feel like we were robbed of a KLA on behind the scenes. XCG are a team who actually won our second. Yeah, they won. Haven't really seen them be on form since then. So I want to see these guys show a team that are flexible. They won with that cycle. I want to see what this team are made of. We know they're good, but they haven't been at standard for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is right, like I'm willing to see if XCG has it to be known. I mean, playing Zai, there's a bit of like playing Zai is like playing with fireworks, right? If numerous amounts of times that it goes and explodes, it just goes ahead and shows that she has the burning potential to go ahead and just delete anybody. And that negative healing that comes out is a point to see and whether or not they're going to go through. And like you said, right, TE is going to be putting themselves into the market. I mean, ringing out the second round, getting themselves now into the upper echelon of the point rage regiment. We're going to have to see how these guys go into play, especially considering now they're going right back into more style. We're going to go right back into seeing about the highly aggressive plays that comes out for the ultimate rage gain, seeing how these team comps might shape up for it, you know, and with it, they can see the pick rate's going to come out here in just a couple of seconds. And knowing, remember, as you guys may or may not know, no one can see the heroes inside the teammates. And there it is. Transformer for Bauda, but it looks like, oh man, the faded Yodos after that first pick and putting that place. Ooh,
it's interesting seeing the teams really put so much emphasis on these Yotos. I will also note, at this point, J-Team are not going to be able to play Yue Shen, and because they played the same comp 3 games in a row, except last time they played Takeda instead of the oh god, Arumi. There we go. Had a complete brain fart. So
yeah, I mean, Karumi's going to be putting herself in the position of just healing out those, you know, those guys. But if you put a Karumi in the comp that's not Transformer, not only are you going to be wanting to shake it up, you're going to be wanting to put yourself at, you know, at the eyes of everybody around you. But I'm not too sure if anyone's going to be willing to do that. Transformers are just way too strong, especially with the way that it goes into place and having that control. But if you throw yourselves into a counter pick position and knowing how that first round went, I'm surprised not more people went ahead into the Yodos. Maybe they didn't want to set themselves up for it. Maybe they just want to make sure and consuming all those hero points for those notes to be known for it to come out through. But look at these spawns. Shadow Jade is not going to be touched out here, but we're going to see some Sigma Mind spawns out here from XCG over this point. And then we're not going to be seeing whether or not XCG might be going straight into it as the gold zone is noted. But more importantly, Bauda is going to be heading it out. Again, it's FPX over in Eventide Temple. These guys are spawning in hot right on that point, and this is going to be a big fight, whether it's going to transition over to the Pagoda or the Ephemeros. And for that, that's the Firefly Cave. J-Team and Wolves, though, nearby vicinity for the northwest region of Eventide to go straight into the Sunwing's Rest, getting themselves the gold loot into that Central Soul Altar zone. If they can go ahead and muster it out, we could see some action by the Forbidden for the Graveyard, but round 3 begins for these guys, and I'm assuming that we're going to have to see everything going through. In the meantime, though, I will make sure and go and take a look over here. We're going to see OUG, the king, going to go ahead and have a purple longsword from the rip and putting himself in a position over into Celestra and going into the chase opportunity. But there it is into the points north of Shipwreck. You're going to see a chance for Wu Xing to go ahead and go for the control of the purple armor and going for the dagger plays. We could see a chance for Fang to get a parry off of this, and then with it, the Bell going to stop every single push of damage. Wu Xing to go for Transform for a parry, does not connect it. And there's the horizontal come out. Fang goes down for JL, but JL's ZU is going to be caught out here. It looks like the control is knowing that the range damage is coming out. Picks up the second elimination, wishing 98. not to be confused with Windows 98, is going to go ahead and get those 2 kills. And over the red side temple, remember how I said Bauda and FPX are going up together? It looks like it's going to be a 1v2 right here, and it doesn't even matter because that vertical swing come out and Bauda goes down. It looks like FPX is come out here on top with these kills. So for the most part, we're going to have to see how this goes to play. Dongqing going to have those blue halberds going to play. Forbidden Seals will come out here from the northwest region of the Council Courtyard. Going to see Yaron with the OUG, the king himself. Purple spear to go into plays. Actually, no, this is going to be put in position for that vertical to come out here, but the effort is too late for that He-Man. There's no way to save the king unless he has ultimate, because it's not going to matter. If Forbidden Seal is active, the king can't do anything about it. Spirit shield wall's going to go into place, and looks like that common armor is going to save Yaron just for a couple of extra seconds, try to activate ult outside of the Forbidden Seal zone. But will he get out of there? No. Dong Yu goes down for EWG. OUG is still chasing out Yaron. Yaron can't do anything, but the Nesh's might is coming out, completely putting all the positions. The king has ultimate ready, still on the side, but he doesn't need to waste it. Yaron's going to go down. EWG comes out for their first lives. They go ahead, but KLA arrives to the party. The king now has time to activate ult. He's got to make sure he does not go inside the Forbidden Seal zone. It's going to be a grief and a half. KLA, you going to go ahead and see the opportunity for these skills coming out against OUG Xin Yu, and with it, Xin Yu doesn't even have ultimate yet, so 5 SS is going to come out here. It's going to heal his teammate, going to make sure they keep the control, couldn't put themselves. Rosemary, though, going to heal out in the back line, while CZXC is going to go ahead and have that Kurumi circle on standby in case he's going to push, but Yu is going to be using the crossbow. The king is still in ultimate form. 30 seconds goes by like a blink of an eye. The king leaps over the wall over to the Celestial region. And this is actually Celestial, not over northwest of Council Courtyard. My mistake. Rosemary going to have that purple nunnies, though, putting them in position. It might have an opportunity of going for a meter dump, as much as a binding meter can come out here. 1, 2, 3 coming out here. SS has enough time to activate V1 again. The heals. All this cluster is coming to the fight. Jin Yu can't even activate ultimate to go into the point. It looks as Xing Yu is losing all the HP, and that's it. CXC gets a kill off the Xing Yu. Xing Yu can't do anything, and it looks like the Wei Shang's gonna come right back into this building, and that's the end of OUG's lifespan for his first life. It looks like this is gonna be an ultimate for the ages. EWG coming in with an ultimate of the V1 stun. KLA Rosemary goes for the I Transformer ultimate to stop any sort of stun to come out here, but it looks like there's not gonna be a chance. Besides hiding it out, considering the Vajra is in form, West Celestial is gonna be a big fight. TE's waiting in the sidelines for a third-party chance. Rosemary, though, is gonna go ahead and put themselves away for a good reset of the amount of time. And with the purple nunnies, this is going to be a good damage spike, but Yaron is looking for the chase as well for EWG. This is going to be a big point. Only 1 elimination for EWG so far, so EWG is going to have to put themselves in the position of going into Servants Grounds, whether or not they want to decide to, because that TE team is in the back line waiting for them to come out for this point. Servants Grounds is going to be a big shot for these guys. Whether or not Yu is going to find a better armor before the engagement instills, it looks like this is going to be the chase factor coming into place. Looks like EWG's Yaron, though, rushing right into it, while Zhao Liu is going to go ahead and be the first one in there. Line of fire for Dong Yu, though, to have himself his ultimate place in case things go sourpuss. Yaron activating the Yoda ultimate. 1 slash down, misses. 2 slashes down, hits CXZ. CXZ is going to be caught out right here with the last slash, and that's going to be it. CXZ goes down, but TE is following suit with the V2 ultimate. Remember, like I said, V2 ultimate, 2-second stun, but all silence throughout the whole duration with the mitigation that comes out of it. CXZ, though, goes down for the point. Might be having a chance for TE to showcase their skills like Gondor. No Lord of the Rings reference, guys. I'll stop. Rosemary, though, going to see CXC down, and they have enough gold to pick him back up for the Reaper Charm, but it's going to be a costly deficit for them. It's considering that they can't pick up Jades, they can't pick up purple weapons. They already have purple weapons, mind you, but they can't, figure out whether or not their arsenal is going to be built up enough. 3 minutes until Romy Yang spawns into place. We're going to have to see how Rosemary wants to play this out, as well as KLA as a whole. Now, for you guys at home, just make sure you guys are, aware this is the 3rd round to go into place for the trios. This is BIWEEKly 2 for you guys, and making sure you guys know exactly where we are and where we stand. Last week, we had ourselves a BIWEEKly 1 finals and going into place, as well as making sure you guys know how the BIWEEKly 1s went in the spot for OUG being the first one to lead out with 9 ranking points acquitted to them for that point. But we haven't seen much of OUG this time around. I mean, I'm hoping and expecting to see them putting themselves into the rounds to get themselves known. But for the most part, we're going to have to see how that one goes. And also, if you guys don't know, we're gonna have to go ahead and see whether or not we can see a 99-point kill game. I'm hoping. I'm telling you. XEG, though, going to be going ahead and playing the Transformer comp. If you can't beat him, join him. But it seems that Xiaoyan is going to go ahead and having the purple armor, the purple pistol on hand, standby in case things get better in position. It looks like they're going to go right in near the Baron Pits over in the southeast region of Shadow Jade Mine. We could see Xiaoyan going to go ahead and try to close gap. 2 minutes until Romy Yang. And it looks like this gold armor that FPX, or the equipment level that FPX has, is under the Jades itself. Remember, in Mortal War, you cannot pick up purple legendary weapons and armor off the ground. They can only be obtained through Morris Blessings, either through the Romy Yang in the beginning. TE, though, over by the Isla Crater, are going to get a deletion off of KLA's Rosemary. That was unexpected across the board with the F1. Ain't no way, dog.
Looks like I'm back. Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies. Unfortunately, sometimes technical issues do occur, but
I'm hoping everything is fixed. I'm not going to jinx it. How we doing? Give me a quick stock of what was going on while I was frantically running around changing cables and stuff.
Well, we did see just JKLA go down for a bit of a second. The Bauda team, you know, they went up against FPX over into the region of Eventide, and it doesn't seem that they're going to be standing there for much longer after Bauda, I believe, killed them out completely. So,
ooh, interesting.
For the first lives, let me rephrase that. They don't have any other rebirth charms. We're getting Roma Yang. I'm really curious to see how this goes through because a lot of teams are tied for 3 kills. You can see it right there. 4 teams, in fact, are all tied for the points. So, with it be known, Forbidden Seals have been griefing over by this Celestial region big time with CE coming in for the third party.
It's interesting seeing Bauda actually have an okay showing as well because Bauda are a team who I've been very heated on. I will straight up slam Bauda. I think they've just been straight up bad for a while. Moxie was a big fan of Bauda. She was a real advocate for them. She had good reason to. But that was like where she stood on them. I didn't agree entirely. So I would like to see myself being proved wrong. I'm quite happy to put my, put my money where my mouth is. Not my money where my mouth is. I'm quite happy to eat my own words and look like a fool to be wrong. But I'll also quite happily call these teams out. So we'll have to see if maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the season. Because Bauda were okay in the first ever NBPL season 1. Ever since then, just been trash, bro. They've just been so trash. Like they've been real disappointing to watch. And it's interesting because normally I have like a couple of teams who I'll pick on and I'll wail on for being bad. But honestly, today's A and B lobby is very stacked. There aren't many teams I'm down on. I feel like DRG, they're the new kids on the block, but also they're performing very well. So I can't really slam on them. KLG, yeah, maybe they've been a little bit more disappointing as a team, but at the same time, they are still new. They're a new roster. They're new players. You know, I can't really wail on them. They're on the third week now of the second bi-weekly. So, of course, they're not going to be performing quite as well. So, yeah, I feel like HLG, sorry, they get a pass for now. I will go for them later if they continue to be a little underwhelming, but then you let it slide. All of the other teams genuinely performing really well across the board. So it's cool to see is DRG, one of the teams I just talked about, are going to be going toe-to-toe with J-Team, while on the other side, FPX versus XCG are going to be going toe-to-toe. So a whole bunch of teams will be scrapping it out here in this realm of Yang as transformation comes out from Wujin 98. He's going to be looking for that grab. YSJ does go in for the transformation himself, and instantly YSJ gets himself the grab. Honor to 1, gets the slam down, and Wujin's just losing so much health to ZK in the background, but he's immediately going to get taken out before he can even go for the D-transform. Another member falls as well as J-Team just making quick work here of DRG, looking for the regrab for the double slam down. Only going to get the 1 as actually he is able to wiggle his way out from this grab, and the transform does finally time out. J-Team going to get the Uesha transformation out as well, but we do see the same thing coming out from DRG, who are looking just to put as much damage down as possible onto these members. Slam coming in again. And DRG, they're doing a good job of holding on considering they lost their monk so early in the fight, but their health bars are just too low to keep this going, too low to keep this pressure up. And Sansi looking for that last slam down, but he's losing the transformation here. And with this health bar and his team state in the way it is, it's going to be hard to go for anything here. Lovely little slash there with the pulse sword, but Sansi, he's too low. He's not going to live. And that's going to be J-Team winning this one.
You know, I was very worried that Sansi at the end there. I thought Sansi was going to throw those blues back to back, and I'm like, if he loses that pulse sword, that blistering edge just gets knocked out. Unless he has a blue weapon on standby for it to get swapped out, if anything. But J-Team, Vermilion Birds might over into the region that may be showing case. DRG is going to be possibly spawning near here. We're going to have to see, because remember, this is a fight for the ages and getting that soul bloom essence back for that Yang depletion to get rid of. But OUG going to be going against. Looks like there's going to be a chance for OUG and Wolves to meet up again, but I think it's only one Wolves member. Zwill is going to be the only one left here, and it looks like OUG the King, as we saw earlier over in Celestial region, was doing big work, especially when it came down to keeping his team alive and using the ultimate as a safeguard passage for his team to get rezzed. Is going to go ahead and knock it out of the park for Zwill. Zwill is having the time of his life. 0 grapples, scared rush for a building. Nothing could be better until Blue Focus comes out, in which case Zwill's going to go down. Wolves is going to meet it out for the end of this round, and with it eliminated for this third round, completely giving OUG the elimination for number 4 into this third round. But big fight after this end. Looks like this is going to be a southeast region of Eventide. Remember how we see FPX coming right back into their home domain. The JL Fang is an awesome Vadra form, and it looks like there's going to be a chance to see FPX get that quick kill off of AS if they're fast enough. But it looks like this is not going to be a double grab situation. Looks like the East expand fast enough, but look at that double smash hit. It looks like Fang's going to go ahead and losing all his HP, hopping over the damage that's necessary. This healing circle, Sacred Circle healing for the Karumi is going to keep Fang just a couple of seconds alive. But having full armor there was a nice surprise there, because now that keeps Fang a little bit altercated for this fight. AS activating Weishan ultimate, having the V3 Weishan to give them this the necessary damage mitigation when needed. AS is going to go ahead and try to get this Weishan water out of the park. But there it is. Cold R&B is going to be canceled out here. AS is seeing Fang low in health as is, but having the HPJs that's necessary to keep themselves alive for a couple of seconds longer. AS goes down for the Weishan ultimate, but still has another 1,000 health on standby. R&B focus releases. Water trying to anticipate the parry. Doesn't get it, but the horizontal hook plays are too late to catch up. Fang goes down.
Oh, lovely.
Q goes down, actually, but Fang is still alive by a thread, and JS is still trying to keep themselves, but it looks like the switch of focus was leading them across, and Fang and Team JL as a whole goes down for round 3.
And there we go, cutting over now to JT, and they've got themselves the Viper ult on, locking down. Actually, it's TE who've got the Viper ult on, and they just butcher J-Team. One player left, but he's going to go down regardless. Wait, they're not going to grieve him, are they? JT, no way, they're griefing him. This is so smart. They're trying to wait out his Vermilion Bird's Might. Look, they're trying not to take him out. Okay, goes down to the Poison Splash. That was so smart by TE. They obviously had a rough timeout on when that was going to time out. And they were like, we could just take out one of these players, 2 players, and then leave one and take him out once the Bird's Might's worn off. Really, really intelligent play coming in. Unfortunately, there were mushrooms around, so the Poison Splash does go off and save the day for J-Team. But that could have been real scary real quick.
Yeah, especially using the Transformer there. That would have been a detriment to the remainder of before the second round of Yang. And putting themselves that one Poison Shroom, literally that one Poison Shroom was enough to keep them in position good enough. KLAU, though, is going to go full throttle, though, in Weishan form. Going to have himself having the V1 Weishan. So mostly just trying to lock down someone for the kill. But Cuckoo is saying otherwise. With V3, having that mitigation, still locking down opponents, is mainly a difference between one to the other. Yu goes down against HLG's Han. This is going to be a point to note that they only have, that was their second kill, actually. They need to get the elimination completely, because they only have 1 elimination so far, chasing out GG Bond into the northern side over east of Eventide Temple. Xiao Liu having a time with EWGs, though. They're going to see the CXZ having only Rosemary alive. Yu is down. Rosemary is schmoving,
Schmoving.
It's kind of crazy, though, because Rosemary was essentially, we're gonna instill it, the godfather for putting Yodo into the mark for 3 teams to pull out Yodo.
Yeah.
But now it's gonna switch it up and saying, let me see how my Tian Hai is gonna be rolling out, because remember, it is a powerful tool, especially in the meta currently, to put these guys no. But it's double parry from Rosemary as a final hurrah. That was gonna be a very impressive play, but OUG is gonna get the kill off his end. Rosemary down. ZXC has the shop at their disposal over in the Moonlit Courtyard. But they're going to have to see about this runway Yang, because this is going to be a team fight between probably J-Team with 9 kills tied with FPX. So we're probably going to see something going down here. But HLG's Cuckoo is going to see a chance of fighting it out in the zone, having the ultimate for the Yorohime. Now that the Yorohime's ultimate is down, it is full throttle for HLG's Tian Hai to come out here. Han wanting the smoke. He's gonna fight it out in the zone and using those grabs, but yeah, Ron gets grabbed. Okay, can he get a double grab? Can we get the insta kill? Doesn't even matter. Wu Chen pour out. Han has no HP to his name, has to deform immediately. Can't even do it because of the jump mechanic. That is unfortunate if Han goes down here for a quick second. Nope, teammates here to save the day.
Oh, Han just about in the nick of time, gets the pot off, gets the tether on, just about survives. HLG, 1 kill in. Able to hold for the moment, but EWG are looking to just harass in through the window. Cannon fire doesn't quite make the mark there from Han as he hits the window sill, and now the cannons are actually coming in from all sides. Han's actually getting kind of splashed onto as Jalue is just going to rejoin into the zone. Was doing a little bit of aerial scouting to see if he could see who was about and if anybody was going to be coming in. Potential for a third party. But EWG, honestly, not overly set up right now. Blue weapons, blue armor, blueberries, as I believe it was Creatives who calls that. When you got the blueberries, it means you're very easy to pick off. I think Rosemary's Karen is still being camped. So they're making sure they're not going to pick him up. That or a rebirth charm was bought. Rosemary was revived and then taken out again, which is really tragic if that's the case. We're having a quick replay of an earlier fight here between J-Team and DRG. Lovely little double slam coming in into the re-grab as well. YSJ has been very clean on the Monk today. And I mean, J-Team were the team that established the traditional Monk comp. That was their comp. That was their baby. And they're showing us why that comp was made by them.
Yeah. The pioneers in setting up that comp, right? But, you know, one thing to the next, right? They've been having the consistency. That's what we want to see, right?
Yeah.
Putting themselves at a higher, like they're at the threshold of being able to be recognized as a world-class team, in which case, you know, which they've won and been notarized for. But consistency between all the NBPL type of tournaments that we can come into place, whether or not it's J Cup, Summer Splits, a Spring Split, everything that comes into play, they need to keep themselves, you know, healthy for those type of moments. I mean, putting themselves out there, right? Skill set oversees quality, and they have the skill set, but we need to see the quality that comes out. But Zhao gonna put themselves almost missing the parry, and it looks like he's not gonna have a time to have his ultimate because he doesn't have ultimate. He has 40% chance to go, 40% left rage, and looks like that parry coming out hot.
Oh!
LXH though is down though, and Nai has no ultimate and to save their lives. LXH getting, oh my goodness, a parry coming out. Zhao is not gonna live here for any longer, and with it, Bauda gonna clean up shop against XCG for this third round. Meow gonna go ahead and just wait it out.
Beautiful stuff coming in. Lovely little counter there as well. We did see KLA go out. Not ideal considering that TE have had a tear for 2 games in a row, and both J-Team and FBX also having an amazing game here. 9 kills apiece. The question is, though, are KLA going to be able to bounce back? We're halfway through the day after this game, and that one loss is okay. You can have a bad game, that especially when you had the start they had, but they need to then keep that form across the rest of the day. And game 2 wasn't amazing for KLA. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't amazing for them. So we need to see, you know, them really show up as another little replay. This is FBX versus XCG inside the Realm of Yang. FBX also on a 9-kill tear, so having a really, really stellar game. Finding that lovely grab onto Nai HQ. Actually, the double grab into the double slam as well. Really, really big stuff. And then the tidy up coming in. This is the very typical way that you do play this traditional Monk comp. As soon as your Monk de-transforms, you get the Uation to transform into the Terracotta Warrior, and just a real pain. Really hard to deal with, especially when you get a double slam before going out. Taking them all down, as we do see FPX now on your screen. 9 kills under their belt. Golden dual swords in the pocket as Xiaohu as well. Got the blue cannon, but cannon almost a must for the Monk, just to be able to build up the build up that rage, so you can get that transformation as much as often as possible.
Yeah, you know, FPX having that cannon going out into the aerial, you know, skywalking and try to see about TE's demise is going to see them when they're pushing out there. I mean, Gold Katana in hand is going to be a big burst if they can capture someone through. I'm pretty sure Water's been running V3 as a Weishan. There's only been one case instance for that V1 Weishan that we saw earlier, but FPX is, you know, pushed into this round. 9 kills. They're about to reach double digits with that kill against CE. They want to push that in, but I'm pretty sure they want to play it smart. They don't know how far J Team is in terms of their push, because they also are pretty stacked as is. Winning at the, you know, fighting outside of the Realm of Yang, and, you know, having that Vermilion Burst Might and almost getting camped out for YSJ. They timed themselves perfectly to come back into this round, into the second ladder of this half. We're going to see how TE wants to get out of event side, though, because FPX is just waiting for them out. It looks like this Viper is going to be running the V2 VVV. V2, 2-second stun. Viper will keep him control. Valiant Bounty, though, is coming out from EWG. Yaron's going to be rushing up to the north side up to this point. He's going to be wanting to set themselves, possibly even for a quick kill, but I'm not even too sure what's going to happen here. Dong Yu is caught out by himself. If they're going to see a blue armor, they're going to engage immediately if they see the butt. BBV, eyes on the peel, is just looking to go straight north and is not going to see anything except for wolves over by this position. I'm not even sure if BBV is going to do anything else except initiate with an ultimate. If BBV wants to put themselves into there, he could. Leo has the insurance policy of porting them out. TXJ is enough to give themselves. You can see the port being placed right here because now they're going to engage into the fight, but FPX is going to be rushing from behind. You saw how they were hiding it out into the instillment, but now EWG is in the backline. FPX, Xiao Kia is going to go right back into the point with the gold katana. Is going to be rushing back into the teammate. Look at that burst arrow going to come out here. It looks like FPX is going to see an opportunity of getting a kills here. Blue armor, that's free real estate, bro. Xiao Kia is going to switch over to the golden katana, going to go right into the rooftop. It might be just looking at this ravine or this cliffside to be keeping them alive, just for using the resources, you know, expending the resources, putting themselves at a point where they can't heal any longer, and then they have their permission to die.
Oh, so cutting over to EWG, just looking to see if they can harass FPX on that low ground. You can hear the sounds of a Mora's Blessing spawning up. And it's going to be FPX who actually have the inside... Oh, no, sorry, that is the Karumi Tether umbrella. I actually saw the little beam of light, and I was like, oh, there's the Mora's Blessing on the edge of the zone. Nope, it's the umbrella. Getting baited. Oh, wait, no, it is there. I'm a complete fool. There is a Mora's Blessing there. That was real confusing. That was real confusing for me, but we figured it out. FPX, I said this in the beginning of the day. They're a team who are very consistent at picking up the things like the Mora's Blessings and just getting themselves as good loot as possible. That is like their major skill set, is doing that. Wanting to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. I don't think anybody started to open it. Actually, it looks like maybe they have. Yeah, they already have. Okay, there's weapons on the floor, so... Golden nunchucks, golden armor. I'm assuming they're going to want to try and get that golden armor over to Xiaohu at some point.
Stanchion Sky Pillar too, so we could see that control with the silence to come out there.
Absolutely.
Purple
well, AWG going to get the scraps of the Mora's Blessing, unfortunately. That's going to be them on that one. Cutting over to OUG. Definitely having a better kind of later point of the day. They had a really rough start, getting taken out nice and early. Game number 2, they got a bunch more kills, but then got taken out early. Game number 3, they got 5 kills, same kills they had last time, but they're also in the game way later. And we're at that 7-minute mark I like to talk about. And you can see that this game is moving at a much faster pace than before. We are approaching the 7-minute mark. There's 21 players left in it. So definitely accelerated beyond that kind of 25, 28 mark, where I like to think is a typical normal game. As J-Team getting absolutely railed by cannons here. YSJ just lost so much health to that. Is able to step away, but cannon, we really are in the Buccaneer phase. We really are in the cannon meta. But these weapons are just so powerful. So YSJ, he's had enough of cannons, switches out to those halberds and just gives Water a little massage with them. It's going to get some damage fired back onto Water, and suddenly his health bar is starting to evaporate away. Oh my word, Water, what happened? He just lost all of his health. There's so much cannon fire coming in on him. He's able to heal back up, but that was nasty.
You know, it's one awesome aspect in that one patch where they actually allowed projectiles to clink with each other in midair. That was impeccable when we see all these cannons coming out. Water almost literally getting dehydrated. So no pun intended. We're going to have to see how that one ends out, because all the supplies being used there is going to be a point for where these 6 minutes is crucial. Getting the kills, getting the body, getting the loot immediately as soon as you can. But J-Team still locked in at 9 kills. FPX as well for 2nd place. But we need to see how TE wants to handle this through. I mean, TE, right? We see them 1 second round. Can they win this out with a quick 3-kill, with a quick double-digit game again? Could happen. This Viper is still on standby. TXJ having that on the instillment as playing Yodo as well. So for it to be known, this Mora's Blessing, crucial, but very, very misaligned, considering that there is poison shrooms all around into the side. And if you're not careful, that's 750 HP gone from your health bar. And Flame Breath is a common standard here in the NBPL scene. So you're going to have to want to make sure you keep yourselves healthy and sorted out before it burns. The F3 is going to give AWG just a couple of seconds. Could they get themselves while they keep them alive? Can he get the box? Can he get the armor? They're in. He can't even do it because the F1. We saw the F1 from earlier from TE's Alex to come back.
No way.
And that Wu Chen port to give them the opportunity of picking up the gold armor and dipping out of dodge. Oh my goodness.
I don't think they got their teammate up though. I don't think they got their Karen. No, they didn't. That came at a heavy cost here for EWG. They lost their Yoto, their primary carry for the comp. They got golden armor onto their Viper, but that's also you can set up the Yoto. Absolutely tragic for EWG. Overcommitting, overstaying their welcome for some kind of desperation loot. And that has cost them heavily off the back of that one. So now that will be them on the back foot here. It's OUG just looking to finish up Dongyu as well. And they made that look so crisp, so easy, cutting them through immediately. Repeating crossbow shots were coming in onto OUG, but it looks like they are going to be A-okay. 4 minutes left on the lobby. 19 players left in this lobby. Dropping up around here. Lots of trees, lots of terrain to work with. It's going to be interesting to see how the Monk teams are able to handle this. To be honest, it's another lobby where I don't think this circle particularly suits the Monks. There's a lot of verticality, a lot of places you can hide away from those Monk grabs. As you can see here, the King trying to find those grabs, but out of line of sight, there's a whole angle he just can't seem to attack. Malman, though, he's got himself in definitely a better position, is able to find that grab, is able to find the slam and the kill for his team. Is taking some damage, though, for this. Those shots coming in onto him as Malman about to lose that transformation. Will try and look for one last grab, is going to lose it and have to reposition away and heal. But HLG, they've now seen this as their opportunity to jump in, throw out that transformation themselves, and will be looking for the grab. Lion TT goes for the transformation, but there's one grab from Han. He's got it. Gets the slam down onto Little as well. Little now trying to get away. Can he find the re-grab? That's the real question. Poison splashes are going off in the distance. A whole bunch of teams are in the area. Han, lovely little grab, but no real follow-up from his team to secure a kill, unfortunately. FBX, in the meanwhile, are going low on one side, and Dongqing this time getting slammed down, immediately finished up. HLG, with the final moments of that transformation, make it work. In comes a big old stun here from BVV. They want to rule the top in this high ground here. FBX are going to transform at the perfect opportunity not to get locked down. And Xiaohu coming in to see if he can find himself a grab. I don't think he's going to be able to save Dongqing, unfortunately. No one's going to be able to pick him up in time, as he does get one grab onto HLG, gets the slam down. Can't find the follow-up, though. The re-grab hasn't come in, and Han's healing up for the moment, and FBX actually starting to really burn out here. Xiaohu low HP, and he's finished up as well, so 2 FBX members down. They've only got their UA Shen for the moment, as we do see TXJ throwing down the Yoto ultimate, gets quite a lot of damage off of those slashes. Kuki's low HP. He's going to jump in forwards, and there's the kill. TXJ secures it. Absolutely beautiful from TE here.
TXJ F1 Gamer as Yoto. Hope we're making you proud, Justin, because this is going to be the push right here. The King's going to get pushed out here. I wanted to make this analogy. The floor is lava in Sunmoons right now. All these poison streams around. Everyone has to keep themselves alive as they can. And look at all these Quadras. 3 Titans in the formation. BBB having ultimate. Could get this 6 stun, but gets grabbed. Double grab kill. JT on TXJ as well as BBB. JT YSJ is a menace for that one. And having his F ability still up in just in case things get sourpuss here. But it looks like there's going to be a chance to be on to look for a reset in the back line. You see OUG. OUJ's team, we see SS healing up. 2 players against the world. OUG might be giving J-Team a little bit of a hard time here with the range damage. It's not even going to be enough, because look at this. J-Team ZK has themselves the ultimate. They can save themselves in case things get pushed out of the ring between all of these poison shrooms. So it looks like there's going to be only 9 players left into the final minute, with only this point to be known. There is a kill off of OUG, the King. J-Team's KK is going to come out on top there. And with that, J-Team's YHA has only 200 HP. If a burn, if a shroom, anything stops him, it's not going to stop the ultimate. J-Team's YHA has Vajra right up again, and look at this movement that Xiao Liu is going to have to want to need to get still. He needs to get to the high ground as fast and as long as possible. 30 seconds Vajra is not short of the time, especially here. Jinyu going down. Yes, he does. Jinyu goes down to the zone, even transforming with just a couple of milliseconds beforehand. YHA is still on top. 6 enemies on the 6 players left on this point. SS trying to get that res. Can't even get anything left. If he gets his res and he gets that heal, that's it. The Wei Shan is going to be ultimate infusement, but DK has ultimate still. This R&B release is going to give Cuckoo a run. 2 players left. EWG Zhao Liu is the only one on their team, so this is top 3 teams on this point, and it looks like there's going to be a chance for Zhao Liu to keep himself propelled with a little branch. This might be a chance for Jin Yu to go ahead and push everybody out, but Jin Yu is getting melted from the zone, as well as our range damage. Getting into the F3, it's not fast enough, and with
JT have done it.
Might be coming out here. Oh, that would have been it. That would have been it.
There it is. That was so hype. What an ending. All right. JT might be a little bit back. Finally showing up after, honestly, a series of 3 very disappointing domestic appearances, we're starting to see the consistency. We're starting to see the World Championship team show up once again. What a huge win for them. A 23 kill game coming in from J-Team. Playing it really, really well. They need to show consistency throughout the rest of the day and the rest of the season. But for the first time in a while, I've seen more than one good J-Team game in a day, which is something you don't typically see until you're at the J Cup itself. Normally, these guys, they play one good game every now and then, and that's enough for them to keep themselves in the running for the World Championship. This time, starting to show up, starting to throw punches, starting to stand toe-to-toe to the top teams in the lobby. KLA kicked out very early in this lobby. FPX and TE having absolutely monster performances as well. Both trying to prove each other of who is the better of the two. And J-Team said, nah, it's us. And absolutely stomped the hell out of that lobby. Huge stuff coming in from them. My concern, now, I need to be realistic. I don't think they can play many more Monk games. They may have one last Monk game in them, but they have played Monk 3 games now, which means the cost of running Monk is starting to get a little bit too high. They've run Kurumi twice. I think they've won Yuashen 3 times as well. So they are burning through hero points, and they've still got 3 games left today. So they need to show us that they're capable of playing this well on the Takeda comps, on the ACOS comps, on the Yoto comps, on things that aren't going to be these transformation comps, because they are burning points way too quick to stick to just Monk now.
I mean, we saw how the change up in scales from the usual norm, right? We saw how F3, I believe in round 2, we saw F3 Takeda being used outside of the norm from F1 and Trios. But this just showcase, right? TE's LXJ came out with the F1 Yoto to come out for those kill steals and coming through with a reset on the F to come back. Although they did get double grabbed. These are nice changes to see, right? Out of the normally F3, because F3 has so much utilization, but you're costing out so much for using a character where it's using a skill to negate any damage for 3.5 seconds to now throwing out all your cards on the table once you rush right in and getting the gold focus knockup. I am going to see how this goes into play though for Morris Isle. We're going to midday next for round 4, and like you said, hero points are at all-time, usage. They can't run the transformer comps as they once would want to, even if they have to expend using characters outside of the norm. There's not going to be much to go into synergizing well. Like you said, V3 to like Takeda into Transformers was one thing, but like when you use all your Transformers now, all you got to do is be a ground force unit.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a little look at the scoreboard. I swear I can speak. See exactly how many points were scored there for J-Team. 23 kills coming in, 34.7 points. It's insane that TE were also in double digits, considering how many kills J-Team got there. 14 points over to TE. FPX got 9 kills, but did place a little bit higher, so they got a little bit more of a multiplier, put them up to 12.3. OUG with 7 kills, getting 11.1. And our first donut of the day goes over to Wolves. Unfortunately, a little bit sad to see them get that 0-pointer. Something you'll learn here is we're all big Wolves fans, even though they never do that well. I have to be because they're actually a British organization. They're an English football team, the Wolverhampton Wolves. So I have to like them as a Brit.
Represent.
Gotta represent. We got them in the line for the only European representation here at this in this tournament. So I got to stand up for those guys, and both of those teams are tragically bad, unfortunately. We will see the scorecards. Oh my word! Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that much damage
combined
in an NBL game. No, on a single player, 41k on YSJ.
It's funny.
I think the most I've seen is like 38 in an NBPL game, anyway.
I think the King back in the bi-weekly 1 finals actually is the opposite, reciprocating end for healing as a ping with 41k healing, and that was like, huh?
that was the meta where everyone went to Holoroth and went, yes, Holoroth means Z-ping, and then would do nothing except but exchange damage. Nobody would die, and then they'd all just die to the zone. I hated that meta. I hated that meta so much. Oh, you awoke a memory in me, which I thought I'd buried. I prefer it when it's high damage. I prefer this high damage. That was huge. I mean, the combined damage is actually really, really big. What are we at? We're 3, 5, 8, 9. 90,000 damage is the team.
It's
roughly.
I'm looking for a Yodohime with 50k damage, but we might see that as a pipe dream once in a while. YSA though, as you can see here in the replay, they get the double grab kill against the RG Sanzi, and also trying to get to re-grab just because of that little bit of inch of terrain against Shang and costs him out with TEBBB. So look at this movement with the aerial LMB, so using that B2 Viper ult, getting a secure stun, no transforming, nothing to your name, you're gone. Triple stun in one shot, and the LMB blue bucket is beautiful to see because TXJ comes out here right off the cusp in the last 2 minutes of the match in the round 3, and looking like they're going to be coming out here with one chance, one opportunity, one F1 to kill secure off of Cuckoo 2 right there. And now YSJ coming out, having to hold that ultimate, is going to go for a grab and might be able to try to see the Lucian port out as an issue, but no, it's going to go straight into TE Leo. It's going to go straight into it, Xingyu, and knocking both of them out in a double smack, and with another ultimate from BBB, and getting grabbed as a result with another double grab. TXJ go down.
I actually really want to see more people pick up Yoto F1. I think it's like really slept on. I think the dash is really valuable. People are obviously very set on the I think it's the F3. I actually can't remember. I used to main Yoto, I should know this. It's the one where you obviously, the one that everybody runs, right? The safety net. But since the safety net got like heavily nerfed and kind of removed, I would like to see more and more people kind of lean into that F1. That dash is valuable. It's a really powerful tool for sparring and dueling. As we are going to be looking at the card. Unfortunately, it didn't load. It was our monk. No surprises. YSJ or YSR. I can't. God, my brain is not working. It's not functioning. Apparently, when my internet shut down, my brain did as well. But, you know, 41k damage coming out from that monk. Does get the MVP. No real surprises that they did. And we got another game of Morosile coming up. We have a slightly extended break now, and then we go into like the 2 back-to-back games. And I've talked a lot about this. There it is. Coming in, let's have a look. Stormstrand, Repair Roll, Rupture Gale, or Poison Splash, Flame Breath, Alchemy. Yeah, I mean, the Repair Roll and the Flame Breath are the big ones, right? Like the cannons, just keeping the cannon fire up constantly. That might explain why that 21k damage came out from the cannon. Absolutely enormous. I'm curious, though, for your thoughts on this one, Severier. What are your thoughts on like the games being so close back to back? With that game 1, you have Morosile into Holoroth instantly, and then game 4 and 5, it's Morosile into Holoroth back to back instantly. I had the theory that, you know, it does change things up quite a lot for the players. They don't get as much time to kind of relax and rest after the games. So I'm curious what you would think your thoughts are on it, and like, you know, playing games back to back and the kind of longevity of it in a way.
I mean, going through it, right? If we're looking at the Holoroth, the Morosile to Holoroth, and seeing how the players' decisions kind of go into place, you gotta realize now that the players don't have eyes on deck when seeing how to counter pick somebody in the last couple of seconds to put themselves ahead of the curve. Now they have to make sure and putting themselves wondering if that map rotation will change to spice it up, right? Looking at how we went into a Yodo in the first round, into Morosile into the third round, 3 Yodo show up, but the team that initiated that Yodo didn't even run it, and in which case we can see how we're going right back into Morris Isle in Sunny Time. So now there's no more ultimate gauges from Fireflies as often as we would once like. Ephemeros is now going to be the Firefly Cave. Council Courtyard has the Firefly Cave down there as well for you guys to be able to utilize. And it's just like back to back, you know, between Holoroth and Morris Isle, but now going double down on Morris Isle. This is going to put some players into utilizing heroes that they may or may not had anticipated to use ahead of time.
Yeah, I'm curious what the hero select is going to look like going into game number 4. Just because, like I said, J-Team, they've had some good games, but they have burnt a lot of resources to get those good games in. I said it at the beginning of game 2 when they picked that Takeda comp, because you go Takeda with Monk and Yuashen, or Monk and Tammy, depending. I think they went Yuashen off the top, if I recall. The problem with that is, like, while you saw the power of that comp in the realm with Yang, where they absolutely slammed KLA.
Yeah.
KLA just couldn't even play because they got grabbed, they got decayed, they got slammed, they got taken out. It was one of the fastest realm of Yangs I've ever seen. The problem with it is you're picking 3 very valuable characters and putting them all in together and basically burning hero points on them in that run. Because every time you pick a hero, their hero points double in usage. So it costs more and more to pick the heroes more and more. So the more they pick Monk, the less they can actually play Monk into the day. Anyway, we actually have an interview standing by, so we're going to pass it over to that, and then we'll be back with game number 4, so we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And today we invite VVV to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 小伟，欢迎来到赛后采访。先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T 的小伟。
欢迎小伟，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访间。So first, I have a question because you just told me that you guys think in the first bi-weekly final, you also think you don't have in the good status, and I would like to know the reason and how you guys adjust. And so for today, you have really good performance today. 那我首先特别想问一个问题啊，因为看起来第一个双周可能成绩有那么一点不尽如人意，在其实拿过了总冠军之后，我相信，哎呀，不知道 T1 自己内部是怎么去看待上个双周发生的就是这个情况不在状态这个情况呢？然后之后你们怎么调整，今天可以拿出一个这么好的状态来呢？
可能因为拿了冠军，然后放假放得太久了，然后最近的话就慢慢一直练嘛，每天就练，多练肯定状态就找回来了。
原来如此。So in my opinion, I think after we get the championship, after the spring split, I think maybe we rest for too long time, and after that, like we relax too much. So that's why we don't have good status in the first bi-weekly final. But we adjust quickly because now, like every day, we train a lot and a lot. So today we have very good performance. OK， 那我们接下来就要进入我们的第二个环节，也就是要给观众们送出福利啦。Let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 准备好了没有？要给大家送福利了。那我们来看一下今天的问题是什么。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see. Today's question is.How many kills did TE get in Game 3? OK， 今天的题目啊，就是在第3把当中，你们拿到了多少的击败？那这边我要首先恭喜一下 TE 啊，因为第2把拿下了一个最高分。但我有个问题想问一下小伟，你觉得谭旭杰这个 MVP 用这个工程弩拿的，你自己服不服？
服呗，因为他确实赋能他该站在那个弩车上，他该他刷伤害。
该他拿一个 MVP， 对不对 ？So I just asked him because they have the highest score in the game too, and I would like to know how he think that the TXJ get the MVP because of Ballista. And he told me that he think he have to get the Ballista, he have to get the MVP because he really have a good position at the middle time of the game. That's why he can get the MVP.Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be whispered, so please pay attention. It's time to find out the correct answer. 那接下来也要有请小伟给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个
A11.
Yes, the correct answer is A11.Okay, and we know that you guys already is the second bi-weekly final. Sorry, not final. It's the second bi-weekly. And I would like to know because your team is like always change the position, like attack a position and the support position. And I would like to know why. 那我特别想知道一下，因为其实来到了第2双周，我们也可以看到 TE 其实之前自己去进行了一个位置上的互换，对不对？然后我特别想问一下，那为什么会进行这样的安排呢？
因为我所有英雄都会玩，然后我可以随便调位置。
哇，这个真的属于英雄值很深啊。So because I think I'm good at all the characters in the NARAKA, that's why we can change the attack and support position because I'm good at all the hero and characters in the NARAKA. OK， 谢谢小伟今天的一个分享。哇，我再次想惊讶一下，所有的英雄都很擅长，也期待你更多的英雄在我们的比赛当中发光发亮出彩，好不好？那接下来就祝你们还有3场比赛 ，Good luck to you. OK, thank you for today's interview, and we will say good luck to Team TE, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game 4 and 5, actually, of the day. We're dropping on Morris Isle for this 4th game first. Yeah, so let's have a quick look and rundown of what we've had happen today. So KLA started off in insane form. A 19 kill game coming in from them, an absolutely huge open to the day. Then TE strike back in that second game, and then J-Team just say, hold my beer, and score a 23 kills in that last game. And TE though got 11 kills as well, so also having a really, really good game. And KLA, all of the work they did at the beginning of the day is starting to run away from them now. They're starting to have a little bit of problems, unfortunately. Make sure for you guys who are going to Gamescom that you do join us this August 23rd and 25th over in Hall 6A050. I swear I can speak. Well, honestly, my brain is just slowly melting away today, apparently. It's getting hot again. Yeah, you can grab yourself some NARAKA goodies. We talked about these at the beginning of the day. They are very adorable. I really like all of them. I have to see if someone can send some to me. Hey, NARAKA guys who are listening on the other side, send me some of this stuff.
Next day delivery.
Yeah, I want it. I want the little Justina. That's cute. But yeah, no. It's KLA have done really well to get themselves in the position they were at the beginning of the day, and it has just been kind of lackluster ever since. Like game 2 was all right, game 3 was pretty bad, and they got some work to do now because all that they've achieved has basically been undone by J-Team and TE just having 2 absolutely killer games coming in for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's been like a reciprocation between these guys, right? Like we expected to see one to the other by the first round of expectations after that killer game that KLA had, especially with the with setting up the tone for how round 3 went with the picks. And then all of a sudden it kind of went like into a position where it just went from mid to like, okay, this is kind of like a weird streak because now J-Team is showing up. You know, we thought it was going to be undermining throughout this tourney in the beginning, and then somehow in the 3rd game, boom, they just came out like guns a-blazing. They wanted to see how well they could put them, how far they can get with using the Monk game show though. So they're going to have to want to see how those last 3 games are going to shape up for no more Transformers. So like no more Transformers in one situation type. They're going to have to try to change that comp up, put in themselves. You know, we could see some, you know, could see some, you know, nonchalant comps to come out here and, you know, throw the whole balance off of the ends, you know, and throw out the tectonic plates into a mix-up. But putting these guys, you know, in a position of where they are now, it's safe to say that J-Team could possibly keep this position. Cross my fingers, knocking on wood.
Yeah, I've got my concerns. I've followed J-Team long enough as a team and an org to know that inconsistency can be a real problem for them domestically. I also do know J-Team's major strength is Monk, is playing those Transformer comps, is playing the comps that play into that. And I think they have at best 1 game out of Monk, unless they do like a Valda comp with Monk, like Valda Monk and then like some other hero, because the first time you pick a hero, it costs you no points. And then I can't remember the exact maths on it. I did get sent it a while ago, but it's like 2 points from there. Then it's 4 points. Then it's 8 points. It keeps going up. So it gets more and more to basically pick a hero. So what you have to do if you want to keep playing Monk beyond this point is you have to play heroes for the first time, the likes of like Valdas and things that you haven't played. Heroes who cost you 0 points to run. So then you can put the monk into them. But then the question is like, I know Valda monk works because that's something we have had a couple of times where you get the tidal wave, the monk plucks them out, and especially with the new version of Valda, ever since the rework, it is a little bit more playable than it used to be. But the question though is what can you play with it? Because you can't really play like ACOS monk. ACOS monk is like,
it's nifty.
Kind of garbage. It just doesn't work, right?
It's wishy-washy, right? Because if they decide to go, let's say the Akos decides to go to V2, right? Then he has to put them in the pound state, and they have to recognize how far the enemies can be launched. If they run V1, they only have that one opportunity of controlling those opponents, or even having themselves using F2 to F3 to hold them position down. But after that one F3 nerf, after that point where it was like, you know, unstaggerable, it's going to be a big position. Here's the players. Here is the comps. Zai.
Oh, there it is! Yeah. They've done it! They've only gone and done it. It was actually this game. It was game 4 where they pulled the Zai out on week 1, day 4, where they did this. So they feel comfortable to wick it out again in day 4. In game 4, we actually do also see 2 ACOS comps coming in as well. A rise in the Yoto Hime, which I'm very happy with as a Yoto player and a Yoto enthusiast. Nice to see that she's kind of returning to the meta a little bit. F3 here for JL. I didn't see if anyone was running the F1, but I really value the F1 on Yoto. Ever since F3 kind of got nerfed into the floor, where you can basically get a pot off if you don't get interrupted. That's it. I'm an advocate for F1. It's very good, especially in a lobby like this, which is not going to go for late. These teams are going to want to go for a more aggressive early fight style. Something I will say, but doesn't suit J-Team. J-Team are going to be locking in this Yoto comp themselves, but they are a team who typically struggle when the lobby moves fast. They look great when the lobby's slower and more relaxed, but when everyone's being hyper-aggressive and farming kills, J-Team, that seems to be where they look weakest. We'll see whether or not they have kind of worked on that and changed things up, as it does look like they are going to be dropping down at Sunwing's Rest with KLA. So KLA definitely looking to make a recovery after that previous game. I expect to see some action here at Sunwing's Rest immediately between these two teams. And whoever wins this is going to have a major advantage for the later stages, as already the two teams have found each other. Rosemary coming to slide in and have that redemption arc there for their team. The poison shrooms are going to be a real nuisance to fight around, as well as already ZK has lost a fair amount of HP, but Rosemary also losing a lot in return, going to get taken down by J-Team. And now CXZ also losing all of their health. Nothing they can do here. Gets the turnaround, but the counter comes in from ZK. 2 members fall. Easy as you like.
Man, J-Team literally showed up and said, hello, went to the skull, picked up some gear, walked back with 3 kills. And that's going to be the first section of this game. That was even the first minute. And we can see Bowder getting a kill off the GG Bond in the kill feed. But FPX is over by the Sigma Mine. Jaku going to be playing the Tianhai this time around, and Water playing the Wei Shan for the Transformer comp. These guys have Dongqing, I believe, on F3 duty, though. So there is no heals coming out from F1. I remember seeing a team with the F3 for that extra defense for 90% for 4 seconds for this patch. Wu Xing, though, is going to see a chance for DRG to maybe losing a teammate, but Sanzi is playing out the Akos, getting that 3 pounds and 60% mitigation for 8 seconds there. It's going to be a big time. Wu Xing, though, goes down. Wolves 14 might be going for a vertical here, but the horizontal coming from the dagger is a big push, and there's the Nezos Might, and there it is. Dragon Slayer coming out. Sanzi's down. And another parry from 14 to come through with another Nezos and a Dragon Slayer. Coming through with the RMB into the jump LMB. Shang RC goes down there too into the Sigma Mine. We're running it back. FPX is going to see how AS is doing, and AS is not happy about it because now he has only one chance and opportunity of getting out of here, and that's from his teammates. But Dongqing is nowhere to be found because he's dead. So once they finish up here, they can get the res, but FPX is going to be at a deficit of a healer and most likely not be able to compensate for that point. But looks like Xiao Hua is going to lose almost every single bit of his HP and getting RMB'd right here with a 3-man focus from Team JL to see AS coming back into the res position for the win.
Absolutely enormous there coming in. Really, really explosive start. Bowder 6 kills in immediately. Really, really strong performance for these guys. Is J-Team getting that squad wipe as well, nice and early, means they get all of Sunwing's Rest to loot up, uncontested, and also got some early kills. That is the best of both worlds. They then get a bounty on KLA just to rub salt in the wound. So they're going to be tracking and hunting KLA down now. Oh, that is really tragic for the Koala Bears. I expect them to be in some serious danger. We do see Wolves versus DRG. He's going to be able to come out on top here, as already DRG have lost one. Wolves 14 is going to keep the pressure up onto Santi. Santi's just being stagger locked out. The Wushen ultimate means they're going to be able to blink away to safety, find that resurrection, and they need to get out of here before Wolves get onto them. But blinking health bars onto Wushen means that they could crumble if jumped onto again. Looks like they are just going to try and get away. They do have that ACOS ready from Santi. He is ready to pop that ultimate and chase as a Wolves. They are relentless, hunting down. They've got the scent and the pack is on. DRG just trying to scramble away and hope that Wolves either give up or run out of grapples, which at this rate, it actually may be happening here because K has 4 grapples left. We are going to cut over back to Shadow J Mine, so OUG got himself in a fight here. Actually got himself a kill. OUG, winners of the last bi-weekly final, not having the most standout performance here, unfortunately, in this week. Have to see if they've got a little bit more in the tank coming into the latter half of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a good push here in the Shadow Jade, and that port out is essential for JL team to get that reset that's necessary. But also, most importantly, costing ult for ult and using Kata ult outside of the to just make sure it runs out. No more Fury detonations, no more problems. But for it to be known, OUG having to put themselves in a position like they were once last week with the finals and leading out in first with a pretty hefty score heavy upon the. It's going to be a wishy-washy position to see how they want to go inside the mines here, because looking at how these mines are, they're going to pick up a kill off of a Fang here with the R&B release for that full sword. As you can see, the F1 is still active for SS to go ahead and be at a point of pressure without even the enemy realizing if it's too late to throw a blue focus. But AS is still running it through using the scale rush, using the grapples they can get the blue focus. R&B with a 2.0 release there. The bow shot with the parry coming out here for SS to get a kill. AS goes down. JL still having to fight. Jing Yu is still in a position against ZU. ZU is going to be one position by themselves. It's going to be only a matter of time, though, before the remainder of OUG's teammates are going to collapse upon the. GU only has 1 Spirit Shield left, but it looks like Bauda has a right to the scene, looking for the Shipwreck fight, or to the Shadow Jade, I should say. In which case, and if anything comes out here, Bauda is going to be coming here and cleaning up shots. GU goes down for the finale. Maybe Bauda might have something up their sleeve with this V1 ultimate to consider using it to try to stop anyone from being able to get out here. Yodohime coming out here now is going to stop this position. If he gets this stun, this Moonbane is not going to do anything. Oh. If the Kata V3 activated, is going to be a heap of trouble if they get caught with the Moonbane. There it is.
Oh, no! They zip out. So last week, we had a moment where 2 people went down to a Moonbane. It was so funny. It literally won the game for another player. It was so funny, but always funny things like that. I love Moonbane. We really changed the tempo and the way our fights broke out as J-Team actually losing ZK, got himself pinned against the wall there. The Wushen ult out, though, does mean that they can take the Karen with them, get the revive off, and now J-Team, it's them on the run. It does look like they weren't able to find KLA with that bounty, although KLA are down a player. They've lost their Karumi, which is really, really rough for them. That's their sustain. That is their survivability out, so see if they can find enough Dark Tide points together to get a Rebirth Charm up and revive their Karumi, because otherwise I feel like game 4 might also be a bit of a rough game for the likes of KLA, unfortunately. We'll have to see, as the rest of the teams are just currently getting themselves situated and set up wherever they can, really. As Wolves 14 just having a sniff around here around the shipwrecks.
Yeah, KLA losing the Karumi is like losing the firing pin. You can't have the initiation with the Tianhai and the Wei Shan without some sort of gunpowder in between, and without it, it's only a matter of time before you get iframe dodge and everywhere between to throw out your ultimates when they're casted upon thee. So for KLA, they need to put themselves, they're 3rd overall for now, but we need to see how this goes through. They buy their Rebirth Chime, they're going to get their Kurumi back. It's just a matter of time before they need to get their gear up in check. Robiang is going to be up in around 60 seconds or so. KLA is going to be centraled out into Servant's Grounds and getting that res. While XCG is in the vicinity, remember they have that Zai comp. We're going to have to see how that one goes through, because it's going to be a big pressure pull for the beginning of a res, especially with the low gear that's going to be instilled. While DRG and JL are in nearby Sunveil's dwelling, and while Celestia's going to
have the approach between KLA and TE. This could be initiation for them to see about using that wheel. I'm hoping to see if anything's going to come down here, but like it's midday, there is no flaming cages, so make sure you guys keep that in check. There's not going to be any sort of shenanigans for this. Someone's going to get stunned for 5 seconds and get deleted immediate upon entry. But looking at how the shipwreck fight has now shifted out, OUG is the only ones left out here, while BIWEEK2 is in the northeast, southwest of, I should say, the breezy, the Moonlit Courtyard, ways down south, I should say. But more importantly, this Roma Yang, it's crucial, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna see FPX come out here and try to instill the poke the bear, which are the wolves with all purple armor, well, 2 purple armor and 1 blue, which is exactly what they have in store for them. As water is the one with blue armor, which is, you know, a lot of hot takes when it comes down to who should get the armor priority. Especially the Transformer should be getting it, but when you have a low health target, it's gonna be a position whether or not you want to see the focus to be dealt on the Transformer or for the healer.
Wolves just ran away from FPX, and then FPX just chased them into the zone. Transformations coming out. This Roma Yang's going to break out between Wolves and FPX here. Already 14, lost a fair amount of HP. K gets himself slammed. Wolves 14 can't play interrupt in time, and K losing so much HP immediately. They should be able to keep him topped up and keep him alive for the moment as Ziwi finds some space, but 14, his health bar is going low. The Kurumi healing is coming in as he's looking for the grab, but Wolves have not achieved much with their transformation, where FPX have been able to find 2 grabs, 2 slams. Finally, Wolves find their one, but the stagger comes in, and that's going to stop entirely any of that action. Water comes in for the transformation himself here to try and see if he can get some damage down and turn the tides to this fight, which has started so roughly for Wolves. FPX just completely dominating it for the moment, looking for those slams. Wolves is actually losing a fair amount of HP here as can't actually get too close. K doing a good job of being an interruption here, but in comes the slam, is going to connect, but again, another slam comes in. The Kurumi ultimate has gone on from FPX though, so they can keep their side alive for just a little bit longer. Holding on to the transformations again, timeout. 14's been got himself caught out by the spear. The rush is just too much for him. Water now getting jumped onto. 14 using that spear very effectively here. Nobody is in under any serious threat of going down. Yeah, I say that as Water is blitzed away. Xiaohu now trying to get away from K. K trying to find that uppercut. Xiaohu very low HP, and there it is. Wolves find the win.
That was an impeccable timing for Wolves to come out here on top and literally succeeded in swiping out the other team from that realm. And, you know, with it, all that effort, that was a long realm fight, because you can see with HLG winning out of free realm instead on the other end. So they're going to be able to have that buff for free, whereas TE was outside of the, is going to be putting themselves
salty run back.
Oh, no way shot. No shot, bro.
They did it. They've done it.
They're running it back. FPX is going to activate ult in response to Wolves 14. They activate his ultimate first. The gold weapon, there's the jump into the leap into the fight, but Xiaohu is only 50% HP. Gonna go for the grab, trying to knock back the opponents. 14 is trying to save his teammate from being able to get secure desolation. But it looks like there's going to be a chance. Verticals from the spear. Big damage, but getting grabbed out there.
Another grab?
It's going to be happening.
Ooh. 14's able to get another grab, but Xiaohu actually isn't able to get the slam down. Another grab from 14. He is redeeming himself for that Mora's Blessing performance and absolutely landing every grab. FPX in some serious danger. K's going to go in for the transformation. Wolves are happy to take this fight. They got Vermilion Bird's Might, and if they can knock FPX out, they're even happier than that. They're taking out one of the front runners in the lobby right now as FPX, they've burnt so much and so far haven't been able to really get too much in response. Water loses his transformation as well as K slamming onto the members of FPX. Another slam comes in. Their health bars are just blinking. Dongqing, if he goes down, there's no way to even pick him up. He's just down and he's done. That is going to be the end of him. FPX losing members left, right, and center. Wolves, absolutely stellar performance. Xiaohu trying to find himself the counter, but he's going to get jumped onto. The parry comes down. He's going to be able to pick up his great sword, and Xiaohu not going to be long for this world, unfortunately, as he is cut down. Water as well will be quick to follow. Wolves making very, very quick work of FPX, getting 3 kills on them twice in a row for 6 kills. Wolves, they got 10 kills. They're in this game.
Yeah, I was about to mention Wolves is they got the Zenkai boost after the first 3 rounds. They're now coming back into this fight. They're going to be coming with a double digit, the first double digit so far into this point in the rounds. And I think it's the fastest that we've seen a double digit killing, kill leader team this soon into the rounds. So for this to be the day one hype for Wolves this time around, this could be the underdogs, reign of coming back in for rounds 5 and 6 afterwards. And even, dare I say it, might be having the kills of the lifetime for this round. But going over Lake Yellowleaf, it looks like TXJ is having themselves a bit of a tassel with Team JL. Having no ultimate, may have just used it, may have popped it to try to control it through with no value, considering that this team is now in full push mode. And it looks like this is going to be a chance for Wuche to get the port out for JL. JL is going to have that Tammin resetting, but in the meantime, TXJ is going to want to go ahead and just, farm this out. Healing, is impeccable, of course, but AS has blue armor. They are at a gear deficit into the mid game right now. And it looks like over in Sunwing's Rest, you can see XGG go down for the count, completely knocking out LXH, but it looks like LXH is not the only one left. See, XGG has, I think, one teammate left. Yes, the Matari coming out here from Xianyan, having the V3 for the heal for the it's called Smite, but it's going to be for the heals for 12 seconds for 50% lifesteal, and getting 9 HQ here is not going to happen. They see it happening a mile away. Crossbow bolts from the top of the tree line with Xing. Gonna F3 preemptively from the scare rush. It's gonna come down. It's gonna glide and into the grapple strike. Look at this guy. Is he solo gamer? Because he's gonna be coming with the jump LMB here, because it looks like that is gonna be the end for XGG for the 4th round.
I'm so sad, but Zycom didn't really get any legs this game. We're completely run over, knocked out early. Really, really rough. Roma Yang's spawning up again. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. They just went through again. As Draco Storm is going to be what's in the Mora's Blessing. Teams don't know that, but they will be finding out relatively soon. As JL's AS just trying to get these last couple of shots off here with the ultimate, is going to try and take this fight versus TE. If FPX if TE also get knocked out as well as FPX, this is so big for some of these teams who have had been struggling, as these two have been on the forerun. But remember, TE, they now know that FPX are out. They know this is their opportunity to strike and really get ahead, and they're striking onto AS, losing so much HP there. Bowder have actually come in off the back of their insanely good start as well. Looking to finish up ZU, doing some work with the dual blades here from Mawam. KLA also sliding in Rosemary to see if they can try and get something to happen. Down goes ZU. Mawam able to find that one. And KLA's third party doesn't quite work. They did get the rebirth charm off, so they have been able to pick up their Karuni since we last talked about them. Still, plenty of players left in this lobby. That Roma Yang, though, will be spawning up any second now, and everyone's after this Mora's Blessing. That's where the attention really is.
And they burned OUG, owning up to it and making sure they get their ultimate. But Yu is getting caught out here, and there's something to know about KLA right now. They only have 1 kill so far into this lobby. We can see this change in a matter of seconds with how it can come down to it. But they're running the Transformer team for the 2nd time around, and with it, they're going to have that comp going to be, holding it down with the Roma Yang going to Wolves here. You can see it coming out there on the screen. Bauda, though, and Mao, and just everyone in Bauda is going to have themselves, a time of their lives with not having to worry about having to burn ultimates in that whole fight previously. So it is going to be a good chance for them to see any up-and-coming fighters to come out of this realm. And you can see Wolves coming right outside of it, as I called it. And then now southeast side of Eventside Temple. 14 is going to use that cannon to get some initiation. Has a gold spear, and his teammate with the gold halberds to say, being the menace. If he can catch someone down with a horizontal with a dual halberds, and for 14 to release an RMB, that's all their health bar. They have to forcefully use ultimate at that point if they catch them through that. But OUG is waiting it out into the hilltop over north of Sunvale's dwelling. They're going to see these chances. Still, Bauda, 9 kills, 2nd place so far. They had themselves a pretty nifty spot.
One thing. They got Mr. Mike. They know they're there. This is a very scary Wolves as well. 2 golden weapons, all loaded up with good armor. Cannon fire coming in to try and finish up this kill. Wolves 10 kills in, finally having that recovery that they've been trying to have this whole time. Is one thing, repeating to get shot at, is going low, is going down. OUG able to get their 4th kill of the game and secure that one onto SS as well.
Yeah, Fang went down with 1 pill swoop there. Having the V2 ultimate was not fast enough, especially for the Viper ultimate. But more importantly, Draco Storm is enabled minute and 20 seconds until it runs out, but OUG is just going to be pushing themselves away from it. EWG, Zhao Liu is going to be having themselves, you know, teaming up with the Blue Armor this late into the game. Blue Armor, it's going to be a mitigation tactic, but they're going to have to run it through. Dong Yu doesn't have ultimate unless he's already pre-ported on the map, in which case, if he doesn't, he needs to farm it up as soon as possible. Wuxing, though, as well as DRG as a whole, Blue Armor, but purple weapons, so the damage glass cannon mode is enabled. J-Team's over in the Ventai Temple. They also have blue armor. So these guys are really looking for, you know, for gear in this moment, because with 12 minutes on the clock, 27 players alive, getting rid of the low health targets is going to be essential here. But it's also more important to know whether or not they're going to have to burn their ults first, or they can push through without even needing to do so.
Oh, there you go. Some purple armor. That's at least one member of J-Team getting that, as KLA also themselves rocking mostly purple armor, but one player still that blueberry will be that easier person to pick. It's actually their Wuchen, which is typical, to be fair. The Wuchen normally sits at the back of the fight and just ults when he needs to, so you don't need as much armor. They're not going to be the one engaging as much. Obviously, would like to grab that one, as we do see that J-Team pick up the Valiant Challenge. Let's see if it's going to work out for them. As a little bit more looting, a little bit more just gear grabbing here for some of these teams. KLA, only a single kill. They had a rough start to this game, getting instantly taken out by J-Team at Sunwing's Rest. But now, with just a single kill, moving into that point where it's starting to get later and later, we need to see them actually try and pick up some kills. Now, they are playing a monk comp, a traditional monk comp as well, so they do come into their own in the end game. But everyone's playing at a very accelerated fashion in this game. I mean, Wolves are also playing a traditional monk comp, and they have 10 kills. So
yeah,
it's a very fast-moving game.
Yeah, it's going to accelerate, and even then, it's going to be an exponential growth for these teams. When it comes down to these points, you know, whether or not they're going to be wanting to go ahead and wait this out for the next Morris Blessing, it's going to be a doozy when it comes down to how far each the higher echelon tier teams with their gear versus those ones that have nothing to their name except a purple weapon and then some change. But supplies is looking good though for J-Team ZK here, as you can see with the 19 grapples. I mean, this is good supply management with using the Sky Rush instead of having to expend all these grapples. It's just a good, you know, this is how you should really, you know, utilize it. You shouldn't be grappling every single time that you can, whether you have them available or not. Just try to save them as long as you can, unless it's a big scaling. But Wolves 14, look at these Jades, man. Like 3 gold Jades, 2 gold Jades, and then 3 to reciprocate for Wolves and ZWL. Probably have themselves the Meteor, as you can see, probably possibly with the Jade over there, and also with 14 to have a specialty Jade. Could be Skyforce, could be Desperation, most likely not, but it could also be Repair Roll, right? And Repair Roll in a meta right now with the cannons and the muskets and the ranged weapons is an essential type of Jade to go ahead and utilize over the course of this point. But in reciprocating end, Jabauda, you can see the Jades are going to be looking like gray Jades in the hands of Mao, but sometimes that's all you need. And putting themselves, that's, you know, it's either the skill of the player or the gear of the player. But most importantly, it's all about the positioning. These guys have themselves the V1 ultimate for the Viper. They can really shut some people down if they can find the opportunity to be met for a third-party opportunity. But looking over here, you can see a chance on the Ventai Temple reaching down to the zone closure. DRG and the KLA going over each other. Could this be KLA's end? We're going to have a moment of silence because it looks like KLA is going to rush right into it and wanting to get these guys immediately knocked through. DRG is going to be wanting to be A-okay by just pushing themselves. With 4 kills, though, these guys have a pretty hefty spot, while, you know, KLA is still rocking the 1 kill into this late of the game with 3rd place overall so far. But we're going to have to see how this goes through. J-Team going for a KKX parry, but looking for a reposition to try to throw him off the side of the building and picking up the weapon on the reciprocating point. The KKX going to go ahead and get that pistol out. Might be seeing a roofed cliffside fight with using that pistol and trying to go closer and closer beyond. YSJ, though, not playing Tian High because they ran it out. They're going to have to play the Wu Chen into seeing about the port if necessary. It looks like there's going to be a chance for ZK, though, to activate the Odo Hime ult. Rosemary sees Yu. Yu is running out of there, and so is Rosemary in response. KKX is going to reset here for free. These guys see a Moonband, and they want to play it safe by just going counterclockwise of it over into the Sunveil's dwelling region. But Yu having to bring that ultimate, having the V3 ultimate into the mitigation to save his opponent, it's going to be a little bit of a position for restance himself. I'm sure that KLA still keep themselves alive for just a couple of minutes longer, 8 minutes until the end of the round. We still have 27 players alive.
Yeah, it's an on-tempo game. We're about to hit that 26 as Yu is finished up by HLG. That's their first kill of the game. Only 15 points for these guys, so really not having the greatest performance. They're not having an XCG bad kind of day. Who have got 8 points. Finally picked that legendary Zycomp I built up so much and then didn't pull it out. I believe it is JL who are the ones, or is it JDG who do it? There's one of our teams that begins with J, but it's not JT. They have a really fun comp, which I hope you get to see. It's Justina. Oh, they run Justina. They run. It's Justina carry. So I think it's like Justina, Viper, and Matari. I think I can't actually remember who the third is in it. But it's a really nasty comp, and they pull it off so well when they play it. Really, really good. Anyway, Rosemary is about to join some of their other teammates and go down here. There's not really too much that KLA can really do about that. Both of them down and out for the count, and KLA just gonna have to settle on this being a rough game because there's their final player. Down, out, just after the 7-minute mark. We have 24 players, so actually moving at a fairly reasonably fast pace, which if you looked at the kill scores, you'd have a good understanding. But yeah, that is the case because J-Team have 8 kills, Wolves have 10, Bowder have 9. It is a very explosive game.
Yeah, big underdogs coming in here, no pun intended, for the Wolves, getting themselves that double digit and still keeping 10 though. It's now going to be probably, like you said, the time is ticking, and once we reach these final minutes, it's going to be an explosive type rounds for these guys and looking for those poke damages, as we can see Bowder is doing it right now. They have themselves at 8 kills right now, no, 9 kills, so they're about to reach double digits. So there's a Ballista, TE, the menace, as we saw into the Holoroth round, into round 2. Ballista was the most damage for the MVP. And I mean, like, listen, like, if you're gonna be saying anything about the Ballista, it's one thing to say that, oh, it's not a big deal, and then it's another to take 1200 damage. So for these guys, it's really up to the supply management. You can see he has 5 repair chests. He is willing to hold his ground over into the sense of where Bowder is seeing everyone is focusing on that region. You saw that swarm damage coming out there from someone, but TXJ has golden armor, is rushing to his teammates because it looks like LYD is getting focused out here. He's gonna have that blistering edge. He's gonna have to hunker down while everyone's hiding in the building. BRG is holding it through. The Ballista is now in use again. This time it's not under the hands of TE. LYD is going to heal up his blue armor as fast as he can. BVB having the purple one to keep themselves alive as a ground unit, as the Kurumi. But more importantly, TXJ has that monk health, and with it only blue weapons, we can see OUG though rushing up to the top and seeing the spirit walls come out here for that team's spirit shield. This could be a chance for stop any sort of push for any of the enemies to try to grapple up here, because that wind wall is a big push to try to delete it as soon as you can. But Ballista's in use for EWG. Looks like these guys are going to be having this whole tower to themselves. It's like a office state building. You know, you're going to have a whole bunch of teammates, you know, in different sections to try to figure out who's going to stay out on top. And EWG, their team has Dragon War for Xiao Liu. Oh, man, I cannot wait when the deletion happened. Oh, there it is.
This Ballista is doing so much work. 14. He's not going to do it. He's actually gone for the transformation.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a scary place to transform as a monk. Like, a Ballista can still headshot you for most of your health, and then at which point the monk transformation is going to be kind of pointless. It was a bit of a panic ultimate, though, by 14, because he did lose so much HP. So, maybe just a little bit too over-eager. We'll have to see. But right now, TXJ has gone in for the transformation, and TE have taken the high ground. There's no way this circle is closing on the tower, right? It looks like our final circle is on the Ballista tower. I don't think I've ever seen the Ballista tower have final circles, so that's going to be really interesting to see how the guys play that. Obviously, most of the teams are probably just going to go inside the tower and just avoid going anywhere near where the Ballista is, as one team can probably just dominate from the high ground. As the Wolves are going to finish up J-Team, but the Wu Chen ultimate will come out and bail them out from any real danger. They are just going to step away for now, as KKX looking to get his health back before looking to step into any other little bit of action. As EWG now have taken charge and taken control of the top of that tower. They're the ones in charge, and TE are trying their best to get to the top of the tower and take it back. The bell comes in, the boot off. Xiaolue is losing a lot of HP. There's going to be a massive Yoto ultimate. What a counter that came in. What a parry. EWG, though, with the Yoto ultimate, were able to buy themselves the top of that tower back, as Wolves been stunned. K is looking easy pickings here as Wolves lose their monk to Bowder. That is not the pick they needed.
Yeah, and Wolves only have one teammate left, and that's the Kurumi. So if Zweil is going to be wanting to keep themselves into the game, they need to keep Sei back up and get that ultimate. I mean, the ultimate's not even ready, so they have to just get that heal immediately from that reach. But they don't even have the heal. They have F3. So it's really about getting Sei back up, and then all of a sudden Sei scare rushing immediately to the top of the building, on top of the skyscraper of a final circle, because that tower in itself, the Ballista Tower, is enough reason to be very afraid of how fast you can go down once you reach the bottom floor. And as we can see, Sei goes down again, possibly going to be getting eliminated. It's seemingly so that Bauda is getting that 11 kill game, and there's the elimination for Wolves. With this tower, the Ballista Tower, EWG is holding their ground. I was kind of scared for the Viper to get Xiao Liu to lose that nunchucks, because the moment that someone sees a Dragon War is to pick up those nunchucks and get it out of their hands. They can't utilize that Jade if they don't have any other on hand. That is a big cost efficient. But tower is now going to be outside of the zone. We're going to close into the final 2 minutes. Looks like there's going to be a big Viper stun out here with the V2, but nope. Dushing lost the opportunity for it with the team in the sky having the necessary range. And there it is. Xiao Liu going to go. Oh my goodness. A 8 player stun coming out here for Xiao Liu to get all proper setup for his team, but only one is left alive. And with it, this is going to be a final push for YSJ. It looks like YSJ is going to go for the Nunny kill, and J-Team CK is going to go ahead and get that ultimate coming through. DRG goes down for Wuxing and Shang. And it looks like J-Team is really showing case with double-digit kills now with 11 kills and another Viper ultimate coming out here. It looks like there's going to be a chance for the Capital to come out here. There's a stun right there in the zone of KQ. Akos can't do anything about it. And there it goes. Bauda goes down. HLG is enough as is, but this Capital is controlling all these opponents into the final circle with the ZK having the F3 and getting the solo with only like 2 seconds until their ultimate is ready up again. ZK activates it again. And this is the time for the deletion of OUG if he's fast enough. There is the Takeda ultimate, but Xing Yu is going to be right there with the Temi if it comes out here, but the ultimate gets picked up. ZK comes through, gets a parry off of SS. OUG can't read it, but the OUG, the king, comes for the kill with the pole sword. And the top 9 are left alive.
That was a nasty little counter there at the bottom, but everybody being moved, so much verticality. TE, though, ruling the high ground with this golden Flamebringer, just burning anybody who jumps into range. J-Team's KKX takes a lot of damage there. TE looking to cash in on a kill. They knock Bond into the zone. TXJ is able to finish that one up nice and simple, as now they're going to rule the low ground. They haven't got the transformation up available, so immediately OUG just pouncing in. TXJ is going to transform. No! He goes down before the opportunity is given over to him. So rough. J-Team still have a player that they've still got their Viper. They've still got the stun. Can they make it work? In comes J-Team. No, it's Han. He's the one to do it. He's the one to find the lock. He's the one to find it. J-Team go down. The flamer from Han. Zinyu's going to finish it up as OUG close that game out. I think that was a J-Team win, but OUG may just have done it as well.
That was going on in the last couple of minutes there was enough to just instill so much adrenaline to these players. You saw that the Viper ult stun from the sky came down. OUG is coming with a pole sword. The king himself coming through and saving out the team. But like I say, listen, OUG coming through here. If J-Team didn't come out in the winner, we're going to see right now and seeing who was the one who came out on top. And it is OUG coming through for the 4th round. My goodness. These guys are pushing the throttle right now. And look, rock on, bro. He's gonna go ahead and see how his team is rushing it through. They're gaming. The
concept. They're trying to figure out they didn't coordinate their hand signs, unfortunately. I have no idea what they're doing. Bless them. But OUG finally found themselves a win, a needed win as well. They pulled themselves back into this one after having a pretty rough couple of early games. But J-Team honestly haven't looked bad really at all today. They've had like one game where it was a little meh, but like they were on fire this game. They were on fire last game and the game before that. KLA definitely starting to struggle, and FPX getting knocked out early by Wolves, actually. Losing the run with Yang, and then the salty run back just not working. Just really bad stuff for them. And yeah, FPX, they're gonna be really annoyed with the end of that game. But well, I say the end, that was only the start of that game. But we still have 2 more games. Obviously, this one goes very quickly. We're basically playing back-to-back into Holoroth, so very little time to recover. So for OUG and J-Team, they could just carry that momentum forward going into the next game. They've both just had a really good game. JTM had 2 really good games now, and they're going to be sitting very comfortable. They get a little break where they can go to the toilet and quickly discuss what they're going to do in this next game, but I'm curious what Hero Select is going to look like. I'm really sad that XCG didn't get to do anything with that Zycom, because I promise you, it's so good. When that gets going, it's so filthy. But unfortunately, they just got picked up early, and I think it was DRG who knocked them out, who found them and just absolutely obliterated them. DRG, genuinely, a team who I would like to give a bit of a shout out to, because they're obviously a newer team in the league. They are the rookies, but they're really showing up as like a solid team and kind of doing similar to what KLA did last split.
Yeah, it's showing promise. I mean, this is their first time around, and these are new kids around the block that are gonna be able to come out here and showcase how they can place themselves into the finals position, winning it out, getting those ranking points, and maybe even just winning out the tournament over in the top 3. I mean, it's a long shot. It can happen though, because you got to understand, when you get to the skill set of a player versus how the mindset goes, it's 1-to-1 ratio when it comes down to who's going to come out on top. And even if you have the right skill set, the right positioning, everything in mind, whether it's Cannon Soul Jades or if it's going to be able to have your armor, at the end of the day, it's going to be based on the skill of the players. I mean, I was really hoping to see XGG do their dominance with that Zai comp, with the Matari, with everything in mind, but getting caught out in the wrong position is an opportunity that comes way too often, and sometimes it just determines whether or not they may or may not be able to come out through that.
Well, let's have a little look at the scoreboard after that game. 14 kills for OUG, securing them a 23.6, absolutely huge, while J-Team got himself 13 to 18.9. Battle with 12, Wolves with 10. We had 4 teams on double digits, and still everybody in the lobby got at least 1 point. That was a really, really interesting game. These teams they're throwing hands. It's very back and forth. We normally typically have 1 or 2 teams who just get donuts like throughout the day. There's normally 1 team per game who gets a donut. Crazy to see that everybody's scoring, and especially when all the way down to 7th is still a 6-pointer from DRG, so pretty serious points getting put up across the board. And I'm sure the group C teams right now are watching this going, oh no, everyone's scoring. This is scary. When there's at least a few people who aren't scoring, it gives you wiggle room. But when everybody's scoring, it means your Group C games are going to have to go off in real style. And having a quick look at the team, the Takeda, the Tame, the Z-Ping coming in. Not the highest damage we've seen, but they were third-party kings. OEG, they weren't setting up those fights. They were just ending them.
Yeah, Jingyu is the one that survived the longest end to the very end, which was crucial moments and right at the cusp of it all. Like I say, right, like Jingyu just coming out here, swinging it out and making sure to get himself as a teammate to keep himself aloft, lofty with his F-Wisp mode to put himself out here. And more importantly, you can see he's using F1 for the quick throw out. And that is something that some people may or may not run, just because the Hollow Wisp has that momentum of being able to just secure that position. But into the beginning of the round, we saw how far 14 went with the spear and how much damage was thrown out here to knock out DRG. Look at this, one swing to another, into another Nedjaw Smite. For the first Nedjaw Smite here into that Dragon Slayer, we're gonna see Sansi go down, but also into a parry, and also putting out Shang RC from this point on, eliminating them for their first lives with a crucial standpoint. See from this. But final seconds, ZK with the Yodo ult, putting himself out there and having all the time to build the rage. In less than 30 seconds and getting his ultimate back up, ZK was able to come through here. But this secondary push right here for J-Team was an immense point at getting those extra last-minute kills from the 12th they gained from here to the 13th right then and there for ZK.
Yeah, really nice stuff coming in from these guys. TE, this is their moment. This was their game, because FBX got knocked out very early, and those 2 teams have been tight in the standings. And TE, they didn't disappoint. They made it work. But Han, I thought it was going to be J-Team, but this Viper stun was absolutely enormous. Right as the zone fully collapsed, everybody gets stunned. Han wasn't really able to get too much more from it. Got the flamer off and then like 2 kills, but then Xinyu was able to avoid him and follow that up with a victory there for OUG. As we will see our MVP from game number 4. No surprises, it's going to be the Takeda here for the side of OUG. Not particularly the highest damage, though, remember. It was a very low damage game. 19,000 damage coming out. The Universe Flash, Razor Swift, the Overcomer. Didn't see a Pulse Sword on them. Phoenix Blast, Tuna, and Erudition.
And it's crazy, right?
Oh, they had a Pulse Sword.
17k
I did
damage.
not say that. Yeah.
I know. And honestly, though, speaking, like when you see a Takeda go into ultimate form, you're not going to be able to recognize what they're going to use. You just see so many little splash effects of, you know, the trees and everything, that when it comes down to it, when he does 80% of his damage was from a singular weapon, it's just like, oh, we didn't see it coming through. But this just goes to show, right? He had himself in a position where even in the midst of all battle, that's how you throw off your opponents, not knowing what you have for your weapon slots for your enemies to anticipate whether or not they should blue focus earlier or later. Hold checking it is because their teammates are probably doing the work with their own weapons in hand, right? We could see Temi using the dual blades and getting the Sage chase on. We saw Viper using the nunchucks in Dragon War, and it kind of becomes like, what's behind the cloak and the dagger? What's going to be coming through behind the closed doors? And that's 800 damage to the face.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think my brain's a little fried because I don't know how I missed the fact they had the Pulse Sword. But yeah, it's interesting to see how back and forth everything has been. I'm not overly surprised by it because we did have so many people who did that. But for you guys, I don't know what I'm saying. Brain is completely crumbled. For you guys, though, you can make sure that you answer this for treasures. How many scores did OUG get? I assume that's going to be how much did OUG score in game number 4? A more easier to understand situation. A, 23.6. B, 18.9. C, 15.4. Or D, 11.5. Make sure you put your answer A, B, C, or D into Twitch chat. Check your whisper box, and if you are whispered, you will be receiving some lovely gifts here for NARAKA, some treasure chests, I believe. So make sure you do get your hands on that one.
Yeah, you guys gotta make sure and keep in stream. You know, if you haven't linked your Twitch account, or if anything, if you're watching from Kick or YouTube, make sure you guys know that there are rewards for you guys to be able to watch it through and getting those drops. And make sure you have those whispers open, because you want to make sure you get those rewards when the time comes and your scores come through. And you're like, oh yeah, I got my chest, and you end up not getting your chest. So don't grief yourself, guys. Make sure you have plentiful experience with that, and if you have, then just let the other new guys in the stream know that we always have these rewards on standby for you guys to be able to receive, especially for participating in the stream. For everyone watching, I want to appreciate you guys again for being here for that.
I mean, there's Twitch drops as well, so it's not the only avenue. If you have your account linked to Twitch, you get drops by tuning in and watching the game. So make sure you do also have those synced up if you haven't done that already. But for those who haven't got it, remember the game's free to play now, so it's easy. Just download it, link it, you get your rewards. Game number 5, we're now going to be moving on to Holoroth. I need to check what time of day it is. I keep closing the tab you sent me with that one. It is going to be dusk. Holoroth dusk. We haven't had Holoroth day all season, actually, interestingly, which is weird because we went all of season the spring split. We never saw Holoroth night. It literally never came up because there's a draw show at the end of the bi-weeklies where we do the map rotation, and Holoroth Starry Night just never showed up. Interesting now, it's Holoroth Day that doesn't show up, and to be fair, I prefer Dusk and Starry Night because the weather effects are really nice. You obviously get the snowstorm in the northern part, and that blizzard is a real pain actually, because if you get a final circle in the blizzard, suddenly ult economy becomes very hard to manage because your ult is getting sapped away unless you can go find yourself a heat buff. So you need to make sure that you can do that, or you're gonna struggle. And speaking of struggle, KLA right now not having the greatest showing. They had an amazing start today. I really picked them up, but they found their opening and just looking just looking a little bit rough. They didn't find their opening. They've ever since struggled. KLA need to make a recovery coming into this next game.
Yeah, I mean, like the beginning push was immense, but it's kind of like receded over the course of time. Right now, we're going to have to see how they want to try to shape up their comp. Putting ourselves into Holoroth is not an easy task for them to try to position themselves, especially with the Lakura points being as limited as they are. Putting themselves into that spot is going to go ahead and be a detriment if they keep that downward slope. We need to see how KLA wants to put out, but like last round came through Wolves with 10 kill game. really surprising us out and putting it out there. 10 kills is, you know, double digits very early on, especially after that Rumble Yang win and having that salty res gone down. It was really easy to see how Wolves was able to come out on top so far into the 4th round. But TE having that chance of being able to, you know, making sure that they had that, you know, that pressure on into the final circle wasn't going to be, you know, pointing through, especially all those Viper ults coming out, man. Dangerous game to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be very interested by Hero Select. I really am. It's the one thing I always find super interesting as you move later into the day is you start to see more and more hero points getting used up and burnt up. So therefore, the Hero Select gets a little bit more interesting, a little bit more different, and it looks like we are getting ready to go into that Hero Select for game number 5. Let's see what Holoroth has got. Let's see what these guys have got in the tank for this 5th game of the day. Holoroth. I am very interested by what the players are going to be pulling out.
I think we're going to see a Furious Shen.
I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised. I was really excited by her when she first got announced, and then I hated what she became because she just became a support for Monk.
That part, yeah, dropping the V3 beacon down and then being able to jump right into it. Dangerous game at that stage in the season.
Oh, that is a very Takeda lobby.
Wow,
that is a very Takeda lobby. This is very reminiscent of actually, I believe it was very reminiscent of the J Cup. Every Holoroth game was Takeda, Taka, or Zeeping lobby. Like for trios, it was really bizarre. A lot of people put a lot of emphasis on it. And I guess, you know, you're on Dusk. There's going to be the opportunity to build up that rage. Just having a quick look. Most people running F1. I don't know if I saw anybody running F3. I believe Santi was the one who ran F3. No. Yeah, F3 last time. So I'd be curious to see if he does that again this time around. But they are a team who play this comp more than maybe some of the others. 45% of the chance this is their pick rate. So just having a look at the lobby spawn. J-Team, KLA are griefing themselves, man. You know J-Team drop at City of Tang. Without fail, J-Team drop here. KLA have gone in. They just lost the drop to J-Team. They know that J-Team drop here. This is a salty run back if ever I've seen one. XCG may, if they're quick enough, be able to do this puzzle uncontested. And there's a whole bunch of teams dropping down at Imperial Village in the north.
Oh, man. This is going to be a chance to see whether or not Wolves getting a high kill game against Bauda, and possibly even getting a little bit scared for for everyone else to be showing up there. Whether or not they're going to be able to get the gear. The Beast Pen has so many gold troves available for them to be able to try to contest for. So we're going to have to see how the beginning rounds go into place. This is going to be the start of round number 5. We're going to Holoroth, as you guys may know right now. Starting it off, JG Bond going to be by the Fortress of Kapiani. OUG though is going to be the one spawning out here, with TE going to be reaching out the cusp of these fights. And look at that Cuckoo having the best possible moments of RNG, getting blue armor and a weapon off the rip. You love to see it. And it looks like FPX is going to be seeing a chance of seeing AS and dominating off Dongqing. It looks like the F1's going to save Dongqing with those extra 5 seconds of healing, as well as mitigation for 30%, 5 seconds. And it looks like this might be a chance for Dongqing to go ahead with the RNG release. And this looks like the water might be getting having to jump LMB.
No
oh my
way.
goodness, he's going to 1v2 god tier, man. I'm sorry.
He's too clean with the staff, man. He's actually going to go for the full squad wipe as well. FPX getting absolutely bonked here by that staff. AS is slowly getting himself caught out. They are going to try and blink up into the air to break away. But there's no way you can run. This is going to have to be one hell of a play by Zhao, who he's actually taken out one. He's put the Sandstorm down. There's no way is he going to pull off the 1v3. Absolutely not. JL put him to bed, and they are done with it. Not going to be happening at all. Now cutting over to DRG, who've got themselves in a little exchange here versus EWG. Santi going to jump into the pit just to try and see if he can break line of sight and break away. Has got the Bane's Breath working for them though, so the longer they keep them here, this is about to get real heated, real scary. Very fast for EWG. They're trying to pull this fight away from the Bane's Breath, but they're not going to be able to do anything there. 2 members go down. The last player is still in the pit, looking to get that charge click off with the katana, but bopped back, and slowly but surely that health bar is whittled away. DRG using the power of that Bane's Breath to afford them some strength and some survivability. Purple pole sword, purple armor to Sansi, and it's very typical of Holoroth to be very generous with loot and gear. You seem to always get the best gear possible, the best gear available from this location. As SS Does spot out Leo here, TE. Trying to see if they can maybe get away from OUG, who did just win that game number 4. Looks like TE should be able to break away for now, but VVV actually comes back in. SS pops the ultimate. Is going to try and keep the chase up on. Is able to get some damage off, but those horizontal strikes not really hitting too much. There we go. Makes the connection onto VVV. He gets himself juggled up. There's still one last charge here for SS on his ultimate. Wants to find a good line of sight. A good opportunity to throw that one down. Does connect it. And TE are blended here by OUG. Pinned against the wall and run down.
OUG coming out here with a 3-piece gamer mode and getting that tied up with 3 other team with a KLA. I mean, like, this is the first time that, you know, the Medtop region is probably going to be I'm going to suspect that Medtop is going to be their domain of expertise, because LXH now having a gold weapon from that puzzle, getting it immediately from the start of the round, is not going to go ahead and having the fight of a lifetime. JL is going to have to see the port out coming out from XEG's Xiaonan, going to make sure that they can get themselves ready up. LXH doesn't have ultimate yet, so this is going to be a chance for AS to actually have to burn through those ultimates of Cicada, but still having Temi ult on standby for Shiyu with the purple armor. It's seemingly that they made the right choice there. LXH still hasn't lost their gold. That gold, they lose that gold staff. It's going to be a big shift in power, considering that HLG is now in the back line looking for a chance of probably third partying, and this JL team is wanting to see what is the situation here. XDG is just gonna hide it out in the bush, making sure they can go through. Cuckoo doesn't have level 2 ultimate. They're trying to find as many weapons they can fit in their pocket, and there it is, level 2 V3 for Takeda. Cuckoo is now ready to rumble, and the HLG is now going to be running it through straight towards Team JL over to the Snowy Forest, and with it, possibly in the vicinity of this ballista range, but we will have to see how that one goes through. Cuckoo taking 2 bow shots to the face. Look at have to expend time healing out this blue armor, purple pole sword in hand for Cuckoo. So now Cuckoo's going to go right into it. GU is going to be left behind. Could be getting a grapple stun and could go for a head for the R&B release, and this could be a chance for seeing Cuckoo going for the F1 and preemptively. They don't even realize it. It's too late for them if they throw a blue focus, but it looks like JLAS is going to go ahead and get caught out here. He can see the F1. Cuckoo is not going to be reading out against his opponent, activating ult secondary to this Temi ult. This could be a chance for a JL to come out on top, or rather to their loss and demise. Cuckoo's going to go out here for the vertical right here with the LMB focus, with the blue focus. You got to be careful, bro. This is going to be it. Deletion cop. There goes all their HP. Fang forces the V2 ultimate. And there's a chance for the Zai, or the Pain to come out here, but Fang is losing as much health as is, and there's a ballista coming from the back line. Fang is losing all his HP, and there is Han going through. Fang gone, Han gone. XEG Nye is the demise of everyone in the vicinity, and they can't do anything about it, and it looks like XEG is going to come through out on top with getting these kill off of HLG overall.
Huge pickup there for XEG, and a bounce back as well, because game 1 to 4, bad. Real bad for XCG. Finally getting themselves 2 kills. This is, I think, the most kills they've had in a game today. And this is crazy because they're a team who genuinely is very capable of performing. I mean, they won the the second split of the season last year, which is the equivalent of this summer split, although it was in September. They were super on fire as Bane's breath is coming down, and EWG want nothing to do with that. So they just blink out using the Wu Chen. Teleport away to safety. Wolves, though, they're keeping that momentum that they had from that last game, and they are looking to bounce back as so far 0 kills for them, but feeling aggressive and wanting to chase. Wolves are going to try and put the pressure up here onto EWG. Spawn them out on the low ground. I think they saw them enter the bush. They are going to see them come out of the bush at the very least. The freezes are actually coming in there from that Justina, able to get some of that lockdown done for the moment as Wolves seeing if they can get the damage off of that pole sword. Sandstorms down. Yoran's losing a fair amount of HP here as the counter comes in from Yoran. Absolutely huge. 14 is slammed, is ruined. There is no opportunity. As now Yoran himself is also getting run down. Looking to get the stun off here. Not going to be able to break line of sight, and Wolves paying a pretty heavy price there. I don't know why I thought there was a Justina. I kind of just forgot. There's no Justina. I was lying.
Yeah, no one picked any Justina this run, but those butterflies are, trust me, if you don't see them, it's too late. Because at a bad point, if an enemy team capitalizes on the position that you're moving towards the direction of one, the radius of that circle is immense. For you not to be able to read it out is going to be a missed opportunity for you to be able to have ultimate prio to it, whether you're playing Takeda or if you're having an ultimate such as Temi to go ahead and throw yourself in there. But looking at KLA, gold status on the V3. This is going to be a big chance for them to have that extra stagger time that's necessary. A bounty from Bowd is going to be placed, but KLA is just looting up in the zone. They are looking pretty snazzy in terms of the gear right now, with the purple pole sword in hand, with the purple armors, as well with Rosemary rocking the blue armor just because of, you know, safety cap and zipping, right? So you can be able to just move around. KLA and Bowd are not going to be toe-to-toe right here in the east side region, with the Rumble Yang going to be spawning out here in 50 seconds or so. And with Wolves still out into the ghastly mist over into the west side of the map in the snowy forest, Wolves is looking for a chance, probably looking for the gear out here, scraps, anything, while TE and J Team and XGG are rushing it to the northwest side of the map and trying to get themselves to the Rumble Yang as well as the Morris Blessing, but EWG might be saying something otherwise. In the meantime, though, DRG over into the Imperial Village is going to see the chance of looting out, for you can see Wishing looting out from the tree region, which has a lot of good gear if their gold throws a miss across that whole region. But you still fighting it out. Poke damage between both opponents is going to be coming out here, and the Rumble Yang should start very soon. Oh, those James, dog. Goodness. You know, something tells me that you has Stanchion Sky Pillar, but I don't know. Could be me. No staff again.
No, unfortunately not. They are going to try and get themselves into this Rumble Yang, though, and they'll be going up versus FPX here in this one. Let's see if FPX can dance the dance. Rosemary on the Z-Ping has got just the blue armor, but is a Z-Ping, so they're hard to pick. The Z-Pings. Yu is going to get the grapple on for the moment. We are going to see immediately trying to jump in onto Xiao, who over the shoulder he goes, gets that one off lovely there with the F. Now we do see Yu getting a bit of damage thrown on him. Sandstorm comes down. Return Sandstorm as well, I think, in response there, was thrown out as immediately. It's just a complete cluster of action. People being stagger locked, knocked back. Yu uses his second to last charge of his ultimate there to get some damage off. Is going to get it thrown back out as he has to use it on it himself. As Xiaohu going low HP. Yu's just being juggled in the air, unable to move. KLA starting to really struggle here. Yu trying to see if he can find a kill onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu's able to survive out for as much as possible, and this is getting really hairy here. Absolutely brutal from Dongqing. He just is so hard to handle. They do find the opportunity to turn it around. Yu does get some healing, and the Z-Ping paying off some dividends right now. Water getting jumped onto by Yu. The sniff, there's Whisper's hit, and they just open up. Absolutely finalized, but this is even more damage. FPX are unstoppable.
FPX is a menace with the amount of push that they had. They had that dual halberd Jade for the Dragon-like Might. They had Dreadful Whale. They were just eating up in this Rumble Yang, and this is not going to be the end. I think FPX might be coming out of this Rumble Yang all you know, snazzy and stuff, because XGG, looking at the reciprocating end, is getting a loss for LXH's armor. So with it, the Wu Chen shields are used, but will Shanyan regret it to this point? It's going to see that TE is going to be pushing this further beyond, and see how TXJ uses wind wall to see the wind wall shields be used. It's going to back off, go back to the Morse Blessing, going through it. Now back into Imperial Village, we're going to see DRG gonna go for this point into the corner of the fence line, and you're gonna have to see how Bowda wants to go through. And there it is. Sanzi goes down. Lion picks up the Soul Bloom, and now at above 1,000 HP, and Wu Sheng goes down as well. DRG losing their lives. Lion has a gold greatsword, so at this stage, we can see Lion just gonna deal 1,200 damage in one fell swoop. But looking over to this ravine again, we're back here. JL is gonna have that chance of seeing AS gonna go into the position of being able to see how that chase is gonna go through. They have Mystic Might to go into a position, or I said Mystic Might, Draco Storm to be enabled for these guys to go into place. They can have 30 seconds on the clock to be full aggression mode, but if they don't put it anywhere time soon, VVV will have the chance of renegotiating how the fight goes once they realize that aura is removed. TE is still running. They can't heal. There is no time to put in an armor powder or a healing berry in play. F1 6 grapples. AS is running out of supplies very soon. This is now going to be a chance of an opportunity for TE to get a reset done if they want to keep pushing, or they see the aura disappear and rush right back into the fight.
Alrighty, well, J-Team were able to get a rebirth off there and pick up one of their players, but the problem with that is they're going to be coming back into the game in this state with grey armor, grey weapons. So now J-Team need to put some equipment together for their teammate, and right now they're sitting on a donut, so J-Team definitely a much calmer game number 5 than we just saw out of their last couple of games. Is that TE just playing on a bit of a back off, and honestly, there's been questions about them versus FPX. FPX have been struggling and kind of losing out early. Yes, they just went up a million Birthmight and the Rumble Yang, but T have been very consistent, at least making it into the end game, where FBX has definitely struggled to make it to end game. So let's see if T can keep that up, and if FBX can maybe find that recovery going into these later stages of the day, as AS does give himself a lovely little counter there onto BBV, and just as I'm saying T are good at making it to the end game, they may find themselves getting ejected from this game. TXJ is done. They're going to finish him up nice and quick. Down he goes. The rest of the team actually came in to save the day. And JL just going to heal up. VVV being juggled around, loses all of his armor. Leo going low. VVV gets caught out by the grapple, uses his last charge of his ultimate. AS goes down. Oh, the charge click from the katana. Absolutely huge. His Fang can't even seem to find an opening, an opportunity. Does get some damage off of those dual swords, but this fight is starting to get a little bit hairy. TE finding their turnaround. Leo going very low. The counter comes in onto VVV. Into the rush from the spear. Absolutely flawless turnaround from Ziyu. Leo desperately trying to get away, but JL just going to turn their attention towards him. But VVV find their opening, find their opportunity. No way did TE turn this one around. They do get juggled around. Ziyu's on low HP, and down he goes. No way did that happen.
Oh my goodness. You know, it's crazy because of this, because I'm looking at JL. I'm like, okay, these guys have it in the bag. I saw Fang dip out from the Takeda from BBV because they really, I feel like Fang realized that at this point, he knew that the enemy was going to use his F ability, how he captured in, and he went back to his teammate. But the fact that BBV and Leo literally cultivated themselves in the position of getting that kill and putting themselves into that corridor, it felt like it was a no case win scenario until that flip around, and the blue focus is coming out here to make her die situation. So hats off. We're gonna see the comeback. The Temi has to come back because whether or not they want to keep the game alive, they need to get those reses on standpoint. FPX on the other hand getting parried out here. It looks like a big fight coming out here from the northwest of the Ultra Tranquility, but it looks like this could be a Dongqing situation. Losing those gold weapon is not idealistic for this Mystic Might, or the Dragonite Might is gonna say otherwise, because OUGSS is down. Pistol shot to finish off the job, and it looks like CXZ from KLA died from the realm of Yang depletion. So that is a big unfortunate case for KLA, especially this late into the rounds today. And Xing Yu is going to get looted up here while FPX is dominating it with 9 kills so far. We're going to have to take a look into those kill leaders and seeing how it goes. OUG, though, the king himself, 5 kills for OUG so far into this position with 26 players. Roman Yang coming into play right now. This is going to be a 26-player game so far, but it looks like Dongqing doesn't have ultimate, right? He needs to be safe on how he wants to try to go through. If they want to go into Roman Yang, I don't think they even need to want to risk it. They can go to a random Morris Blessing that might have a Draco Storm, might have a Mystic Might. They have to be safe about how they want to approach that, however, considering with no ultimate. However, Bauda, I'm calling it free Roman Yang.
Yeah, I think they are actually just going to get a freebie. Bauda, impressive day today, to be honest. Definitely making some level of a recovery. Wolves getting a free Mora's Blessing. Nobody's going to contest them while the Sandstorm's up. Grab what they want. They are going to take a couple of shots for it, but they are going to be able to leave. There is Draco Storm over to the side of Wolves. See what they can do with that one. As are currently in the, I think this is a Sandstorm. Yep, in the Sandstorm.
No, Ghastly Mist. This one has has the hands on the ground.
Oh, the hands. They're nasty.
Yeah, they are. Silence for what, 8 seconds, dude? It's Viper everywhere. Vipers, F2 Vipers all over the place, and they're just hands sprouting from the ground. And the visibility aspect is there as well. If you can't see anything, you're just gonna have to hear it out. But I do believe Lion had activated outside of the Roman Yang, so he's trying to utilize it as much as he can. He's trying to literally become a beacon of light for Wolves to see, and most likely not wanting to push it. Even though they have Draco Storm, they have that offensive pressure they can utilize between this time and now before the end of the buff duration, because Mystic Might is going to give them the option of being able to see everything that's happening through. With only a minute though left though on that on the Draco Storm, Wolves will just go straight to Plume Castle, see what's left. Tarnish themselves. Position of seeing not getting caught out there if necessary, because they just disappear from a team to go through and steal all the gear from I think Xiao Liu.
Interesting thing to note as well was J-Team are now eliminated. They've been knocked out. So I didn't see who knocked them out, but the icon came up. They were kicked out. So J-Team unfortunately losing out pretty early in this game after 2 really good games. I guess they have a little bit of comfort in the sense that they can go, okay, not ideal, but losing on a that's a donut. That is actually really rough.
Big donut. Yeah.
That's TE's opportunity to pounce forwards overall in the standings, and KLA to catch up. KLA are on 5 kills, so I thought it'd been a quiet game from KLA, but actually they're currently leading the charge on kills and are coming back. Actually, no, they're not. FPX leading the charge. They got 9. However, KLA definitely looking a little bit better as the King is getting jumped onto by Bowder. I say I jumped onto is a little bit. He's just being bullied. He can't move. He's just being juggled around.
Kick him while he's down, boys.
Yeah.
That's what Bowder did.
Well, kick him while he's up. He was airborne half the time.
He was in the flop state.
Yeah.
Getting tossed through.
They just ragdoll juggle practice on him. That was rough.
They're playing jump rope. XEG are still live in this game, and that's a good thing. V1 Viper, you can see it with the V1 Wu Chen teleport on standby in case things get a little bit hairy. LXH though is running the spear here. Now, initiation wise, you would probably think, why doesn't Knight have that? Because he is Takeda with the V3 and can control someone and get a free headshot for the vertical. If LXH is fast enough with the Viper Sun, if anything comes down to play for Knight, for LXH to close gap onto somebody, it is a more consistent factor, considering that the area of effect that Viper does instill for everyone in the point of like recognizing it's her, can't do anything against a running Takeda towards them. Because once LXH runs it through, they have their ultimate as a safeguard in case things go sour, because they know there's probably not even a transformer going to be stopping anything in their midst, and nothing's going to grab them, nothing's going to cause anything for concern. We could see Bowda combating that with the Temi ult, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a chance opportunity whether or not these guys are going to go toe-to-toe. 24 players left on the board, 11 minutes on the clock. Dongqing has that gold pole sword on standby, just swinging it around with all the energy in the world. FPX is in the lead for kills with 9 kills. This is a switch up that we can see whether or not KLA can come back with 5 kills so far, tied for third with JL. Actually, no, just tied for second, considering JL is eliminated with 5 kills. KLA still has that passing point of being able to come back through for this tourney today.
10 minutes left on the lobby right now. We've got 24 players, so we're still a way off my 7-minute mark, and we are moving quick. This is a very, very fast-paced lobby. No real surprises. Holoroth typically gives good gear quite early, so people are very willing to fight earlier, but also a lot of Takeda comps, a lot of action-packed comps. There's not so many monks. Actually, there's 0 monks in this lobby, so these are the kind of games where you can actually end early, potentially. I think there's a little bit too many people at the moment. I think if we were down to like 19, then I'd say, yeah, we could probably end early this game, but still moving at a very, very fast tempo, and we'll probably move into a phase now where things slow down somewhat, and the players will kind of play that Buccaneer phase, try and burn the resources, try and use up whatever tools the enemy teams have to them. And then also for some, grab yourself a shop and spend some of those Dark Tide coins you put together. Get as good a Soul Jade setup going into the end game as you possibly can. I mean, we talked about it, but like the Flame Breath, the Repair Roll, like that duo of Soul Jades for the cannon is just absolutely brutal. I know Repair Roll's not cannon exclusive, but it is best in slot for cannon users. Repair Roll, it's so bonkers.
You just be quick with the repair. You're just rolling on the ground in less than like 0.5 seconds of just getting that repair done and shooting. And the pressure is the most important aspect, especially with the Rupture Gale Orb in hand as well, if it's as an option.
Yes.
Those two, the combination of that enough is to push everyone away from a certain area. And if you have enough repair chests, 6 repair chests for VVV, you can see it right there. They're going to be repairing this. And what are they going to do? Go right back into it. The cannon meta is here, and it's always been here, and it probably will stay here unless things happen and changes. But looking at how fruitful it is in the advantage for these teams, it's just going to be a way for you to see whether or not it's going to be a Spanish galleon, or it's going to go ahead and have a Man of War, right? And the Man of War is essentially V3 Takeda with cannon. If they decide to go that route, we saw it earlier, where it happened, where V3 was utilized to just get that restagger, shoot 2 free cannon shots, reapply Flame Breath. That's just ranged resistance. If you don't have it, it's over, right? XCG though, like you see these Spirit Walls getting the gold.
Another Blood Ripper? What the hell? I think we've had more Blood Rippers today than we did all last season. I think I saw 1 Blood Ripper.
Oh, here we go. HLG. Han might be the menace to society. He could go for the shot midair, but you know, if he hit that 1 in a million shot, it would be a detriment to that society. But there it is. Hits Bauda. Lion jump LMBs. Can't connect it again. Has to repair the chest because he ran out of ammo. That would have been the freest shot in the world. But they're gonna readjust all the 6 shots the ballista can hold after each repair chest, which repairs 3 bolts for you guys if you are unaware of how the ballista is managed. Lion TT though is gonna reset that heal from those hits that he took, while Mao is going to be in the distance. KLA, though, going to see Rosemary. KLAU is running into the ravine, trying to see about repositioning themselves. This is going to be a little bit of a spot. If KLA can get out of this ravine immediately, this is going to be a better case than staying in there for a little bit while longer, because TE is in the south or north region. Wolves is in the southwest region. FPX is in the east. It's a compass right now, and they're at the very center of it where everyone can come through. Hondo still on the ballista. Being a menace, gonna go ahead and shoot those shots at Wolves. The Wolves is gonna take all that damage if they can get. If the hit connects and knocks them to the zone, it's gonna be, you know, damage on damage. So with that being said, blue armor though, glass cannon build for HLG. They have to be very, very wary about picking up armors from dead bodies if they can be sooner than anything from any third-party points that might suggest a chance to just, you know, chilling out.
For once, it's not TE who control the ballista. It's them being controlled by the ballista. It's HLG. Are the ones to hold that one. EWG going to get themselves into the zone. We're past that 7-minute mark. 24 players left in the lobby. So, honestly, on the cusp of what is a relatively normal tempo game. So, I'd say it's pretty calm right now as Han is just trying to find those ballista shots as Dongjing is just going to reposition away from that ballista. And this is what happens when there's a ballista in these final circles. Everybody finds a place to hide, and I also guarantee you all the people who would have played Monk this game are very happy they didn't play Monk. Oh my word, you ran not like that, man. That is rough. He's actually going really low, really low.
Negative HP.
I can't believe he survived that.
Me too. I thought the Scorch was gonna end his whole point right there, but 1 HP off. You know what's crazy about this though? Look at those shots are connecting. 600 damage, man. It's crazy how Han has been on the ballista for so long and it's been allowed for so long. Let's just put it this way, right? No one wants to try to go and contest to it, right? Because if anyone from this side of the map, FPX, TE, XCG wants to rush to the ballista and try to stop it, if they can't get the grapple stun, Han is still on it. And if they rush to it, Wolves can then reciprocate by end and coming to it. But now the only point into stopping them is to get a range shot from Han, stop him from being able to be, you know, a ballista holder, and rush this blue team down. Because if they know how much HP they have, it's only a matter of time before they pop ult, and in which case the other team can drop in. So it's kind of a Mexican standoff situation where we have here. No one can really do anything except do the range damage that's necessary, with one person having a shotgun and everyone else having those pistols.
Absolutely. Well, 5 minutes left. Are at that point where everybody is just going to chill and wait this out. TE right now, 4 kills, KLA 5, FPX 9. Not really much has moved since we last looked at the scoreboard. And it is just at that point where the problem is because there's a ballista, nobody wants to step out. So everybody has just found themselves a place where they can be safe away from the ballista, and they will wait for the circle to move them either towards the ballista because they just have to, or move everyone away from that ballista, and that ballista just won't be a threat at all. So that's kind of the state of the game right now. I expect until this circle, probably the next one is when we'll really start to see the teams come alive. We do say this as HLG getting themselves absolutely obliterated. Wolves actually able to take one of those kills away with a cannon away on that long ride. As actually do see Wolves jumping in, there's the walk out. Safety. Oh, just going to leave that one alone. As 14 gets himself caught in a wisp, loses a lot of HP. Zeeping will come in for healing. We see a sandstorm actually break out over on another side of the fight, as it is just going to be EWG and Bauda going toe-to-toe, but Bauda able to take themselves 2 kills, actually. Jalouet and Yoran have gone down now to Bauda. Bauda putting themselves more and more kills together, up to the 6 mark now, as EWG are knocked out by KLA, who get themselves their 6th kill of the game. So KLA now looking to try and collapse and grab themselves a higher spot overall in the standings.
This is
right now FPX 10 kills for them right now. Whoa, that's a lot of damage onto all of Wolves and Dongqing.
VVV activating ult in response to seeing all that damage done. It's gonna get the kill off of his opponent. But VVV is going to want to be careful here because this whole backline situation is going to be a miss. We're going to see these cicadas, the pulse words coming out from the backline very soon. And while Wolves is going down here, oh my goodness, it might be a chance for that V2 to come in right in clutch, but it looks like Wolves is going to activate their cicada ultimate in succession. But look at that parry coming out for 14. Whoa. It looks like there's going to be a chance for Han to get the Dragon like might. Han's going to be pushing himself away in top of the tent. Getting control of this area is massive, and it looks like VVV is going to have that longsword in Phoenix Blast to deal with every single bit of damage. And look at VVV's ultimate, man. It's about to come up right up again as if nothing ever happened. VVV playing with the can to get some rage in on this FPX team. In the corner, Xiaoqiu throws his whisk down. He's going to go ahead and switch out to the pistol and try to go for the quick poke pistol shot range damage he can. Get in the high ground, try to see who is hiding on the tree. This ain't no tree house. FPX is going to knock him out. He's going to knock it and burn the house down with VVV having themselves on the point and the edge of the cusp of the zone and having the cicada open up, but will they survive for any longer? VVV getting oh my goodness, unless he had a Skyforce came out right there for that saving grace essentially, and getting 1,000 HP back into it. And there was Water getting that whiff for the last second before he almost got decimated into the zone. But Water is gonna see Han as an opportunity of getting it through. Had the detach and a Phoenix Flash. The combo breaker of the century in terms of just setting you up for demise and setting you up for blight, and there is nothing else left. If KLA can come out on top, this is going to be a miracle chance. And there is a Merciless Havoc. This is the second Merciless Havoc in the Hollow Rough map, so there's going to be the chance of seeing how this one goes in through. There's a parry though. It looks like KLA
that was huge.
And for the V2 going to come out here, Rosemary's going to come right into the Heartstopper, going to get that silence, but not going to clink it into a connection hit. Rosemary tries again, gets the Razor Swift, and Q's going to activate O and it's going to push him back. I'm not even sure if they're going to have a quick smack to the head. KLAU is going to go ahead and be the menace that he's meant to be and might be getting the quick kill.
He's unlocked.
Water. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's going to be it. HLG can't do anything. Han's going to have to activate this ult, but will it be fast enough for him to get an armor swap, anything for himself? Dragon like might can, but Han is by himself.
Oh, no.
The last team alive.
Oh, my word. Han! He's down. That was brutal, though, by him. Absolutely killer game coming in. KLA, there were criticisms raised and they bounced back in game number 5. A very needed win for them there as well. One last game. They're the only team to win 2 games today. I'm assuming they won today. They did this game. They should just get like a crazy amount of kills and a first place. So needed one. A needed win there for KLA. And coming into our game number 6. This is now actually, I believe, should be enough for them to have overtaken J-Team in the overall standings. So, again, very needed. Rosemary has really impressed me. I mean, Yu's played really well as well, but Rosemary has been a player who's genuinely really impressed me. They've kind of a player that we didn't know of until this season, and they are just playing like the stage never was a problem to them. Always felt comfortable on it, and we had talks about this when we went from remote to studio, because in the first season, the first half of the season was remote, and then we went into the studio for the latter half, and we talked about how, you know, going onto stage, well, there is a crowd in this studio, and when you go into stage, you have the lights, you have all of your opponents, your teammates, everyone around you. It's very nerve-wracking, but it does look like KLA keep pulling in these rookies who don't seem to be phased by it. They're able to shake off the stage nerves, so to speak. And Rosemary, genuinely really impressive. Really impressive player. I'm excited to see more from them, honestly. I'm super impressed by them. You as well. Really good game. And a needed win there for KLA going into that final game. And if they can get a win in this final game, they've given themselves a massive leg up going into their final day of regular games before we get onto the bi-weekly final.
Yeah, starting the season around, you know, bi-weekly 1 had KLA dominating it through the qualifier rounds into that finals. And then now this time around, we're starting in the bi-weekly 2, and the pressure that they put into place, I want to see KLA come through, because this catch-up game that they did, especially after those last 2 games that we saw before this one, was kind of like, oh man, what's going to happen next? What's their chance? What's their opportunity coming back through? This game defined what they could possibly come through with the hero points, throwing out all those games away to now reaching into the final round. And with it, we're going to have to see how many points they actually gained this time around, if they pass through. And if 15 points or 25 points, I think they might have gotten through. J-Team actually having 0.5, so not just full of a donut yet. But I think they might just be on the cusp of first and second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. 15 kills, 25. Huge one. But another thing to note is even though J-Team are at the bottom, no one scored 0 points. I mean, it's half a point, but it's still something. It's still progress. You know, half a step forward is still half a step forward, right?
Yeah.
Slowly making some level of progress here coming in from the side of J-Team. And nice to see. Nice to see that today, I think we've had 1 donut total. So we are on a diet today. Everyone getting those points in, getting their steps in. KLA, though, a very needed win here for them. And honestly, a good game for FPX because they kind of got bullied out of some of these games as well earlier. So really big. Again, though, a low damage game. I mean, honestly, KLA got those 5 kills early and then just sat on their hands until the final circle and then just third partied and fifth partied and sixth partied all of the other teams in the circle. And it makes sense. And that's pretty much why. I mean, that translates exactly why to KLA having such low damage, considering you see this, and we had like a 41,000 damage game coming out earlier from, I believe that was TE who pulled that off.
Yeah,
game number 2, or it was J-Team. It was one of the 2.
Yeah, that was a high damage game. But looking into this replay, JL, we saw this in the beginning. We were like, there's no way, right? And then all of a sudden, Water gets depleted. AS gets that kill out here. No puns intended. It looks like KLAU, though, into the first Rumble game. We're going to have to see how this one goes through. Because remember how Don Ching got that miss? He had that Dragon like Might. He lost his chance, but then he picks it right back up because the F1 is not going to pick up a weapon if your slots are full. And with it, you goes into the position of getting Mystic Might, or Dragon like Might again. But Don Ching activating the F1 in midair, which is, in which case, something that many players may not anticipate. Because look, Rosemary gets caught. Don Ching backs up, gets a gets another Might into play. Rosemary goes down. And then this right here, this double Dragon-like Might, that's it. Period. But this, oh my goodness, TE, VVV, almost losing against JL, was on the cusp with that longsword being catching out Fang, was enough to give VVV one chance for TE to come back to this point. And with it, having to activate ult, getting his kill secure is more than enough, because at this point, KLA rushing into this final moments was one to each their own with those full sword swings. KLAU sneaks up a kill and sneaks up another one with ending out Han, who did have Dragon like Might pick up from the bodies and be able to use it and spinning around, you know, spin the win. But at the end of the day, I think he's gonna be our BIWEEK, right? Or MVP?
I'm gonna hesitate. You might be right on that one. Hesitate. Again, brain fried, but game's good. Let's see. Here it is. The Takeda coming in. Our MVP is gonna be you. Yeah, absolutely. He had Assault, Prideful, Curative Bolts, Alchemy, Juggernaut, and Slow Shot. So none of those like just auto win cannon ones, but he wasn't really doing much damage with the cannon. It was all about, well, first of all, Musket is his range option, but 10k from that pole sword, and then the rest just kind of coming from his skills and abilities. Really big stuff coming in from you. And KLA, another win under their belt, their second one of the day. Only team to win today, twice, or more than once anyway. See if they can do it a third time and get that back-to-back win to close out the day and kind of make up for some of the mistakes they made, because game 1 was very, very good. Games 2 through to 4, pretty bad. Pretty disappointing stuff coming in from them. So we'll see whether or not they can bounce back as we jump onto Morris Isle for our final game of the day. But yeah, I feel like FPX, they also made a recovery there they needed to make, because they had been getting bullied out of the last couple of games. J-Team, that was a bad game for them, but still a team that have impressed me today so far. We'll see if game 6 is their recovery, or if they kind of just go full J-Team and go, it's time to throw. And just completely ruin the day and all of the work they've done today. But yeah, I feel like, honestly, there's a lot of teams scoring, but there's only a few teams who are actually standing out to me, like the likes of KLA, the likes of TE, the likes of J-Team, OUG as well. But I mean, not really overly surprised by that one. But for you guys at home, if you want to grab yourself some goodies, who is the MVP for game number 5? It did just show up. Is it KLA CXZ? Is it KLA Rosemary? Is it KLA U or KLA Peak? I'll give you a clue. Peak hasn't played today. KLA are one of the only teams who actively use their multi-man roster and are rotating people around. It's interesting to see that they've decided not to use Peak at all today, because Peak is a good player. Peak's low-key cracked. He's real good.
Yeah, I mean, Peak is you know, he'll be shuttered in
Possibly we'll see it possibly in the next couple of days when the next 2 days come through. Could see it in the once bi-weekly 3 comes through. It's unsure how they want to try to place it in, if it's a situation based on right. Obviously, when we come into the next bi-weekly season, we're gonna have to see how Tessa involves everybody through, especially with the balance patches. Shape-ups could happen here and there, but looking at the scores, you can see J-Team going to be reaching out here in the reins of the King of the Hills position with 79.5 points. And KLA in second, 71.8. So they're going to be at a 7.7 deficit in terms of trying to catch up into the first place position. But TE is at a 64.9. TE has still enough chances of getting a high kill game and putting themselves with a 20 bomb. If it happens, TE will be recognized as being the biggest catch up through there. OUG in fourth, though, is 47.6, while FPX in fifth, 46.4, Bauda in sixth with 42.8. So these teams in all tied into those positions. They can get themselves a position of, knowing how Morris Isles will be the next map in dusk, with overcasting position. It's whether or not they want to, go forward and put them in, full throttle mode, spawn into Celestra, hit the water wheel, everything in the midst of all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't had a water wheel end in a while. There was one game, and it makes me so sad that we didn't get to see it properly in the end, where one of the teams actually, all of the teams ended in that final circle, the final circle was in the pit where the water wheel was, and there was one person standing up on the pit above the water wheel, and we're like, hit the water wheel, wipe everybody out and win the game for your team. And then they jumped in and joined into the fight on the floor, which was real sad actually in a way, because I was really hoping we get to see someone use that water wheel. Maybe we'll be blessed. Maybe we will get that water wheel ending that we've so wanted. But obviously that is our final game. We still got that to go. I'm excited to see what these guys are going to be pulling out going into this final game of the day. We are going to throw to a quick break though, and then we're back with that last game. So we'll see you in a moment. The opportunity to get that perfect cannon shot off. Here he goes. Gonna start the knock. TT5 back into the zone. Shah secures himself the kill. Gets himself another one. Shah is absolutely obliterating the lobby. Using the Pharah beautifully here as he's knocking everybody down. Both of them are playing this very tempo, very staggered right now. Spider and Mike exchanging blows there, but Spider actually comes out on the worst end of it as he loses his armor. Caught in the knock-up there by Mike. Mike's got him in the air, and he is just going to run him through. Beautiful play. Know what's going to happen. He's going to pop that ultimate any second now. There it is. Trying to keep everybody up. They're going to have to drop into the low ground. They're going to have to drop into the belly of the beast. Wang Liang bobs back onto Spider. Spider cannot move. There's the Dragon's Rush. There's Spider pinned against the wall. He still has more charges. Wang Liang finds one, finds two. He finds the bi-weekly finals. It's all on Wang Liang. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day. It's flown by, absolute chaos. Getting ready for that final game, dropping on Morrisvale one last time. See if KLA have enough energy left in reserve to take over this last game. I'm interested to see what J-Team are going to pull out as well. I didn't actually track what hero points they had going into that last game, so I'm going to be very interested to see what they've got coming into this game. Because obviously a lot of things will have been burning for a lot of those hero points now, and this is where you get into that territory where they've been saving up for this game. This is the one where they've made sure that they've got points left over for, so they can make that like miracle game 6 happen. The question is what is that going to look like? Who's going to find the win here? And honestly, there's one team I do want to actually give a soft shout out to. It's one of our new teams. Oh god, I've had a brain fart on their name now. Where are you? It's not that team. It's I can't remember their name now. When they come up, HLG, yeah, that's it. HLG. I can't remember which one. Either way, sorry guys, I can't remember your full name. Shout out to them. They've genuinely been like, I said in the beginning earlier today, I was like, they've not really impressed me all that much. They've been a little underwhelming. They've definitely been better. I wouldn't say they're at the top of the game. They're not the best players in the lobby, but they're starting to show signs of life. They're not just rolling over. They're not doing what Bowder used to do. Bowder would just do nothing and then lose. And that was old Bowder. Bowder have kind of got out of that area. And Bowder were definitely a team who really struggled to adapt to the changes in the meta. Like the Roma Yang really shook things up for them because the game became way more aggressive. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember like last year's NARAKA, where it was like drop in, find kills, then as soon as rebirths wear off, everybody just clings to the roof of a building in the middle of nowhere, once they've got enough loot, and then just wait till final circle and then go for cannons. That was like old NARAKA. Like now, because of Roma Yang, people don't get the opportunity to do that because Mystic Might is also a buff. It back then, first of all, wasn't a buff, and then when it came out, it was really bad. And now that it has damage reduction on it, you can't just sit. You'll get scouted out by someone with Mystic Might. You'll get scouted out by people with contracts because people are looking for kills. People are looking to fight and get points put together. The game is way more aggressive, and I think Bowder really struggled with that. It looks like they're looking a lot better on that front. HLG though, they are slowly but surely starting to show me signs of life.
Yeah, it's gonna see a good change of pace. I mean, like from starting out initially to now, growing out, especially after the first finals. They made it to finals, right? They made it to finals for BIWEEK2 1. They got themselves in there. But look at the team comps here. We're gonna have to take a look over how Bowder is gonna change it up. They're gonna have the F2 with Viper, of course, but now they're gonna go to the Wu Chen and to the Yodo Kime with only one Transformer team from the Wolves here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So they have that up their sleeve. Well, J-Team's gonna be running that same comp as Bowder. And with the OUG is going to be running it reciprocating, and these guys are going to want to make these count though, because knowing that this is going to be Dawn or for Dust or for Dawn, we're going to have to see what their initiation tactics are going to look like, whether they want to see about it in the beginning, middle, or the end of the game by saving themselves their own skin. With as many Viper ults that we're going to see though, it's going to be unsure of whether or not anyone can come out on top. Whoever pops it first is the winner, especially with Suns.
It's actually crazy how most of the lobby has like 5-6 points left over, and then FBX just went all to 0. They calculated out their points pick this time around so well. Wolves though are going to be dropping on the Sunwinds ref. The reason I bring them up is because they're the only team playing Monk. Now, Traditional Monk actually has a very high win rate in the Roma Yang. Traditional Monk, when it is the only version of itself or the only Monk comp in the lobby, actually has a very low win rate when it is the only one, because nobody wants to deal with Monk endgame. So I actually expect to see Wolves hunted down in this game and taken out of the lobby. As soon as they're at the lobby, there's so much space, there's so much survivability. I mean, it's safer for all the other teams because you're not just gonna get random Monk ran.
Yeah, and the monk grabs itself is just like it's a double-edged sword when it comes down to it. We're gonna have to see how much it's gonna start off, because now with the final game for the bi-weekly twos trios matches, let's see how it goes through. Starting it off, Zest Winery is going to be a first position spot for KLA to go ahead and decide upon going through. TE, though, going to go ahead and be in the first fight in the console courtyard cave, and they're not going to take a look into it. But now, looks like BBV is going to be with those dual blades, are going to play it hard and strong with it, with the R&B, with the scale rush release. No clink yet, but that whiff's going to cause a bit of a deterrence for the corner. BBV taking a vertical to the face. Meow is going to be the one with the blue spear. Rarity is going to be doing a little bit of damage, especially in the early game. But Han's going to go ahead and see the chances of going ahead and getting the kill off of Leo. Bond's going to go ahead and put himself in the position using those dual blades and putting the pressure that he is going to be in. But F1 comes up from VVV here. It's going to be a 9-like ultimate's coming out. Fireflies are enabled for VVV to get that ultimate immediately. But with it, Leo going down, TXJ is the only one left. And with TXJ stuck in the cave, it's only a matter of time before we're going to see that change out. In the meantime, Bao is going to go ahead and see how Mao is not going to have ultimate, but is having that blue spear. Also, Neja's might be able for a Dragon Slayer hit. Who knows? Verticals are the name of the game. And horizontal comes out instead. And there it is. Klink going to meet out, and there's the Yoda ult. It's going to be deficit to the points needed. Now, and Bauda toe-to-toe with Lion and Lee. These guys are really dominating out here, and that Ziping is a bit of a touch up in terms of how they need to put themselves back in. Leo's going to go ahead and get the blue from the body. Bauda is still only one position left with Lion down. He's going to use that F3 as the Yoda Hime. There's the Viper stun. Can it connect? Can it get a two-man stun, please? And there it is. But it looks like that scare rush is going to give him the chance of pushing it out. Now, going to go ahead and hold the blue focus. Has the F2. Going to go for a silence, but does not connect with anyone. And BBV is going to have no chance to be able to do anything but until his ultimate is ready up for another pressure. If they go down, but the Neja's might going to come out here. And there it is.
Oh, no.
No chance for Bauda to go ahead and make amends with that team.
That was filthy. That was absolutely filthy coming in from them. We do see KKX, sorry, get himself the uppercut there onto FPX there. And all of a sudden, TE and FPX losing their lives early is going to be really costly for them, as their J-Team just going to be able to finish this one up and put the dunk in. 5 kills onto J-Team already. A very, very aggressive start. They are not happy with KLA's performance after that last game. They're doing everything in their power to deny them any opportunity of holding that first at the end of the day. Sansi able to just about survive for the moment as KLA are trying to put those points on the board. Yu comes in with the counter. They've got the Bane's Breath. They've got the advantage. This is their battlefield. And a DRG are being toasted. They are being fried by the Bane's Breath. KLA securing themselves these 3 kills. Nice and easy. They fire back in response to J-Team's 5-kill start.
KLA just knocked the dust off of the old kicker slapper. They went ahead and used that Moonbane charm like nothing was ever done through before in these rounds, and KLA just went boom, 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 took it all 3 kills, and they have 3 kills just like that. And with it, their only opponents is Time and J-Team. They need to make sure and outlasting J-Team because they have 5 kills as well. So they need to go ahead. They have 5 kills, 2 above what they have currently. So they need to go ahead and rack it through. But that play right there, beautifully executed. We can see that happen more so, and especially with Cicada doing the work as is. Wolves, though, in the Sunwings Rest is going to go ahead. Actually, not Sunwings Rest. This is over by the west side into the region northwest of Shipwreck Expanse. Apologies. The EWG, though, going to have this point. Actually, this is Sunwing. I'm mixing up. My EWG is going to be in Sunwing with the purple full sword with Zhao Liu, and with it, blue armor on hand. So it's to be expected in the beginning, especially when these guys are looking at looting out the Central Grove for that Soul Altar. But while Wolves is pushing out to the east, Dong Yu seemingly is the only one with ultimate so far. 25 percentile points left for Zhao Liu, so that wouldn't be anything much of an issue if they don't get caught out first. But EWG, they're going to be purposely moving across this region. They're going to be seen going ahead. J-Team having 2 purple armors this early into the round is looking pretty nice and nifty. And playing this comp with the V1 Viper Ning ultimate is going to be a big setter upper, especially when it comes down to it. But also with the staff movement, right? You got to close guard to the opponent, use your F2 skill, get that silence, and initiate into that point. But going to the replay, we're going to run it back. KLA, man, look at this parry, right? Parry number 1 and connects to it, right? And you think, okay, there's no chance. Parry number 2, KLAU is like, okay, I've had enough. He's gonna rush in with the pole sword, gets a 3rd parry into the pole sword, gets a 4th parry into the pole sword, and activating the ultimate to push every single one of these opponents into that point. Sanzi goes down for the Moonbane. You still pushing on, has 2 other charges for Furin, and with it, R&B to the R&B release doesn't connect, but that Furin is enough to cause concern for that team. So KLAU, hats off to you. No pun intended.
I'm starting to think these puns are intended, mate. That might be your catchphrase, is no pun intended. I'm not sure, bro. You ain't fooling me anymore. Somehow, we're down to 24 minutes. So we've actually already had, the first 6 minutes of the game go by. Very, very explosive start. Another Moonbane Charm has actually been used here. This time it's EWG who are aggressing on to the likes of Wolves. And this is what I said would happen with Wolves, where they are playing this traditional monk comp, which is very scary for a lot of these teams to be fighting up versus. So they'll do everything in their power to deny it. As a Wolves 14, the lack of a mobility means he takes bow shots and Pain Brave shots. That's a lot of HP lost, and EWG, they're just going to push their advantage onto Wolves 14. He's going to de-transform early to try and get away. Kay's going to buy him some space by transforming into the Yue Shen, but everybody just wants Wolves out the lobby. EWG are really pushing, really going for it onto 14. He's going to be low HP. Kay's going to get himself popped back as well. And he's just eliminated. Down he goes. Yuran will be next up on the menu as he's going to get chased off. 14 can't even get remotely close. Jalue will get the counter, will get the bot. The finalizing touch. As I said it, if you're the only team to pick a monk team, you're going to get bullied out. And that's a donut for Wolves.
I was really looking forward to seeing how they would implement it, but taking them out immediately is a underfoot moment. But we'll have to see how it ends up later through, because considering that this V1 teleport for Wuchen for FPX is going to get them out of there from the zone closing in, we still have a Romy Yang to show up here in the meantime. XCG is locked in, well, not necessarily locked in, but they're in the zone taking this damage and just having to catch up for time, which is going to be unfortunate when they reach their opponents who are fully healed up, ready to rumble. And there it is. Water has himself with a V2 ultimate, though, for Viper Ning. So this is more of a chance of them being able to not have an escape route for their enemies. Looks like SCG is going to go ahead and have that chance of being able to use bow shot to bow shot, reaching each one to their own. And there it is. Close gap into the point. XCG going to be putting the thunder on, because FPX Water is going to get the silence off of the Wuchen, but can't get it. He's going to have to go ahead and get the parry off. But no, it looks like all these blue focuses. There is a vertical coming out here from Water to get the kill off of LXH, but it looks like Dongqing is down. Zhao Q is need to go ahead and have that ultimate procced out here, because immediately, if this is not going to be happening, they're going to be losing out this fight in the zone, and with it, Water's going to have no lives left. And there it is, 1v2. Is it going to be a chance? Going to go for the shot.
No way.
Can't reach it. Can't get the parry. Doesn't read it in time.
Oh my word.
Opens his soul break, and there's the V2 ultimate forced out, so that way there's no chance for grapples, no chance for skills, nothing for him to stop. His opponent gets a stun. No! Could go for the deletion, but the Takeda comes out with a reciprocal and for the parry, and then there it is. Soul break to R&B. It comes out on top for XCG.
I can't believe XCG turned that around. That started with them losing that fight, by the way, and they pulled it back. Absolutely brutal coming out. And FPX eliminated from the lobby. 2 teams out very quickly. A very aggressive game. KLA are going to take on JL inside the Ramayang. JL have been a very non-team, unless you see them in the Ramayang. I swear, sometimes in Ramayang, these guys look way better than the scoreline lets them appear. They are very, very good in an isolated 1v1. KLA, let's see if they've got what it takes. With the double whisk landing onto KLA immediately. Rosemary just losing so much HP. AS launches into the fray. This is what I'm talking about. How do you handle these guys? They are shredding KLA apart. One by one, they fall down. Rosemary has already lost his life. Yu now has to try and make the miracle turnaround for his team here. He's going to get onto Fang. Gets that clang off there for just a second as AS is keeping the pressure up on to Yu, who grapples up into the sky to break away. Just trying to get some distance brought between him as KLA down that member, doing everything in their power to win this fight, but it's on you to 1v3. No way that's going to happen. What did I tell you? JL are so good in the Ramayang.
JL is like that, free promotion, this is the product, and they show how strong that product is inside the Ramayang each and every time. And it seems to be this is going to be a way for them to succeed. If they get the armor and the armor, but not just the armor, the weapon, the gold weapon in Ramayangs that's available in Immortal War, that's going to put them away for good as one of the more damaging opponents in the matchup. So with it being said, HLG loses out the Cuckoo. GG Bond and Han are the ones left. They got themselves just barely enough gold to pick up Reaver Charm. They have Sail. If they have discount, but it doesn't seem that they do. In which case, they're going to have to find a little bit of extra cash to pick up their teammate for the Rebirth Charm if it's available. In the meantime, though, J-Team's going to be in the south of the ravine over in Celestia. Going to use that Skywalk with the crossbow. In the meantime, they're going to see how the gear is set up. Only a third left until the ultimate's ready for KK to get that ultimate for this point. And as I say, there is a Rebirth Charm purchase. So for it to be going through, JL gets a bounty on Bauda. We do have this Vermilion Burst Might for another 2 minutes under JL's team, but TE has that Mystic Might buff for another minute or another minute and a half. So they're going to have to try to get some sort of vision on these players. Rami Yang depletion under KLA, though, is going to be a point. They can see the fight. They say, hey, there's a fight happening right here, dogs. And they're going to try to go ahead for the spawn point, or rather they can wait for the team to come out of the realm into the Soul Altar to try to rush back to their enemies. Could be. In the meantime, JL is going to go for the chase off the Bauda. Looks like Mao's going to have that F2 to stagger them back, and with it, Bauda goes down. Fang gets the kill. And over here, you can see how it's going to play out in the near council courtyard over by the graveyard as well. OUG is going to have the ultimate status to port out onto the top of this awning into this Bowman Archer spot. And it looks like EWG is going to be rushing out and seeing, okay, well, that's it. We can't do anything else left, but they might be able to hear these heals coming into this point. Jelly U is going to go right into the cave, but probably hear something on top. Going to loot up here. They have blue armor into this point of the game. This is going to be an interesting play because they have ultimate for Zhao Liu. That's all you need. And the purple pole sword, I think we're going to see some deletion happening very soon.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. Pretty scary indeed. KLA, 2 minutes left, by the way, on their Ramiyan depletion. They were a little hesitant to pull the trigger immediately. And this is now going to cost them because they need to find these kills. They need to find them quick. They first of all need to find a team to take out, and then they got to win that fight in 2 minutes and just under 2 minutes. They do find JL. Probably not the most ideal people, but they're being very hesitant to pull that trigger and take those fights. Meanwhile, a complete cluster down here as SS is going to get himself absolutely ripped through. Absolutely huge there from Jalue. Is chasing onto the king. The king is going to have his crown removed. He's been usurped. He's been taken down as Jalue able to secure the kill, and OUG knocked out of this game. J-Team have joined up into the area. They're just going to do a little bit of light looting and seeing what they can get. Not really interested in joining into the fight.
Yeah, the king went down, coup de grace from his enemies and upon EWG's hands. KLA, though, is going to go ahead and have that pulse sword on ready, but with only 200 HP. And Rosemary going down. It seems like JL is going to be coming out here. Like you mentioned, it's not going to be a good fight for them in case when they try to engage into it, but it's under their own guys to go through it because they need to get that soul bloom immediately. And there it is. So Cap Bloom coming out from JLAS, going to get the kill off of the Wisp. A little bit of tick damage. That's all you need. And with it, they're going to get the soul bloom and get themselves right back into the point. With JLAS, this is going to be their second kill so far, with their team is going to be around 9. So they can pick up their 10th kill for the double digits. But TE, VVV going for the bow shots, having that staff on hand, having themselves 9 grapples to get himself into the fight if necessary. But the Forbidden Seal is going to stop any sort of push. No ultimate's going to be available for them, at least until the Forbidden Seal closes back into collapsing into its own.
Oh, it's 40 seconds on KLA.
Oh no,
they can't do this.
Ooh. KLA.
They've lost their Z-Ping. They've lost their Cicada. There's the Wisp through the window as well. And Wujin 98 is just going to look to finish up onto you. A really tragic end to the day here for KLA. As he does get the bot back, but he finally goes down. And that is going to be the end of him. Really, really tragic end to the day there for the side of KLA. They had an amazing recovery in game number 5 and then back to form of being a little hit or miss. A bit too coin tossy, unfortunately, from KLA recently.
Yeah, Roma Yang is a big factor to that too. Putting yourself in cutting the cookie cutter, right? You got to see how your team's going to shape up into the Roma Yang with the comp, and knowing that beforehand is that's why you see those Temi Takeda.
Wait, look at the map. Everybody is in the same place.
Wait a second. Hold on.
There is nobody not here.
EWG is like, hey guys. Goku.
Oh, okay. EWG are the only ones. I didn't even see them. Everybody is in the same location.
18 players, yeah. That's scary. Especially with this ballista is now in possession for J-Team. They have this on standby, but with no repair chest, there's only 6 ballista shots left, and that's it. Roma Yang for the second time around to spawn here. DRG Santi is hearing ballista shots like, huh? What's going on back there? Oh my goodness, Shang almost lost his life. Had to force ultimate to save his own skin, but will the ballista connect if he gets out of the field of view? I'm not sure. This Roma Yang might be their own saving grace, but it's going to be a double-edged sword if they go in there because, hey, they have no ultimate for this ping. But doesn't even matter. Sanzi goes in. He's looking for the sauce. He's looking to try to go ahead and fight it out because no other team has entered one just yet. He's going to go ahead and try to see about if EWG is going to go in there, and EWG is looking for the pressure on end. They might think it's closed, but they aren't going to want to enter it anyways, in which case we could see a free Rumble Yang.
Oh, JL do go in. Oh no, JL, who have proven to be very good in these Rumble Yangs, are going in, where on the other side, DRG, like you said, they've used their Z-Ping ult. That's not back up. I don't think that's even remotely near being back up. It's about half the way there. So that is really, really rough for them now. They got to do their best to hold on without the Z-Ping, having that sustainability, having that survivability. But AS immediately loses a lot of HP. The Sandstorm breaks out. Just complete carnage in the corner of the arena. AS, no armor. Just trying to buy some distance between him and the members against on the other side from DRG. But that's a huge ultimate there from Sansi, hitting all three members of JL with that stagger from the Takeda R. Sansi does get himself bot back, losing a lot of HP immediately, finding a nice little turnaround actually to get some damage on. AS is trying to heal up. Cannon Fire's coming in and he's going low. All it's going to take is one last connection with that pole sword from Sansi. Able to get it, has got his F up and available if he's going to go for it. He's going to try and get some damage off, and JL, lovely little bot back, but unfortunately for them, they are on the back foot this time around with Feng going down, and there's the tidy up. That is going to be DRG winning this Rumble Yang.
You can see the synergy that Sanzi was using. He was using his pole sword / great sword in the usage for the horizontal attack into the vertical, safekeeping and minding his own business when he realized that his opponents are going to read it. And that's where you saw that parry, the failed parry, because then he shifted, dodged, and left clicked again. So that throws off their opponent, the whole guys, and the teammate just comes in for a neutral, and Sanzi just came out there putting JL in their plate. JL's going to come back out of here and it's going to be like, okay, we're gonna run it back. But if that does happen, they have to keep in mind that JL is also the only team with double-digit kills so far into this round. And even though they're over in 8th place overall so far, we're going to have to see how they want to try to stack up into the top 3 if they go ahead and get like a double-bound 20-kill game. But it's going to be a hard push era for them to get that Rumble Yang depletion out of the pocket.
Even for JL right now, if they... they have to get 3 more kills regardless to stay in this game. So if they get those 3 more kills, they can sit on 13 kills and just go for placement. Like the multiplier plus the placement points is going to be enough for them to jump up the standings a little bit higher. Remember, you just need to be in the top 12 to make it to the bi-weekly finals. So if they can get themselves to 6th or 5th off the end of this game, that's a good place to be going into your last day of the regular bi-weekly before the finals.
You see what I see?
I see what you see. That old school, the back impression.
They heard you, bro. They're like, you thought we weren't gonna, you know what? Upside down.
So part of the reason why this is happening is if you have a look in the top left, there's 18 players left. There's 7 teams left. We're not even at 10 minutes yet. We're basically 12 minutes left in the game. It's like I said, when there is 7 minutes on the clock and 25 to 28 players, that is a regular paced game. We have 19 players left at 11 minutes 30 left in the game. And we are guaranteed to lose 3 more players because of the Rumble Yang depletion on JL. So either they go down or they take out 3 other people. So that is a guarantee, which means we are going to see a lot of people go away, leave this game. And yes, JL have revived, so that actually would just put us back down to that 19 mark. But this game's moving so quickly that there's now large open spaces where there's not really going to be anybody to run into. So while you're seeing teams kind of find trees to clamber up and hide away, is first of all, they know that there's going to be a Rumble Yang team running around trying to find those kills. On the other hand, they're happy to like not accidentally get caught out and just wait out and see where the circle takes them.
Yeah, and even then, right, it's like funny because DWG picks up a Mystic Might from the Morris Blessing and then also activates that Valiant Bounty Quest, but as long as the teams don't want to try to push out there, it's more of a deficit point where they just get that buff just because at this point, the Morris Blessing buffs and all the weapons included, important to get, yes. However, unless they find a fight of their own making, you know, which right now you can see it, EWG and the North Side, they're going to be able to engage into this point. At the detach coming out here for AS to go ahead and release, but he's now left alone into this fight, and I ain't sure if there's time for you to save him, but he is. And with it, AS still has ultimate, but there it is. Now the Silence is knocked out there. AES trying to throw as many head detach as he can. Locks into the Cuckoo, knows that Cuckoo does no ultimate. And at this point, this is going to be the end of Cuckoo if that vertical comes out completely. But the Wu-Chen port gives one last chance. And with it, HLG is going to dip out here. But we got to be sure. HLG is right next to EWG. And looking at how this is going to be a chance for XZchi to come out here and engage upon the third party, GU loses all his HP. G2 is not going to be activated for GU if he's not fast enough. This
no.
All their progress into this section. They need to keep themselves healthy for this next fight, because if Fang doesn't have has that ultimate to run out very soon, this could be the end for one of the two teammates on the low point with no armor. AS though, being the menace that he is gonna re-push all these teams to use all their Wu-Chen ports, man. It's crazy. He's the one person that's putting every single team in the point. Into the Forbidden Seal though, it's gonna be a deficit, and there it is. Viper Sun coming
20
out
seconds.
It's going to be J-Team's point to try to see about how they end out XCG, and there it is, one kill down. JLAS is going to have to pick up the Soul Bloom. Who's going to pick it up? It's not going to be coming through. KKX is going to see it through, and JLAS is not going to be able to look out here for any longer.
Yeah, and JL, at that point, the Roma Yang debuff will finish them up, because J-Team got that last little tap on them. They're the ones who actually get the kill credit on this extra one. So J-Team just quite happily jump up to 10 kills at this point, and JL, they got one player left. He may have actually been able to pick up a
Soul Bloom.
A Soul Bloom, because he should be gone by now. So yeah, he's obviously picked up that Soul Bloom and has been able to keep himself in this for a little bit longer. As yeah, he is up on the high ground. What is he doing? He's going aggressive. He's just repositioning, I think. But man, that's a bit heartbreaking for JL, because they absolutely destroyed KLA earlier. And then this time around, not really able to achieve too much here. And J-Team able to come in and just pick up the rest of their team, as XCG are evicted and will not be playing in for the rest of today. They are donezo, knocked out, and there is only 6 teams left up. It is going to be absolute carnage here. The Sansi just trying to get some damage down with the cannon. Let's see if he can land onto any of these EWG players.
And you know, it's crazy. It's like JL had that position. Now they needed like 2 extra kills, but they only had 1 down there. They forced HLG to use their ultimate for the Wu-Chen port to get out. They also forced the other team to that came through on top of their end from DRG, and in which case every single opponent decided to come through on that point. But carnage is definitely going to happen. EWG's Xiao Liu is going to have himself with that gold pole sword on hand. He's going to do the damage. EWG Dong Yu is going to have every single bit of sustain for the team. If he wants to push in, throw an F1, get the damage mitigation for 5 seconds, and extra some heals in case things get a little bit poignant to go ahead through. Han taking some damage out here from this point, has the only ultimate on the team with V2 ultimate ready, so Cuckoo and GG Bond won't have any sort of ways of pushing enemies out or saving Grace moment. No pun. You're not gonna see that.
There it is. I caught you out on it. I've got you. I'm in your head now, mate. I'm in your head.
It's like I'm watching a Christopher Nolan movie. We're out of the stop. VVV is gonna have himself on top of the rooftop. We see VVV doing some shenanigans, in the rounds past with TE. He has himself that spear, and look at that TE's position, right? 4 kills so far. There's 13 other players besides Team TE. They could overtake J-Team if they go ahead and do so, but J-Team is a remarkable force of nature right now to this round, and putting themselves and knowing how KLA almost had a chance, lost their lives early on, won't have a chance of making that up. But it's all depending if J-Team's the next team to get eliminated, right? So they have to make sure and being safe on their own guard. KKX doesn't have ultimate for another 35 percentile points. So it's gonna be a couple of seconds when a fight initiates for him to go ahead through. They have stacked Jade sets full with the weapons that they're going to be concurrently using. You can see KKX using that meteor, or not meteor, going to be using that cannon, full throttling it, in which case he has no worry about having to to worry about this rock base being the only protection aspect for his team. But this is going to be an interesting case. Wind wall could be used here immediately, but that signifies that skill is down. All enemies can essentially just rain hell upon thee, and in which case they're going to have to take the free damage and have to use these resources before this next circle collapses for number 5.
Damn, look at EWG Soul Jades as well. Like, one of their players has 5 legendary Soul Jades, 3 on Yoran, 3 on Dongju. Like, they are rocking. They got more gold Soul Jades than they do purple, which is crazy. They are so geared up right now. They are going to cut over, though, to a Wu-Chen port out, because nobody wants to be getting caught right now. 5 minutes left in the lobby, and Han is sniped out of the tree with a repeating crossbow. Actually, it was a normal bow that ended the final shot, but the repeating crossbow stripped away that health bar for that shot to do the final blow. Disgusting. Han may be able to get picked up here by Cuckoo, but I think Cuckoo's too scared to try and stand around and wait to pick up his teammate, and is just going to have to accept that he is going to be down his Viper for the rest of this game, as he is just playing the separation and getting into the trees, but the grapple locks are coming in, and Cuckoo is getting hard, especially when you're countered, when you're flamed, when you're cooked, and you're done. That's 2 members picked up from the side of HLG. Han and Cuckoo down. Only 1 remains.
Phoenix Blast is going to do work here for Zhao in getting that deletion. Cool guys don't look at explosions. GG Bond can't do anything about Cuckoo here, though. He can't get the res. He sees too many teammates. He's going to just have to CC control himself on the roof, on the tree, so make sure he doesn't get grappled stunned outside of it and get ranged out. Temmie Wisp, anything. Because we saw what happened to Han. Han got literally caught out there in the middle of the tree set and got caught with the range damage. Couldn't sustain, couldn't do anything about it. Animation lock there, folks. If you don't know, it's one of the few skills there that is essentially, when it connects, theoretically, it's essentially a silence and a stun, right? Because you're not going to be able to do anything. You're kind of caught in that animation to be, dealt with how the enemy wants to throw it out. Now, knowing how the zone is about to end into an obliteration zone, under 4 minutes is left. We still have 13 players alive. J-Team ZK is now rushing to the tree to try to stop GG Bond from being able to live any longer. He said his life license is expired, but GG Bond is holding on to it as if it is still active duty, and with it, GG Bond's gonna go ahead and have no F ability, no ultimate to get himself out of there. They'll probably use it right here. There it is. Spirit Shield Walls is gonna be coming out here, but will GG Bond throw it low enough to protect himself on the tree? Who knows? It's all about placement, folks. HLG is not going to be able to do anything but try to set himself for a heal. Dong Yu is going to be using that cannon. You can see DRG, J-Team, and TE is going to be fighting it out in that house over there in the west side. And this is going to be a push and a half to see who's going to activate ult first. And there it is. Takeda coming from EWG. Zhao Liu is going to go ahead and use the Phoenix Spot, deleting GG Bomb from the match. But with 3 other slashes with the level 3 ultimate for V3, it's going to be a chance for Zhao Liu to go ahead and try to find another target. There it is. He finds the Yodo. He knows after he's going to come out, he does not want to expend any sort of clinks and taking unnecessary damage that he does not need to take. And there it is. He's going to jump into the air, get the Flamebringer coming out here.
Oh, no.
Cooked. And with it, the port comes out here. But where's the port? It's in the trees line. And with it, KKX could get cut out here with 1 hit left on the board with no chance of being able to survive this range game and connect as much as it is right now. But KKX
he's surviving.
E1 ultimate. Could he get a 5-man stun? Could he come here with a double jump of Destiny, but doesn't get any value out of it?
He's able to get inside the building, though. He may get a pot off and actually heal back up the full. J-Team got away with that. They somehow survived one of the roughest situations they could have been placed in. And on the other side, EWG, the ones who started it, are now actually going to get turned onto. Dongqing almost goes down to the zone burn. Xiaolue here with the golden longsword, just absolutely ripping through health bars of the TE members. Boxed into the zone, will take a little bit of zone tick damage. Still has 2 charges left on his ultimate available as well. There goes 1. There goes the second. They're both now down. Is just going to step back and heal up, as we do see. I think J-Team did lose their Wu Chen. Yeah, they lost their Wu Chen in the middle of that, but he's done his job. He's kept the Viper alive. He kept the Yoto alive. I say that, and actually it's only ZK. So ZK is going to have to somehow hold on, but he has no ultimate up for him. He needs to build up that rage. He wants to get into the top of the trees and just shoot some cannon shots down onto the low ground and build that rage up so he can maybe get that big ultimate out. He's just playing survivability, but DRG stood in a line and just gun squad him down out of the tree. Repeating crossbows. No way for him to play. Nowhere for him to go. And DRG, they've got themselves quite comfortably behind this wall where they can sit up and make sure their weapons are all repaired. Repair roll there for Santi as well on the gut cannon. So he's going to be relatively uncontested. 8 players left. 3 teams left. Meaning one of those teams is not at full strength. One of those teams is only rocking a couple of people, and that is TE, VVV, and TXJ up on that high ground. Sansi picking up some armor repair kits, dropping them for his team as well, making sure that they're all as healthy as possible. And the cannon through the wall is the game plan. They're just taking trading shots, but The wall is closer to the edge here for DRG, so they're the ones losing a lot of HP, and EWG will wait for a good opportunity to jump in. Sansi launches forward, throws down his ultimate. Sandstorm comes out as well. The Flamer has been thrown out as well here from Jalue, as he's just trying to get some of the extra damage off. Into the zones they go. Jalue is losing a lot of damage to the tick, though, as Dongqing as well pops himself the healing, trying to keep himself up. Remember, the healing is reduced inside that zone. The health bars are blinking across the board. Heads and attacks, secures the kill. DRG picking up kills left, right, center as VVV launches in. TE coming and mop up the last couple of kills and take the last man standing. I don't know if they had enough points to win off the back of that, but a huge ending for them.
TE was hiding out in the bush. They saw the fence line. They saw that these guys were just handing back each other. They said, you know what, we will, but we do it from our own standpoint. And they were on top of the tree, waiting for the right timing. These guys were expending their resources left and right, dropping repair chests here and there. And with it, there was enough time for them where they had to cross the wall. They knew EWG's Zhao was going to have to use that ultimate immediately once they realized that that they reciprocating Takeda was going to activate it. And so they waited, and they timed it impeccably. And with the remainder coming out here, it seemed to be that EWG came out with the most points for this round and possibly just putting themselves in a better position than most points. But we'll see if TE is going to be able to come out and surpass anything past JC, because JC had 10 kills into that last position. They had enough time to keep themselves scored up, healthy, clean to the end for the trios today for BIWEEK number 2.
I'm pretty sure for J-Team, they're still going to be in first at the end of today. I think the sad thing is KLA are going to slip quite a lot off the back of this. It was not a great performance from them across the board. They definitely struggled in today's matches. But ultimately, it is going to be over to the side of J-Team, who should be ending the first day of the second bi-weekly final. Not bi-weekly finals, bi-weekly regular in a first position. There is still, more teams to play, but I think when you look at the fact this lobby had FPX, J-Team, TE, a lot of the people had their eyes on, a lot of the teams that people had their eyes on played today, and FPX and TE. FPX were disappointing because they were going out very early, which is almost like quintessential FPX, like big numbers, quick games. That's kind of how they play. TE were the other team that a lot of people had their eyes on. They were kind of a nothing team today, I think. Like they were placing well, but they weren't doing a lot leading up to the placements. They were getting some kills in those final circles and having okay showings, but like not the TE we expect. And I feel like if any other team had played like TE today, I'd be like, they played really consistently, they were really good, but the expectation for TE is so much higher, and we have like a really high bar for them. So for them to not hit that mark is a little bit disappointing, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more critical than TE than maybe I should be, because they did have a good day, but I do feel like the expectation for them is very, very high. I mean, they are currently the domestic title holders. They're a team who everybody had been, back when they were on FPX, had been bigging up as the best team in the NBPL, and they never made that work, and they felt like they made it work. And today, I feel like they were kind of falling back into some of their old habits, which is something we really don't want to see from them.
Yeah. And understanding how the TE and FPX kind of goes into the line, and TE like having that position of knowing who people knowing who they are, how they play, and everything, to see them kind of go into a position where it's the inconsistency for the results, especially with the play aspect, is something to behold. We have to see how Trios Days number 2 and 3 kind of goes into place for finals as well, and seeing how they stack up again, and of course seeing how they really shape it up with this change up. But with the scores being met out here, I'm really curious to see how we can probably see OUG come through, because remember, they won last Trios finals, and this time around I don't even know if they're in the top 6. It has to be shown. Like, if it's a moment of solace to see if they're just trying to see about how they can shape it up for the next day that they play and catching up to the top 12. Otherwise, performance wise, it's going to be a big shakeup from what we could have seen coming a mile away.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I do expect to see things getting shaken up. I'm trying to figure out like who hasn't played yet then. So WBG and GG definitely haven't played. JJH haven't played. I think it was JJH who have the cool Justina comp that I was talking about in there. So that when they play, expect some really fun stuff, and they'll be playing on Sunday. I don't know which team they'll be playing versus on Sunday. I'll have an idea later, because we'll be showing you Saturday's schedule, which will in turn also be pretty much the same as what we'll be seeing on on Sunday between these teams. But yeah, no, it's just kind of racking my brain of like people to watch out for on Group C. I feel like WBG could be that team, but also WBG are kind of like kind of like sometimes really good, but most of the time really bad. A lot of people were bigging them up to me and I was getting very excited by WBG this season, because obviously there were high expectations from previous seasons, but they never really hit those marks. They never really, I mean, they haven't shown up since season 1. I'll be the guy to say it. Like, WBG have just been straight up like we bad gaming. Like the whole time they've been not good since season 1, man. Not at all. So I feel like Group C is actually like free farm. Like, you go in there and you just farm points, because I don't really feel like there's many teams that are like gonna do much. This was the big group. AB was like the big group today, where we had, you know, some really crap teams.
Certified trio teams.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the crazy thing is like nobody paid the price for it. Like, this was like one of the most cracked lobbies we had, and everybody was scoring today. Like, even at the bottom end of the day, even Wolves were putting points together. And I know they ended today on a donut for this final game, but they did put some points together. They got 10 points, or a 10-kill game in game 5. So they really put some numbers together. But here you go. EWG walking out with 12 points, 12 kills and 19.3 points into that. TE get 9, 16.6. J-Team with those 10 kills did translate that into 14.5. And JL with 11 points get 14.2. We had so many games where multiple people were in double digits in kills. Like, that was such a good day. We were blessed today. We got some really banger games.
Yeah, it was impeccable, especially after the first round. We saw that banger of a final circle with how TE had to push through, and then even to the second round. Yeah. Or not TE, with KLA, and then to the second round, seeing how TE came out on top of the Hollow Rock map and the switcheroo that came into that play. I'm really glad to see how this came through today, because usually sometimes, whether or not Group C is going to make a mark into the markings if they do play on Sunday, I'm curious to see what happens if any of those teams are going to put the pressure that was done here early on. Like, KLA coming through here and seeing this quadruple parry into the Moonbane Charm was just like a chef's kiss moment for quality control for NBPL stage, and then seeing how far and how fast they kind of did it in succession and putting themselves way above DRG's price line of living. It was it's a good hype setup, you know, and seeing how they are new, right? The HLJ is new, right?
Yeah. Both of these teams, DRG, KLA are an org who's been around for 1 season now, but the players are new. But yeah, it's a sad thing to see, but, you know, for the side of KLA, you know, they were just a bit too coin toss today to really kind of show that thing, because I thought their major strength was they were consistently good, typically. I mean, this 1v1 from NightHQ was just absolutely superb. And I thought he trolled here, because he got himself behind the tree and he goes, oh, he's going to dash. And Water dashes the other way, catching in the prediction. The stun comes in, but it doesn't matter. NightHQ takes the win, picks up his team. And the final circle as well. VVV just stays airborne as long as possible. Out of grasses, though, so has to eventually jump down into the fray. And no ultimate charged up as well, which makes this even harder until there. And at that point, he gets that ultimate up. And it's so hard to do these fights when someone's throwing a goddamn flamer at your face. Like, just standing, you're like dealing with someone else, and someone is third-partying with a flamer. It's just like, cool, man. I'm really glad you're interacting with us here.
2 thumbs up moment right there.
Yeah, that's a real sad man hours, that is. But here's our MVP for our final game of the day. Jalue coming in. His first MVP of this season, actually. 24,000 damage coming in from him. Skyforce, Phoenix Blast, Dragonlight Might, Flame Breath, Rupture Lord, and Stormside. I like how we've moved the 2 purple Soul Jades up to prove how broken these 2 Soul Jades are. Flame Breath and Rupture Lord are actually so strong right now. I like, not legendary strong, but like, they are S-tier purple Soul Jades.
Yeah. It's like, you got to think about it, right? If you have a weapon that needs to go from A to B, whether it's melee weapon or range, Cannon with Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath literally supersede that, and warp speed travels to the next opponent and dealing the damage. Especially if you look at the maps like Hollow Rock, if you look at the Flume Castle, you see so many like dividends between what's above you and what's below you and what's behind the wall, that if you just shoot at that wall with the Rupture Gale Orb, you're connecting it. If you get Flame Breath, that's just a free application for Firebird, knowing that you can suspect that they aren't going to heal as fast as they might think,
or rather that they know they won't be able to. So they're going to try to run, in which if you catch them with your team to get that singled out file enemy, this is the end. That's the end of that one life, and they can continue picking them off one by one.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Killer day, real killer day. I'm very excited for trios on Sunday. Obviously solos as well, but I've very much become an advocate for trios. If you worked to me or had heard me talk about trios and solos a while back, around the time of Worlds, I was saying that I thought solos was in a better state because I felt like the 5 hero rule was really big for solos. It made it way more exciting, a lot going on, but the meta has just shifted into such an exciting place in trios now where it's so aggressive, it's so fast-paced, and that's what I like. I don't like these snooze face cling to a building in the mid-game like phase of trios we had. I love this. Oh god, I've got Roma Yang depletion. I need to go get some kills or I'm in danger. That's what I'm really enjoying about the trios meta at the moment. So I'm excited to see more of it. It's gonna be a really, really good game on Sunday. I do worry that we do have that farming thing I was talking about where like some teams are just kind of easy kills, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself yet. There is a world where that's not the case. There is a world where these players may have a way to answer back. I don't think GG look inherently bad. I just think they've been a little off kilter for a while. So maybe this is their time to recover. Depends who they're playing versus as well. But I mean, honestly, props to likes of HLG to be able to keep up with this lobby, because you've got some of the best teams in the NBPL all playing on the same day. This is like bi-weekly final level of like teams playing, and HLG were able to keep up and in some cases actually really put up a good show versus teams that were, teams that just were vastly better. So to be able to score in these games is very impressive. Anyway, we're going to pass it over for our interview after that game, so we'll be back in a moment.
Hello everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Kakashi and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Kakashi， 欢迎来到赛后采访。先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是南京 Go Team 的卡卡西。
再次欢迎卡卡西来到我们的赛后采访 and welcome. So first, because after you join into the J team, we saw that like you changed the character you play in the NARAKA. So I would like to know why. 那我首先想问一下，其实加入了 J team 之后的卡卡西啊，我看到你的这个英雄值好像有了一些变化，这是什么原因呢？
因为当时我加入 Go Team 的时候，我跟扎克就是玩的相同的英雄嘛，然后我们俩就都去试一下月山，然后试下来就是我感觉我去玩月山，然后他去玩奶妈效果好一点，然后就这么定下来。
好的 So because when I joined into the J team, I saw that ZK and me, both of us are playing the same characters in NARAKA, and both of us just tried together, and I think he is good at using like Kurumi and some support position, and so that's why I changed my characters in the game, and now I'm playing the Tamuj and Yueshan, these characters. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好的，接下来我也到了我们一个要给大家抽奖送福利的环节。那我先来给大家公布一下游戏规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. Which team is leading the scoreboard today? 今天的题目呢是今天我们领跑积分榜第一的队伍是哪一支队伍呢？我相信卡卡西应该心里面现在有答案的，对不对？那我想先问一下，其实加入 J Team 之后，已经打完了一个双周的比赛了，到今天你感觉怎么评价现在的自己，然后怎么评价下你们的战队呢？
我感觉反正相比于之前肯定是越打越好了，但是呢还没有磨合到最好，我感觉还要继续努力。
继续努力 Okay, so I just asked him because after he joined into the J team, it's like a long time now, and I would like to know how he comment on himself and his team. And he just told me that he think they are cooperate and better now, but it's not the best status right now, so they will still work harder in the future. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就要进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be whispered, so please pay attention. And it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请卡卡西来公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
正确答案是 D， 南京 Go Team。
Yes, the correct answer is D, J Team, and we would like to say congratulations again, congratulations. Okay, because we know, like in the summer split, you also met your old teammate on the stage, and I would like to know how you comment on their status and anything you want to say to them. 那我们也看到，其实夏季赛开赛以来啊，卡卡西应该也多次遇到了自己的老队友们啦。那有没有什么话想跟老队友们说一说？
想对茶叶说吧，因为他们第一周包括今天的成绩都不是太理想，然后希望他们尽快调整过来，因为他们毕竟也是跟我差不多，也是就是一个人加入到2个人里面，我希望他尽快调整过来。
也是很贴心一个来自老队友的祝福啊。So he would like to say to the K from the team Wolves that because we just have the first bi-weekly and till now he think that they don't have the best status and cooperate very well in the Wolves, and he think like they are the same, like Kakashi and K, they are the same. They are only one person, one player just entered to the team, and we would like to cooperate with these 2 teammates. So just like want good luck to him and let him will cooperate well in the future with his teams. OK， 也感谢你的祝福，我相信长安夜收到祝福一定也非常的开心。那也再次恭喜你们，目前领跑了我们的积分榜。好的，谢谢卡卡西接受我们今天采访。那这周还有接下来的比赛，祝你们加油了。OK，Good luck and cheer up to Kakashi and thank you for today's interview. We will get back to our casters.
I love the cheer up. It's cheer up. It's all right. You'll be all right.
Screenshot. I was like, oh yeah.
Lovely to hear from them there. Great day. Savalier, first of all, thank you for joining us. It's been great having you with us today. So I hope you've had fun. How's it been?
It's been great. Casting for NBPL for the first time is definitely a surging moment. You know, for me, going ahead and casting other events up until this point has been like a setup for this types of plays. And now I'm glad to see going for the future. I'm hyped.
Yeah, well. Speaking of the future, tomorrow we have solos coming up. We're going to be having groups B and C taking on each other toe-to-toe. Exactly the same map layout and time schedule for the maps as we had today, and it will be the same on Sunday. But I'm very excited for solos. Solos was super fun the other day. Honestly, solo bi-weekly finals, it was Spider and Mike just completely serial like trolling each other and taking themselves out the lobby. So Wang Liang won because they literally spent half their games getting knocked out with like 2 kills, and then that was it, because they literally griefed each other out of the game. So they've got some work to do. They've got to do some recovery, because the pair of them, they literally like, they picked up the bi-weekly finals and went, we can win this, and then went, no, I don't want the other person to win it, and just threw it out. They didn't want anything to do with it. But yeah, that's like tomorrow. Make sure you join us same time tomorrow.
You know, Mike and Spider, man, it's like they clash together, and then Wang Liang's like sneaking up and then like gets the kill. He's like, all right, cool. Walks away.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It was funny to watch. It was actually funny to watch, because they just trolled each other so hard. But yeah, that is off to tomorrow's game, starting at the same time as normal. That is for solos, and then on Sunday we'll be back. I believe B and C again will be playing versus each other. Like an idiot, I can't even be bothered to look up what groups, what teams in. So just come on Sunday and see who's playing it. It's gonna be a banger either way. Like I said, concerns about WBG, concerns about GG and stuff like that. But we'll see whether or not they can go toe to toe, because at the moment C could be a little bit of a free farm, group where like you can just put points together playing versus them and not really give too much up and climb up the ladder as much as possible. We'll have to find out though. Obviously on Sunday, that's where we'll get our look in onto that one. I don't even know who we've got with us on Sunday. Who we got? Where there we are? There we are. We have Moxie and Rune. A formidable duo we've had in a while. I don't know if you played on any EU or NA servers, you might have run into those two. They're goon squadding around, the pair of them on duos at the moment, being a real menace to the NARAKA community. But they'll be joining you, not menacing your games, but bringing commentary over to the those trios games on Sunday. I am very excited to see it. I'm very excited to see it. I feel like, honestly, FPX have some work to do to really reprove their worth. because they've been a little bit lackluster today. I feel like everybody else was on fire. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us here for the NBPL. We'll be back tomorrow with those solo games, so make sure you join us then. Until then, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We'll see you tomorrow.
先阵，百战当先。